Very good morning and welcome to Sophia Gardens on day one of this championship match between Glamorgan and Sussex. Barely 36 hours since we last saw Glamorgan and Sussex play in very different circumstances here at Sophia Gardens, with the crowd packed in and white ball being used today and for the next 4 days. It is the rather more sedate atmosphere of the county championship, with these two sides both having won 1 and drawn 6, and Sussex 10 points and 3 places ahead of Glamorgan in the Championship Division 2 table as a result. Glamorgan have won the toss and chosen to bat first. There are 3 changes in the Glamorgan side. Tom Bevan replaces the injured Colin Ingram at number 3. Tom Bevan himself just back from injury. Mitch Schwepson, the Australian spinner, gets a debut, replacing Prem Sisodia, and Jamie McElroy provides some of the seam bowling, replacing Andy Gorvin. And I'm Nick Webb. A very good morning to Andrew Rayburn, representing BBC Radio Sussex for the first couple of days.
Yes, good morning, Nick, and good morning, everyone. As you say, Nick, it's a very different kind of match between Glamorgan and Sussex, following the fireworks, if you like, on Friday night of the T20 Blast. It's now all about whites and line and length and building an innings, and that's what Glamorgan will be trying to do on this. Well, it's a lovely morning, but a few clouds overhead, but white ones, high white ones, so that won't provide too much assistance for the bowlers. But there is a little tinge of green on the surface, so maybe Sussex will be trying to use that new ball, that new Kookaburra ball, early on.
Indeed so. It will be Glamorgan's, well, not makeshift, but stand-in opening pair, Zain Ul Hassan and Andrew Salter, who start proceedings off for the Welsh side, having started quite nicely up at Durham with stands of 55 and 83, and they are playing because David Lloyd is still out with a hamstring injury. He was hoping to be back for this one, but it's now drifted to the next championship match, and Eddie Byram with the hip injury sustained in the wake of his bang from Tamal Mills down at Hove. Being hit by Tamal Mills can never be a pleasant experience, but
not at his pace anyway, no.
Not at his pace, indeed. So Salter and Ul Hassan to open up. Shipley, the New Zealander, to open up for Sussex. Andrew, would you care to take the first over?
Yes, I will do. Yeah, Henry Shipley, of course, recent addition to the Sussex ranks, New Zealander. And Sussex unchanged, by the way, from that dramatic finish at Worcestershire, where all 4 results, I suppose, were in the balance towards the end of those 4 days. Will we have the same here at Sophia Gardens? We'll wait and see, as Shipley now prepares to come in to bowl the first ball of these 4 days, and it's down the leg side and gathered by the wicket-keeper, Ollie Carter.
Edward Bevan, by the way, is back on duty for BBC Sport Wales, and we'll be hearing from him in around about 25 minutes as our red ball specialist.
So Shipley gets to his mark, turns, comes in, he's bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Ul Hassan, who pokes at that one and gets a thick edge down towards the gully region. It's not going to go away for 4, I don't think, is it? Was the ball going to beat the fielder? No, it's not. Good effort there from James Coles. But it's the first runs of the morning, just running it off the face, really. And 3 to the total, 3 to Ul Hassan. Glamorgan off the mark.
Yeah, it's a quiet start will be what is required for Glamorgan, looking to get in for the long term. Ul Hassan hasn't featured in the last couple of T20 matches. Salter has been rather in and out of the side.
So Salter, the right-hander, facing up to Shipley. Shipley comes in and bowls, and he lets that go. Good leave. But some oohs and ahs from the Sussex fielders. Shipley puts his hand to his head as if to say, oh, that was just over the off stump. But, as we know, there's only two types of leave. A good one and a bad one, and that was a good one.
Absolutely. It's been a weary old month for these cricketers, hasn't it? With such a hectic schedule and switching back and forth between Championship and T20, and there are still 2 more blast games to come.
Shipley now running in. He's up to the wicket now and he bowls, and this one is defended. Again, some yelps from the Sussex fielders, but proper defence from Salter. Shipley very impressive, of course, in that championship game against Worcestershire. And he didn't take a wicket in the second innings, but he took in the first innings. He took 3 for 87, but he was impressive with the bat as well. 41 he made from 57 deliveries, and in the first innings, and unbeaten 28 from 16 in the second. As Shipley comes in and bowls now, and again Salter covers up. There's no run. There's definitely going to have to be some early action with this ball, you would reckon, for Sussex to try and make breakthroughs, because batting may become easier as the day goes on.
I was talking to the Glamorgan seamer James Harris about it on Friday night, and he was explaining that there was only real life in the ball for the first 10 overs or so, and it got rather dull after that.
As Shipley comes in and bowls now, and there's a bit of movement there away from Salter, but he deals with that by letting it go through to the wicket keeper. So at the end of the first over, with Shipley clocking in at just under 80 mile an hour on those deliveries, Glamorgan are 3 without loss.
Good morning to Edward Hall. And I'll leave Edward to field your query about Glamorgan fielding a specialist leg spin bowler in the Championship. Obviously there have been people who have bowled leg spin, notably Ingram and Labuschagne in recent years, but as for a specialist leg spinner, as McAndrew, it's got Cavilis up on the board to try and confuse us. It is 43 McAndrew, who is now it's been corrected. So the 2 overseas opening the bowling for Sussex and trying to make use of this kookaburra ball. Presumably McAndrew will be more used to it with his Australian background, although apparently they have also been experimenting with some sort of modified Duke's ball in the last couple of years to get their players ready for playing overseas. McAndrew is in to bowl to Ul Hassan down leg side, and well taken by Ollie Carter, plunging to his right. Yes,
both opening bowlers, Shipley and McAndrew, just a couple of deliveries which have been straying either side of the wicket, but thought Shipley tightened up a little bit after the first couple of deliveries.
This Shipley's second match. It's McAndrew's 5th match of the season in the Championship, as in he comes, right arm round for the left-hander, and Ul Hassan plays it to wideish mid-on and goes through for a single 4 without loss. Looking at the epic draw salvaged by Glamorgan, batting out the last 2 days effectively, or more even. None of the 4 overseas players on duty for that last encounter, and it was only last month.
Yes.
None of them is on duty today. Sussex fielded Pujara and Smith, with McAndrew sticking his feet up and having an ice cream on Brighton Beach. Not required while Smith was here. And Glamorgan had Labuschagne and Nisa.
Yes, and of course the Ashes accounting for 3 of those.
McAndrew bowls very full length, chopped by Salter into a little gap on the offside, and they'll amble through for a single for Salter to get off the mark. And Pujara left out by India from their tour of the West Indies next month, rather surprisingly.
Yeah, it's obviously reacting, I suppose, to the World Test Championship final defeat, but He'll be raring to go for Sussex when the one day cup comes around.
As McAndrew is in to bowl to Ul Hassan, who defends on the leg side. Ball rolls up to mid-on, and there's no run. Yes, the rate of acquisition of overseas players at Glamorgan has been bewildering this week. The club announced the signing of Cameron Fletcher, a New Zealander, early in the week, I think on Tuesday. Forgive me, it's all a bit of a blur at the moment. And he played in 3 T20 matches. As round the wicket comes McAndrew, and that's played by Ul Hassan down through the gully. Fielder got a fingertip on it and slowed it down, so it's just a single. 6 without loss. So Fletcher was signed on Tuesday, got 1 run in his first 2 innings, and did get a half century on Friday night, but possibly not at the pace that was needed at the time. So remain to find out whether he will be picked for the remaining 2 games, which are effectively dead rubbers for both these counties, unfortunately, in the T20 Blast, Friday and Sunday. And then on Friday morning we had the breaking of the news of Mitch Swepson, who's playing today. McAndrew bowls, appeal for LBW, umpire not interested. End of the over, and it is 6 without loss.
Yeah, that one looked to be slipping down the leg side for me, plus also there might have been a height issue. Obviously we're very high up, but yeah, to me it didn't look. You tend to see with whether you're watching at the ground. Well, if you're watching at the ground, it can depend on your angles. But if you're certainly if you're watching on TV or watching from behind the bowler's arm, you just get a feel, don't you, for LBWs? They're right. They just feel right. That one didn't feel right. So we're going to see Shipley come in and bowl to the left-handed Ul Hassan, who again covers up on the back foot and plays it up towards mid-on. There's no run.
Or if you play in the sort of club cricket that doesn't have independent umpires, they never feel right, because very little gets given.
No. Well, of course, county, I mean, you know, obviously international players who play with DRS and things say obviously the games change with those umpires and what they give first time round and what they don't give, etc., especially spinners.
Yeah.
They feel hard done by the old timers, don't they, about, I've got so many more wickets, as Ul Hassan prepares to face, and he drives that one nicely through the offside. That might be the first boundary of the afternoon. He's just going to slow up on the practice pitches. Is it going to be hauled in? Ooh, that's a tight one, but I think he's just about got there. If we're playing a test match, they'd be checking that one as to see if he was touching the rope at the same time as the ball, but I think we're going to give him the benefit of the doubt, that bit of fielding out there. But another 3 taken by Glamorgan, and they move on to 9 without loss. Ul Hassan is on 8, Salter on 1.
Yeah, the fielders tend to get the benefit of the doubt, don't they, in these non-televised matches, because they've made an effort, and in most cases they probably really don't know what part of their anatomy was in or out of the rope.
Absolutely, as Shipley comes in again and bowls, and this time it's left again, well judged on length. I think that one from Salter this time lets it go over the top of the stumps, and Carter claims. Yeah. But yes, I mean, I think the Edgbaston Test match of 2005 probably spooked some people, in the sense of you've got to make sure that every run is fairly accrued. You never know, do you? And certainly fielders will make all sorts of efforts to stop 3 becoming 4. As Shipley comes in and bowls now, that's on leg side. They thought about a run as they tried to dab it down, but no, there's nothing doing from the other end. Ul Hassan told his partner to get back.
Of the Sussex side that played on Friday night, quite a few changes. Only Clark, Carter, Coles, Carvelis and Hudson Prentice, I make it. So just 5 of the Sussex troops that played in the T20.
Shipley continues the 5th ball of this 3rd over of the match, and again covering up forward defence, which he holds the pose for a long time there, Salter. Some strained yelps again from the Sussex slip cordon, but
surprisingly, I make it just 5 of the Glamorgan side as well, in the form of Salter, Northeast, Carlson, Cook, Van der Hoogten and McIlroy.
I think it is important that certain players do get rested and rotated as in it comes a big drive which he misses. That's the first sort of real alarm for Glamorgan as Salter tried the drive against Shipley, didn't get anything on it, tried a straight drive, Carter gathered, and that's the sort of shot you want to play at 2:15 or 2 or 3 o'clock this afternoon rather than 11 when the ball might still be doing a little bit.
Yes, it seemed to be a little bit of away movement there for Shipley, but possibly slightly too much to catch the edge of Salter's bat.
But as I was saying, yeah, I think it is important. You mentioned earlier the sort of the workload of these players. It is important that players get rest and rotation, and some are only used in red ball and white ball matches, just to really clear the mind, if anything.
In comes McAndrew, bowls, and Al Hassan flicks it away down towards fine leg. I think there was a shout of catch there, but it was absolutely nowhere near the fielder.
There's always a shout of catch, and you see those spinners that a spinner comes in and they drive it down the ground, and it's along the ground, and there's a shout of catch. Wicket keepers have this sort of inbuilt panic mode.
10 without loss.
They're an excitable bunch, wicket keepers, like little puppies sometimes.
As McAndrew is into bowl, and Salter pushing forward, hit on the pad. Doesn't look entirely at home at the moment, Andrew Salter. Needs a boundary maybe to get going. Yes, I spent 40 overs behind the stumps yesterday. I was absolute rubbish. I do apologise to any of my teammates who are listening. Caught one, probably should have caught a couple more. And if they'd been a pro wicket keeper on, they'd probably have caught about 6, but there we are. Don't find many pro wicket keepers in Division 11. McAndrew in over the wicket to Salter, who leaves. Through it goes to Carter.
Seems to be more of a probing line and length from McAndrew at the moment than Shipley, and it's just important, as you said, for Salter just to get through these initial stages, and while the ball is still new, you gotta win the right to then play your shots later, haven't you?
Yeah, he was used as an emergency opener last year, battled away without making any real impact. 43 and 48 against Durham, probably his best as yet, as that one is allowed to go through outside off stump.
Good carry to Carter off a length. I know Carter's not necessarily the biggest man in the world, but took it, I don't know what, shoulder height.
Distinctive figure, Ollie Carter, isn't he, with the shades and mullet?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
One of the many Sussex youngsters in this side.
Yeah, very young Sussex team. I know the story has been long written, hasn't it, over the last year, 18 months about the youth of this Sussex team. So I won't bore people again.
As Salter is beaten there, pushing forward, or did he take his bat inside? That's what he'd like us to believe, I think. But what he tries to convince the bowler of with the rehearsal of the shot.
It's like when they get hit on the pad and they sort of then do another shift forward of the leg to get their pad outside the line. The umpire thinks, oh yeah, that's where it hits him, definitely.
Oh, absolutely, you've got to do it, haven't you?
The double movement.
Double movement of when you get hit on the pad. Either extra forward or get outside the line. 10 without loss. As McAndrew is into bowl. That's a nice drive from Salter. That might be the one he needs to get him underway, as it'll race away up towards the members area, away to our left. next to the cricket school, and Glamorgan are 14 without loss, having chosen to bat. Al Hassan is on 9, Salter is on 5, and we've had 4 overs of the day's play.
Yeah, it's one of those balls. It was there to be driven, but you would have been forgiven, wouldn't you, for Salter if he'd chosen just to let that go through and just sort of work his way in. But no, he had the gumption, if you like, to say no, that's drivable, and I'm going to drive it, and I'm not going to worry about any sort of little movement, late movement. It is you mentioned about the ball, obviously, and the vagaries of it, but it does look a pitch which you can trust. So we're going to see Shipley round the wicket to the left-handed Al Hassan, who's on 9 from 9 deliveries so far. He lets that one go well outside off stump, and Carter with the gloves for Sussex collects.
Not the prettiest of pictures, maybe, as video stream viewers will pick up. The greenness seems to be concentrated towards the one side of the pitch, further towards the pavilion, and it's rather arid down the other side, but hopefully that won't affect things too much.
Shipley is up to his mark. He's running in now. He's past the umpire and bowls, and this time a drive back to Shipley by Al Hassan, gathered in by the New Zealander.
But my commendations go to ground staff throughout the country who've been able to produce any sort of usable playing surface after the weather we've had, where it poured down for most of April and maybe the first weekend of May, and then someone switched the tap off.
And yesterday, I arrived in Cardiff yesterday. It was a absolutely glorious hot day, and we're expecting slightly cooler conditions, but still decent conditions for the first 2 days of this game. The weather might be a bit changeable though for days 3 and 4 as Shipley comes in now. He's up to the wicket, he bowls, and that's a bouncer to Al Hassan, which Al Hassan, it goes well over his head, but he didn't even really need to duck, so that was bordering on an overhead wide possibly.
Yeah,
but,
I thought so, but there we are. Umpire feeling generous early in the day. The umpires, by the way, Neil Bainton and Hassan Adnan for this game.
Yep, you're listening to County Championship Cricket on the BBC Sport website and app via BBC Radio Wales and BBC Radio Sussex. Good morning to you wherever you're listening to us, as Shipley now comes in and bowls to the left-handed Al Hassan. It's down the leg side, claimed by the tumbling Carter. Glamorgan 14 without loss. We are in the 5th over. Shipley opened up, and he's gone for 6 runs in his first 16 deliveries.
Yeah, if you want to contact us via the medium of Twitter, I'm Nick Webb 2017 2017.
Shipley turns, he's running in now, he's up to the wicket now, and he bowls, and just on the back foot defensively from Al Hassan, pushing it out into the offside.
Are you using your personal Twitter or the station one, or?
You can get in touch via BBC Sussex Sport on the Twitter feed there. So yeah, any sort of messages you want, it's at BBC Sussex Sport on there. I can tell you that in the women's Test match, England have taken their first wicket of the Australia's second innings. I'm going to see Shipley now coming into bowl. He's up to the wicket now, and he bowls, and this one is struck on the pad. They like this one, and he's given him. So Sussex make the breakthrough. Henry Shipley gets Al Hassan out LBW, and I did say that you know when it feels good, because this time, after a few strained appeals earlier in the day, this time Henry Shipley really liked that one. He's been caught on the back leg, Al Hassan. It was going on to hit off stump, I think, and the umpire has triggered the finger. It looks dead, to be honest with you, from behind the wicket as well. So Al Hassan goes. Sussex have their first breakthrough. Glamorgan are 14 for 1.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be any complaints about that particular decision. Struck on the line of off stump, and would probably have gone on to strike middle and off, maybe, or middle, as Al Hassan goes in single figures for the first time in his first-class career. His other scores have all been over 20. So he'll be disappointed with that. And Tom Bevan will be delighted to be back in the side, having played just one previous championship match, which was in September last year. A late deputy for Shubman Gill, and got 48 on that occasion against Derbyshire.
That was the last ball of the over, wasn't it, I think?
Yeah.
Yes, so McAndrew will take the cherry, and I've just got an emergency evacuation of a wasp in the commentary box.
Oh dear, it's playing up a bit.
Scorecards can come in handy for so many things.
Yeah, there we are.
He's
Got
out.
him. Got him.
He's gone.
No harm has been done to any wasp in the making of this broadcast.
Was yes.
If he'd hang around, I'd have whacked him with the wisdom. Other cricket publications are available, but that's the heaviest
I was
one.
going to say that was heavy. Oh dear, we don't want any complaints from the Wasp Protection League or whoever might.
No, wasps off, enjoying the fresh air. 14 for 1 then. Glamorgan, as Tom Bevan will be at the non-striker's end, and McAndrew to bowl to Salter, and that's a fairly poor bouncer down leg side, and Salter ignored it.
Lucky not to be given that as a wide, possibly, but
it's not the way to use a new ball, but McAndrew, I'm sure, is aware of that.
yeah, it's one of those ones, isn't it? Particularly on a pitch in June, I reckon you've definitely got to give the batsman, can't let the batsman settle on a line and length. It's all well and good having a probing line, but once they get settled into here, you've got to drop the odd one in.
McAndrew into bowl, Salter forward, pushing on the offside. Tom Bevan must be one of the few people, if not the only person in the country, who's chosen to wear a 13 shirt.
Yes, a lot of football teams, of course, ignore the number 13 these days. Would, of course, in the sort of the 1 to 16 days, it would have been a spare goalkeeper or substitute goalkeeper's number.
43 is McAndrew. He's running away from us at the Cathedral Road end to bowl to Salter, who's hit on the pad as he works it down leg side. Salter sent off for a single, which is possibly there, but Bevan didn't want to risk it, and it's collected by wicketkeeper Carter. 14 for 1.
I think that's the other purpose, of course, of the appeal for something that goes down the leg side, is that you end up causing some confusion in the middle, and you can stop a run like that sometimes.
Distracts the batsman.
It does a little, and the batsman then looks at the umpire because they want to know if it's being given out or not. So
cricket tricks, the same at all levels of the game. McAndrew into Salter, outside off stump. Salter ostentatiously shoulders arm. So Glamorgan, for once, only was the one overseas player in this match, after something of an ever-changing roster this season. Labuschagne, Nisa and Ingram were signed at the start of the season, and since then we've seen Hatzoglu, the leg spinner, Fletcher, the keeper batter who wasn't used to keep, and Swepson, the leg spinner, who we'll see in action subsequently now, as that's flicked something on the way through down the leg side. It was the pad of Andrew Salter. It has raced away for 4 leg byes, and Glamorgan move on to 18 for 1, but Salter remains on 5.
yeah, very fine, wasn't it? And it's sort of just out of the reach of the dive of the wicketkeeper, but certainly so fine that it was never going to be retrieved by anybody fielding at fine leg. Attacking field, Sussex have, as you might imagine, first day of a championship match, 3 slips, a gully. We got mid off, mid on, mid wicket, fairly standard, and then extra cover. Mid off slightly wider than mid on, or mid on slightly straighter than mid off, whichever way you want to look at it.
McAndrew bowls, and Salter looking to play towards mid-off. Ball ends up off a thick inside part of the bat at mid-wicket, so it's a maiden over, but 4 leg byes came off it. 18 for 1 after 6 at Glamorgan.
Yep, so certainly Sussex will be happy enough with their first 25 minutes work. Getting the wicket. Naval Hassan, as you've said, has failed really in that low scoring bracket for the first time in his career, just trapped on the crease. LBW, good ball cutting in at him, which most deliveries have been moving away from the batsman. That one came back in a little, and an early breakthrough for Shipley, who took the wicket with, of course, his last delivery. So we'll see how he goes with this one up against Bevan. I'll be making my way out in a few minutes at the end of this over to provide BBC Radio Sussex listeners with an update as Shipley comes in now and bowls to Bevan. That's short, and Bevan tucks it round the corner, but it's straight to the man fielding at square leg, so which is Dan Ibrahim. Mid-wicket, he comes round short. And no run. 18 for 1 Glamorgan. Sussex put into the field. Morgan winning the toss, choosing to bat. Sussex trying to make inroads. Glamorgan trying to set themselves up for a decent total come the end of the day as Shipley comes in and bowls. This one is, again, short of a length, let through though this time, through to the wicket-keeper Carter.
Yeah, Tom Bevan might have been in the first team for some of the T20 had it not been for a shoulder injury, which he suffered the week before that particular tournament started. Tried to make a comeback for the second 11, but was basically unable to throw, as I'm led to believe. So while he could bat, he would have been a passenger in the field. So let's hope he's better.
Shipley now, he's up to the wicket and bowls. And this one, a bigger shout for LBW again. And the umpire's given it. So Bevan falls for a duck. Shipley strikes twice in the first half an hour for Sussex. Again, a really vociferous appeal. And Sussex strike twice in the first half an hour at Sophia Gardens. And Henry Shipley is doing the damage to the New Zealander twice now, getting LBW calls his way, and that looked fairly dead. Height may have been the only question, I think, but the umpire has sent Bevan on his way, and Glamorgan are 18 for 2.
Yeah, again, Bevan looked as though he might have been expecting the finger of doom, the digit of doom then from the umpire as he marches off, going without scoring in only his second first-class innings as Sussex's players gather for a little beverage. It's probably quite warm work out there, even though the temperatures are slightly down on the last few days, and Bevan a dejected figure on the long trudge back, which is a long trudge with the wicket towards the grandstand side of Sophia Gardens this morning.
It's taking 2 steps up the stairs each time. It might be an opportune moment while the players take drinks for me to pass over to the legend that is Edward Bevan. And with Glamorgan 18 for 2.
Thank you very much indeed, Andrew. So Andrew will be back at 12 o'clock or thereabouts as Sam Northeast will come to the wicket. Northeast with 250 runs in the first half of the championship season. An average of 22.7. He started very slowly, has picked up a bit. 49 and 66 up at Yorkshire in game 4. 60 in the first innings at Durham, though he fell without scoring in the second. 18 for 2 then, Glamorgan. We need a bit of experience. We haven't got a Bevan at the wicket, but we've got a Bevan at the microphone. Good morning, Edward.
Good morning, Nick, and good morning, everyone, and my friends down in Sussex. Good start with the visitors here. And it's not a bad morning to bowl, is it? I think, well, I've just looked at the scores, and every captain decided to bat this morning throughout the country. And there is a bit of help for swing. It's rather oppressive, plenty of cloud cover, and Shipley, tall young man, comes right over the top, has bowled well in his first 3.5 overs, and it's a test now for all the rest of the Glamorgan's batsmen to try and overcome this poor start.
Yeah, one more wicket by lunch, and Sussex will certainly be thankful of their morning's work. So Shipley halfway through this over, his fourth is in to bowl to northeast, who dabs it down into the offside, and there is no run. Northeast not really hitting the heights of last season, but as in the T20 as well, he's made a few runs, 40 odd on Friday night after struggling again early on, and he's too classy a player, you'd think, to be in the doldrums for too long.
Yeah, quite agree.
As Shipley, man from Canterbury, is into bowl, and that's clipped on the leg side by northeast, and there is no run. Born in Canterbury, has played 13 various limited overs internationals and T20s for New Zealand. Hasn't played in the test level, but on this opening evidence looks quite a useful acquisition for Sussex as they shuffle their overseas round in the same way as Glamorgan are. 18 for 2 as Shipley's into Bolton northeast, who drives through the vacant mid-off. Is that going to reach the ropes? It's fairly leisurely chased as the ball slows up. No, Haynes is after it. Well, the ball eventually flops over the ropes, and you get a feeling in a T20 match that would have been a desperate dash for the fielders, the boundary there. They seem to rather Haynes seemed to write it off early on and probably hoped that it would go over the ropes then, otherwise he'd have been left looking rather silly. 22 for 2 as Sam Northeast gets off the mark with a boundary.
Yeah, it's a good start then for Shipley and Sussex. Just looking back, and I probably mentioned it, there's 3 changes from the Glamorgan side and 4 in the Sussex side. No Pajara, and he's been left out of the Indies. That's a good squad.
Yeah, quite. I mean, I know he's senior in years, but
Accumulated, isn't he?
having been picked for the World Test match against Australia, just to be left out after one.
Here's McAndrew from this end, then comes in and bowls to Salter. Salter drives pleasantly past mid-on, and that is going to run away for 4, because I can see the ball, unlike us in the last over when it was the far end, but a nice measured on drive from Andrew Salter, lent into it. And Salter, I thought, played extremely well up at Durham, where he and Hussain put on 88 and nearly 50 in the first innings, which is excellent work, really, considering that they're not used to the job, and they're middle order, even late order batsmen. And Salter now has moved on to 9. Glamorgan 26 for 2, 3 slips and a gully at the close fielders. A short leg is in too for the short delivery as Salter waits. Now McAndrew is on his way and bowls, and it's left. Gasp from behind the wicket. The wicket-keeper moved 2 yards, and it was still a gasp. Talking about wicket-keepers, you play yesterday, Nick?
Yes.
Come on, yes or no?
Yes, I played. I was rubbish.
Your first game of the season, was it?
Second. I had a bad day behind the stumps, and we lost by 2 runs.
Oh. You can blame yourself.
I was certainly one of those
I'll end this
responsible.
conversation, I think.
Yeah. I'll tell you about it off air.
McAndrew is in. Bowls short. Pulled away. Fine. 4 runs. What was it gone for 6? No, 4. Very short indeed, and got up on him, and he played it well. He played it down, and it ran away down to fine leg for 4. 2 successive boundaries then for Andrew Salter. Glamorgan move on to 30 for 2. And Salter moves into double figures. He moves on to 13.
I think I would have been looking at the replay of that. It might have been rather more uncontrolled than we thought initially, because it's actually gone behind first slip. It's ended up.
It's the far end, so I didn't see the ball, but it might have got a top edge. But
I think it was top edge, yeah. It wasn't anything chance. And on the video stream, you can probably see the marks on the outfield, which have got some sort of parched brown crosses in parts of the outfield, and
not surprising
after the weather.
Let it carry on. 3 slips in the gully, then a cover in the mid-off on the offside, no third man. And McAndrew gives the ball a good polish on his flannels as he comes in. And bowls to the right-handed Salter, who comes right forward. That's a better delivery. Pushed into the covers, and there's no run. A short leg on the onside, a man down on the fine leg boundary. He's not very fine, he's more square, as they tend to be. When there is a third man, he appears to be very, very square these days in most games. There's also a mid-on. Not a breath of air here. Very, very warm. Here's McAndrew, right arm, brisk medium pace, bowls, brings Salter forward, pushes it away on the offside, and there's no run.
Good morning to Steve West, who's contacted us on Twitter, and Edward Hall, this query about the specialist leg spin bowler. You probably have more memory of this than I have. He suggests that has there been anyone since Robin Hobbs who has been picked, mainly as a bowler who's a leg spinner?
Yeah, Ian Salisbury.
No, for Glamorgan.
My word.
In the last 40 years since Hobbs.
In he comes again. Yeah, well, you can say Hobbs played all his cricket for England when he was with Essex rather than Glamorgan. But no, I can't remember a leggy coming in and...
we've had the likes of Labuschagne and Ingram, who are primarily picked as batters and bowled some leg spin as a sort of part-time trade, but can't think of any homegrown leg spinners in South Wales in the last 40 years.
Well, unfortunately, we don't seem to have any homegrown players full stop in the Glamorgan side. Who we got in this game? Carlson, Salter, Tom Bevan. Well, that's... There's an addition, of course, and I think...
And Harris, and I think we can just... McIlroy declares himself to be Welsh.
Does he? Well, if he declares himself, he is Welsh.
Born in Hereford, but brought up mostly in mid-Wales. As that is played nicely through the offside by North East, meeting it on the top of the bounce, playing it down through the covers, and that's raced away for 4. Glamorgan moving on to 34 for 2, and North East on to 8.
Yeah, so 2 boundaries. That was a lovely shot, as you say, on the top of the bounce, head over the ball, sped through the covers. And our good friends down at Sussex, I've seen the weather forecast, could be up in the 30s today.
Oof. Mr. Cotty will be selling a lot of ice cream.
He will indeed. He's got 4 people, he tells me now, working with him.
Tony Cotty, the former Glamorgan and Sussex player, who's been our guest on a few commentaries, as North East comes forward defending to mid-on. Nice to have James Harris's company for a few, but of course for the red ball stuff he's back in the team and will be hoping he doesn't have to bat or bowl today, but if his teammates are doing well. But 2 down already, 34 for 2.
You would say really 2 inexperienced championship players, Ul Hussain and Tom Bevan. You give them time.
As that's bowled by Shipley and defended by North East. Slightly front on action.
I think I don't know about you, but has he just slowed down a little in this, or what is it?
Yes, I thought the last couple of balls have been not quite the same vim and vigour as he started off with, but he's got 2 wickets, so we're not questioning him too much.
It just appeared to me that perhaps keeper probably all he can't to get one above his ears now.
Shipley in, bowls, and that's left outside off stump by North East. Very front on action. It's all in the arm, isn't it, rather than the body, the classical style. But whatever works for you. And
he's played for his country.
He has, and he's won LBW decisions to get rid of Ul Hassan and Bevan this morning. Give you the rest of the Glamorgan lineup after this delivery, in case you're joining us late here on BBC Sport Online. Shipley bowls, and North East plays it down into the ground, bounces up to point. There's no run. Kieran Carlson, the acting captain, is due in next, followed by Billy Root and Chris Cook in either order. Tim van der Hoogten, James Harris, Mitch Schwepson and Jamie McIlroy is my best estimate of the batting order. Schwepson seems to be something of a tail ender, as Shipley is in to bowl and North East is driving this one back to the bowler, who stoops to field in his follow through. There's no run. It's just the boundary off the first ball in that over, and Glamorgan 34 for 2.
Went out to the other swan for the toss, and I noticed there's indeed, you can see from here, there's a little bit of greenery about, isn't there? It'll probably disappear if we have. Well, I think we're going to have this hot weather for the next few days.
Well, there's talk of a bit of drizzle around and showers on days 3 and 4, unfortunately. So we might get some interruptions there, but the game might be well advanced by then. Who knows?
As they seem to have changed that forecast in the last couple of days. McAndrew to continue at this end, and he will have the same field as he's had from the start. I suspect if there isn't a wicket in this over, one of the seamers might just be given a rest. Probably Shipley would like to carry on after taking 2. McAndrew hasn't any success as yet, and he will be bowling at Andrew Salter, who is undefeated on 13. McAndrew, who played in the recent well, he did play quite a few one-day games. He's in now and bowls, and this is played down to short leg quite safely by Salter.
Yeah, Sussex have had the players coming in and out. Of course, Steve Smith was parachuted in for a few matches, and now Pujara left for the one Indian match and is expected back for the one-day cup apparently in August, which is interesting to see that Sussex are having such an experienced player in their ranks to guide the youngsters around in that competition.
How many Glamorgan had now? 4? Obviously, I lost count. McAndrew bowls, and that's not a great shot by Salter. He tries to drive, but his left foot really didn't quite get to the pitch of the ball, and gasps again from the keeper and slips.
It's now 6 for the season, Edward, with Labuschagne, Neser and Ingram, who we knew were signed at the start of the season. Right. There's been Hatzoglu, the leg spinner, Fletcher, the batter wicket keeper who didn't keep wicket, and now Swepson, another leg spinner. Perhaps it's a bog off, buy one get one free from Australia.
Amazing. McAndrew bowls and turns him round, Salter. That's a better over here from McAndrew.
I can't imagine that Swepson's approach to the wicket will be as entertaining as Hatzoglu. I've never seen anything like that with the amount of times he tosses the ball from one end to another. And
he predominantly was bowling googlies.
And fairly flat and fast for a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Did reasonably well for Glamorgan in the T20, but a seamer might have been a better buy.
Might be better now, but we shall see. McAndrew bowls very flamboyant and push forward. Very stylish there from Andrew Salter. Plays it into the covers. Did you bat yesterday?
Briefly.
Sorry about that. Nothing but disappointment from a man at the left.
Yes.
Very hot it was yesterday.
It was. Well done to Panteg and Monkswood, that's all I can say.
I went to watch a club match, Davin and Clydach, just down the road. Enjoyable. Davin won. I saw Swan, a very, very quick young bowler. In comes McAndrew. Oh, that turns him around completely. Appeal for LBW. I think he was just going out. Well, he was just outside line. Salter in a spot of bother here against McAndrew. Now, whether he has just pulled his pace down and is getting a bit of swing, this ball certainly is moving around there. And these two are bowled particularly well. And Salter now, after some nice shots, 2 nice boundaries, one through the offside, one through mid-on, become becalmed and is struggling rather. Last ball of the over. There's McAndrew running away from us. In. Bows Salter. Salter is forward. This one gets it in the middle of the bat. Well ball, McAndrew. End of the over. Glamorgan electing to bat a 34 for 2. They've lost Ul Hussain for 9. And Tom Bevan with outscoring. Salter is on 13. Northeast on 8.
Yeah, looking at the forecast, actually the BBC forecast had it raining on Tuesday. The Met Office forecast doesn't. And looks as though there'll be a bit of light rain around on Wednesday, according to the Met Office, but not the
BBC
sort
says
of
no.
not the sort of
Computer says no.
not sort of the sort of forecast that's going to wipe out play for the day. So should be enough to get a positive result if
Both
if the match
sides
goes
need it,
that
don't
way.
they?
Well, yes, 1 win and 6 draws apiece. Sussex 10 points ahead of Glamorgan on bonus points. Shipley is going to continue into a 6th over, 2 for 14 next to his name on the board, and North East gets a short ball that he pulls round and plays it well down to the square leg boundary. Asked Sam North East briefly about the Kookaburra ball. We had a very quick chat with him on Friday night, and he said it seems lighter, he said, than the Duke's ball that they usually play with.
No doubt you've told our viewers and listeners, we don't miss a thing, that they are changing, they're playing the different ball today.
Yes, James Harris said there'd probably be only life in it for the first 10 overs, and then the shine goes off it, and then you have to try and work to get reverse swing after that.
Perhaps that's the reason Glamorgan have signed a leg spinner. No good for the quickies.
It could be, and maybe this pitch is expected to turn a little, but it doesn't often here, as North East is flirting with disaster there outside off stump as he pushed forward and is beaten by Shipley. Good spell this from the New Zealander.
Yes, it's 2 for 18, and North East just dealing in boundaries here. 3 boundaries, not out 12.
So Glamorgan need a bit of stability after those 2 early wickets falling in the 5th and 7th over. Sussex maintaining the 3 slips and a gully as Shipley runs towards us in the sunshine and bowls to North East, and that's going away outside off stump and through to Carter.
Mr. Adrian Arms is not with us today.
Adrian Harms is not with us. Mr. Andrew Rayburn is the BBC Sussex representative on Earth.
He's having a few days off.
Mr. Harms is raving it up somewhere in a field in Somerset.
He is in Glastonbury. I could not believe it. He's regaining his youth.
We shall get tales of Glasgow from him, no doubt, on day 3. As that is played nicely through the gully area by North East. He'll pick up a couple of runs at least. They may turn and come back for a third as 3 Sussex fielders pursue it. And the throw comes in rather scruffily to Ollie Carter, who has to scoop it up, but certainly enthusiasm from Sussex as 3 men chased it down to the boundary, and there's 1 slid. There were 2 in attendance to take the flick back. 41 for 2. North East gets some runs that are not a boundary, 3 of them. So 4 scoring shots for his 15. Salter on 13 not out off 33 deliveries, and defending that one on the leg side, and keeper Carter has his arms up in the air. Oh, almost got through, apart from it didn't. 41 for 2 in the Cardiff sunshine. A modest crowd. Somewhat thought there might be a few more here after the diehards who support Championship cricket had several weeks without it.
Gone to Matins first, you see, Nick, in Wales. I've gone to Chapel.
41 for 2. Salter drives straight to mid-off. No run. 41 for 2. 7 off the Shipley over. He's bowled 6 overs, 2 for 21. McAndrew 5 overs, 0 for 16.
Strongish batting order for Glamorgan. We've got North East, then we've got Carlson, who's absolutely banging form. I think he's the leading scorer in Division 2. Billy Root has also got 100 this year. And Chris Cook is in fine form. And all of us had Tim Mandigood can call himself an all-rounder.
He's moving towards that, isn't he?
He's got runs in the one-day championship, and in the one-day competition, the Blast, and he also got runs up at Durham. And it's good to see him developing into a very useful batsman now, and someone who really wants to succeed.
Yeah, he's certainly keen on developing his batting.
Yeah. Well, McAndrew is continuing, and he is about to start his 6th over. Shipley has bowled his 6th as McAndrew bowls and brings Northeast, who gets his first sight of him, brings him forward and pushes it away. Still the attacking field.
Australia women still developing their lead over England. They're 116 for 1. Lead of 126. Kate Cross, the only wicket taker so far. Phoebe Litchfield bowled for 46. Beth Mooney is 53 not out. And that's a Trent
Good
Bridge.
pitch there. I watched Tammy Beaumont play yesterday. I'll tell you a little story about that. Nathan McAndrew then steadies himself now and runs away from us. Over the wicket, bowls. It's a nice looking shot off his legs there by Northeast, up towards the mid-wicket boundary. Has it got the legs to get there? No, it hasn't. It's picked up, and they settle for 2, which takes Northeast up to 17, and Glamorgan moving on now, recovering slowly from losing 2 early wickets. They recover now, and they've moved on to 43 for 2.
Yeah, seemed to be a couple of early wickets in most games in the first division, not quite so much in the second.
So Essex lost the first wicket, but it wasn't the night of the realm. I think it was that very attacking player, Mr. Shusi.
Cushy. No, Cook's gone as well, so Sir Alistair's out.
There's McAndrew in, bowls to Northeast. Northeast fiddles with that, and this is a quarter of the wicket. Good low catch, turned him round. A 3rd wicket then for Sussex, and Glamorgan, yeah, spot of bother at 43 for 3. And Northeast, who looked in pretty good luck, has gone for 17. And well, I was going to say the put in justified by Glamorgan did really want to bat on this.
Yeah, well, Northeast
fiddled with that, didn't he?
Yeah, Northeast looked pretty solid until that particularly delivery, where he just didn't get quite far enough forward to it. Might have been able to leave it, but just played slightly inside the line, and a definite nick through to Carter. So Sussex gather to celebrate once more at 43 for 3, and that after Glamorgan had chosen to bat, and Sussex who get the first bonus point of the game
within the first hour.
Indeed. Give you a couple of other Division 2 scores while we await skipper Kieran Carlson. At Grace Road, Durham are cracking on 75 for 0 in the 13th over. Leeson Jones for Durham. Leicestershire in trouble this week with news of the departure of 3 of their experienced players, and the coach Paul Nixon on his way out the door as well.
Well, they're having the best championship season just because they're losing some in the some games in the T20 blast. They put Paul Nixon and Garden in leave. Upheaval.
And Wright, Ackerman and Parkinson all departing at the end of the season. I think they're all playing today. At Worcestershire 60 for 0 in 13 overs against Derbyshire. And at where are Yorkshire playing? They're at Headingley. Yorkshire 70 for 2 in the 13th over against Gloucestershire. Bean 31 not out. Milan 21 not out. 2 wickets early on to Matt Taylor for the Gloucesters. 43 for 3. Glamorgan in a bit of a mess.
And brings the captain, Kieran Carlson, to the crease. And well, he's played some lovely innings this season. Got 4 championship hundreds. Glamorgan need him now to try and rescue them from this rather precarious position of 43 for 3. McAndrew and Shipley, the 2 overseas bowlers, doing the damage here. So McAndrew to Carlson, and he comes and bowls the first ball, and that's clipped off his legs down to fine leg, and Carlson on the off the mark, first ball, and gets a single as the sun disappears behind these clouds for just a moment.
Yeah, I think players would probably prefer it to stay there because it's pretty warm this weekend with when the sun does appear.
McAndrew walks back rather slowly to his mark. You can blame him in this heat as he comes in now to Salter. Salter's still there and he plays forward back down the pitch.
Yeah, 3 wickets in the first hour. It's already Sussex's morning session, you've got to say, after Glamorgan chose to bat first, and we'll see if conditions get any easier with this Kookaburra ball that's being used as an experimental basis for this round and the next round of championship games.
Well, they've got Carvelis and Hudson Prentice to come on after these two, so they're bound to stick with seam, as the ball is just jagging about a little bit. As in comes McAndrew, bowls and hits that in the middle of the bat to extra cover, and a huge roar. That is a good over, nevertheless. Just the single and a wicket off it. And Glamorgan now have to regroup somehow. They're 44 for 3 against some very accurate bowling from the Sussex opening bowlers. And we're going to have a change, I think, are we?
The first change of the day. Tom Haynes is wandering towards the... Is it going to be Haynes' first change? No. Hudson Prentice is the man who's taken his cap off. Haynes is just polishing away at mid-off. So Hudson Prentice, Carvelis, plenty of bowling options for the visitors with Ibrahim in the ranks and Tom Haynes as well as
Jack Carson.
Backup spinners and Carson, the young Irish offie, and also James Coles with his slow left arm. So 8 credible bowling options, you have to say, in the Sussex side, as both these teams look for their first win of the season. So Hudson Prentice, tall figure, orange flashes on his boots and distinctive hair, and bowls to Carlson, who plays on the leg side, and there is no run. So he too has 3 slips and a gully, and he's bowling from the River Taff end. But Sussex's morning so far, despite having lost the toss, captained by Alsop, as that is played back to the bowler by Carlson, and there is no run. Hudson Prentice this season has 17 wickets at the respectable average of 33.5, and this is the 8th game out of 8 that he's playing in. The man back from Derbyshire for a second spell with Sussex. And he comes again and bowls to Carlson, who runs it into the gully, and there is no run. So of this attack, Carvelis has 17 wickets, but this is only his 4th match, so he's going well. McAndrew, I'm not quite sure how quickly this is updated. 19 wickets, Crocombe 14, but it was Shipley who struck twice up top. Yeah, this is actually updating live, so he's now got 5 wickets. Shipley, 3 in his first game. Hudson Prentice into bowl. Carlson squared up slightly, plays to mid-on, and there's no run.
Yes, accurate bowling from the seamers this morning. I suspect that if Sussex had won the toss, they would have batted first in these conditions, because they've got a strong batting side, and despite the absence, of course, of Pujara, somebody called Smith from Australia, and others.
Ali Orr, the opener, out injured.
Yeah.
Next ball from Hudson Prentice is allowed to go through by Carlson outside the off stump.
Yeah, the last time he played against Sussex, he got 192, which probably put the kiss of death in him. But, he's played well in all sorts of all forms of cricket, pressed into an opener in Glamorgan's dismal end to the last season.
Yeah, it's been disappointing after winning 4 out of the first 5 to only have 1 out of the next 7 is a real sharp decline. As Carlson defends, the bowler had fallen over by the time the ball got back to him, but looks as though he's all right. Picks himself up, dusts himself down. Maiden to start with by Finn Hudson-Prentice. And for the next half hour or so, Edward Bevan will be accompanied by Andrew Rayburn.
Yes, good opening spell there. I think we're going to have a change at the Cathedral Road end. Or is McAndrew? No, McAndrew says, give me another one. Quite understandable. So he will continue. He will start his 7th over. 1 for 17. And a very good morning to Andrew, who just been given the news to his faithful followers in Sussex. The good news for Sussex this morning, as McAndrew will continue with this attacking field, and he's bowling at Andrew Salter, who's been there since the start. He's on 13. He comes in and bowls to him. Salter gets right forward and plays it into the covers. There is no run.
Yes, a very good morning to, well, afternoon now it is, isn't it? It ticks past 12 o'clock.
2 minutes, yes.
Yes, so good afternoon, Ed, and good afternoon to everybody, wherever you're listening to us. Good start for Sussex in the first hour. As Nick said, it was Sussex's first hour, but Glamorgan will be hoping to at least have less damage or no damage until lunch now.
In comes McAndrew and bowled a bouncer which swung or bounced the other way after it had landed. Carter was going down the leg side and he had a change and took in front of first slip. So movement still here for the seamers.
Yeah, have you noticed anything particularly different with this ball?
Well, it seems to be jagging about a bit, but you'd expect that in the first hour of with any ball, kookaburra or whatever. But here's McAndrew, comes over the wicket again and bowls, brings Salter forward, plays it into the gully. It's really you could ask the bowlers or the batsmen of either side, and it's always an interesting question to ask them when they have this red ball. They change it and try this, that and the other. Nick was just saying now that James Harrod says it does go a bit in the first hour, but after that it appears to just lose its shine. It's much more difficult to get the in swing or the reverse swing as McAndrew bowls. Again, that's a good delivery and it's pushed back down. Andrew getting into the groove now and bowling this very good length, and both of them extremely good bowling, this good seam bowling this morning.
It's been a long old spell for McAndrew up front, hasn't it?
It is, yeah, in this heat, but he's used to it.
Of course.
He's from Australia.
You might imagine that will be his last, but you never know.
I said that 2 overs ago. 44 for 3, Glamorgan, struggling. As in comes McAndrew and bowls, and a defensive response there from Andrew Salter, pushes it up onto the onside. There's no runs off this over so far. And what have we got left? 1 ball left.
I suppose it can be difficult for a captain, can't it, if the bowler feels in a good rhythm and he feels fit and raring to go, to actually take the ball out of his hands sometimes can be difficult.
Give me another one, Skip.
Exactly.
Just the one. Last ball of the over, and it's McAndrew bowling, running away from us, comes in now and bowls, and that rather turns Salter just a little, but he did meet in the middle of the bat. End of the over, Glamorgan 44 for 3. Carlson is on 1, and Salter, who's been there from the start of the innings, is not out 13.
Yeah, and from 43 deliveries as well, which is the sort of, sign of a man who wants to dig in and make sure that he doesn't. He wants to be there at lunch, and he'll want to be there at tea as well, and to try and really lay a foundation up top for Glamorgan, who were rocked, of course, by those 3 wickets which fell sort of in the first 45-50 minutes of the day's play. And we're going to see Finn Hudson-Prentice, who bowled a maiden over in his first over, come on, and he's going to bowl now to Carlson, who's on 1, and Carlson plays that out into the offside, into the covers. There's no run. Sharp fielding. Glamorgan 44 for 3, and North East, who had looked good actually for the 17, and then nicked one behind off of McAndrew, and it was Shipley that did the damage first up. Henry Shipley with a couple of LBWs in the first half hour of play.
See, Carvelos is winding at mid-on. Probably come on at this end.
In comes Hudson-Prentice now, and he bowls, and this time it's flicked up towards mid-on, but no run again. They thought about it this time, but again, sharp fielding. But it's easy, isn't it, to be sharp in the field when you've taken 3 wickets in the first hour. It'll be much harder later on at 4 o'clock if Glamorgan have made it to 250 odd for 3. But
yes, Sussex bowlers bowl really well here.
Finn Hudson-Prentice is bowling to 3 slips, no gully. There is a man at point as Hudson-Prentice comes in and bowls. That's a fuller one, and it's squeezed into the gully region, funnily enough, and they're going to get runs. They're going to get 2 of them to sort of be that sort of gully backward point region. Moves Carlson on to 3 and shifts Glamorgan to 46 for 3.
Yes, and to keep Glamorgan quiet, to keep Carlson quiet, you've got to bowl accurately, because any pounces on anything loose. And he's the sort of player, you look at the board when he's about 4, the next time you look he's 34.
Yeah, he's one of those.
He's a busy little player, and
absolutely.
a very good one at that.
And he's facing up now on 3 from 10 deliveries as Hudson-Prentice comes up to the wicket now. He bowls, and he's on the back foot playing that out into the offside. Carlson, no run.
Disappointment in both camps the other night when both of them went out of contention of anything they wanted to get to the quarter-finals of the T20 Blast, where Sussex won by 20 runs, but it was all academic. And you begin to wonder, well, what's the point of playing the last 2 games?
Sussex, of course, paying for a very bad start, and Glamorgan paying for a bad middle, if you like.
Yeah.
A few more people coming into the ground as this Sunday start continues, and Hudson-Prentice bowls, and that's left alone by Carlson.
I noticed there that the man at square leg by the umpire has moved back 30 yards. Well, he has been moved, but he didn't move back on his own. He's been pushed back, so you might expect a bouncer here, something to tempt him and hook to mid off.
And the 3rd slip now appears to be wider, so sort of a 4th slip region now. Maybe even gully, 2 slips in a gully, and that is shorter. But it's dealt with by Carlson, no run. And at the end of that over, the 15th of the day bowled by Sussex, Glamorgan are 46 for 3. You're listening to live County Championship cricket on the BBC Sport website and the BBC Sport app, and on streaming via BBC Radio Wales and BBC Radio Sussex.
McAndrew bowled well, and he's bowled his 8 overs, 1 for 19. And we've got Carvelos coming on. He was winding in that past over at mid-on, and he is coming on to bowl at this end. I heard Nick commentating the other night on his nationality, and he got perfectly mixed up, so Nick will tell me quietly. Born in Greece?
No, born in South Africa, plays for Greece.
Oh, right. Born in South Africa, plays for Greece in some competition or other, and of course he plays for Sussex. No, that's a nice mixture, isn't it?
Isn't it just? And he's a very talented bowler, got all the raw materials, puts it in the right spot more often than not.
Well, here he is, and he's coming in now, and bowls the first ball to Salter, who drives. And has struck it firmly to mid-off. And the applause come in, I think, because he bowled a length ball, because I couldn't see any other reason why they applauded. 3 slips in a gully, a cover and a mid-off. And on the onside, a man down the long leg boundary, and it's a rather straightish square leg in the mid-on, very conventional opening bowler's field as Carvelis comes over the wicket, bowls. It's left by Salter outside the off stump. 46 for 3. Glamorgan won the toss and elected to bat on a very hot, if rather sultry morning here. And Glamorgan's batsmen would love to see the clouds just part. And Sussex's bowlers would say, no, stay as you are. It gives us swing and seam. Carvelis bowls, and that's driven nicely. Tumbling stop there at mid-off.
Tom Haynes doing the fielding. Yeah, Carvelis took 4 for 54 and 3 for 60 in his last match against Worcestershire in the last championship match. So match figures therefore, if my maths are right, of 7 for 114.
Yeah, accurate ball. I noticed that when he in that game down at Sussex. Mammoth scores we had down there. What did Glamorgan finish up? 700. Nice looking shot by Salter. There's a leg stump half volley. Just drifting away. He's clipped away for a single. Glamorgan creep their way to 47. Survival is the main theme here now for Glamorgan. Just play every ball on its merit. Don't try anything, because they've got to try and get out of this rather precarious position of 47 for 3. Carvelis will bowl his first ball at Carlson. He's in and bowls, and Carlson forward, plays it up into the covers. Oh, a very good bit of fielding there. One right between the fielder's legs, and well, the bowler won't be happy with that shoddy piece of fielding, because they've got 2 runs.
Yeah, Henry Shipley. The man out there, and of course, as a bowler, he'll feel a little bit
embarrassed.
Yes. You notice, don't you? James Anderson gives people looks when they drop things on this field, but then sometimes if he does it himself, there's this little awkward look of oops.
That was only tapped, just pushed it, and plus he's got a long way to come down. He's 6 for 4, 6 for 5. Carvelis is in, bowls again, and this is clipped away on the onside by Carlson, and it's a tumbling stop there at mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, and there's no run. 49 for 3, and that concludes another over.
Yep, so Glamorgan obviously will be wanting to get through without any further damage to lunch, but certainly, I mean, even when you win the toss and choose to put the opposition in, you always say, 3 or 4 wickets before lunch.
Oh, it's your morning.
Yeah, but when you've been put into the field, and Glamorgan have chosen to bat first, certainly Sussex will be delighted with the start they've made. They'll want to keep the pressure on, obviously, because you never know with this Kookaburra ball and this wicket, you don't know what it's going to be like until both sides have batted, of course. As Finn Hudson-Prentice comes in and bowls, and just a player miss there, I think, from Salter. And there was a couple of those early on in his innings. We are still very early on, but he looked a little nervous.
As I mentioned the other day, Andrew, that not the other day, this morning, he is a 7-8 batsman, and he's done it last year and he's done it this year. Just plug in the gap between the captain David Lloyd and Eddie Byram. The regular openers are both injured, and he, I think, has bravely come in. It's not easy against good county attacks, and he's doing his very best to try and impress.
He's digging in a trench at the moment as Finn Hudson-Prentice comes, and this time he drives and he's got it through the ring field. It's a half stop, so it will hold it up before the boundary. They've taken a couple of runs. It was a drive which wasn't quite middled, and it also was only half stopped. So it was a good expansive shot, good little bit of fielding to keep it down to 2. Glamorgan have passed 50 for the loss of 3 wickets. They're 51 for 3.
Interesting moves in the field. The third slip has come out. Initially he went on the drive on the onside, but now he's crossed over and has gone to an orthodox cover position.
In comes Hudson Prentice and bowls, and this one's been guided down between slips and gully, and that'll go for 4 down to the boundary.
Vacant third man boundary.
Yes,
And,
that's not a common fielding position these days, third man sometimes.
I got to say, Glamorgan always employed, and there are a few sides. I'm not going to go into my rant. People are bored of listening to that, but I just don't quite understand it. When you give them 3 runs away there.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm with you on that. I'm very old school on the third man fielding position.
If you're bowling to 3 slips and the ball's moving away, that's the way the ball is going, and if you misjudge, goes down there, there's 4 runs. There we are. What do I know?
Salter faces up against Hudson Prentice, and he covers up and defends away out into the offside. Yeah, and of course they always talk about, I mean, it is a long game, of course, 4-day cricket and test matches and things, but they always talk about a psychological victory for the bowler in those instances if you get a thick edge or whatever. But at the end of the day, the batsman's still there, and he's still added 4 more runs to the total. So, and in close matches, that can make a difference. But anyway,
it's not up to us.
it isn't. No, and Hudson Prentice coming in now and bowls. He's up to the wicket, and a drive from Salter, which is fielded at extra cover. No run.
The great Glenn McGrath, when he was in top form, which he invariably was most of his career, would do away with a fine leg, because he said, and always have a third man, he said, if you want a fine leg, that says you're drifting down the leg side, you're not bowling well, which is the best answer I think I've ever heard about somebody doing away or not having a third man.
Salter is on 20, and he's facing Hudson Prentice now, and Salter drives slightly uppishly, but it's to the man on the couple of bounces at mid-off, and there's no run. So at the end of that over, the 17th over, Glamorgan are 55 for 3, Salter is 20, and Carlson at the other end is 5 not out.
Yeah, 17 overs gone, so that's, what are they going at? Just 3s, which is about the average sort of start on the first day of a 4-day county match.
There was that burst of runs, wasn't there, just after the second wicket? There was some...
Yeah, North East got them off the mark with 3 boundaries. Carvelis is to continue. I wonder if he's told off Shipley for his sloppy fielding. Here he is, then passes umpire Neil Baton and bowls. That is a good-looking shot. It's 4 runs. Well, it wasn't.
Oh no,
it's well stopped in the end.
Who did that hit?
It hit the stump.
Ah, that's
well
fielded by the stumps.
Fielded leg stump. It's a lovely shot and on drive. I thought it had gone through. Everybody turned, but it hit the stump.
They'd all turned to look for a ball that wasn't there.
Yes, as we did. Carvelis turns and comes in at this leisurely pace and bowls again. And that's 4 runs. Is down there. No, it's only a single, but he knew nothing about that, did Kieran Carlson. He played back, got a thick inside edge, has a little word with Carvelis and a smile. I wouldn't be smiling if I was Carvelis, but he gets a fortuitous single as to see if this is going to be replayed. No. Jacked back a lot.
It did, yes, and that is one of the benefits, I suppose, of the fine leg fielder that we were talking about just now.
Yeah. Carvelis to Salter, drives. Again, he hasn't been middling his drives. I think he's... You described in the last over that he'd hit it rather uppishly. I think he's perhaps a little bit afraid to go through with it and really have a go at it. It might just stay in the air for a while.
And of course, when you're 3 wickets down, you do feel that sort of even extra responsibility to make sure you're not doing anything silly.
Carvelis is in again and bowls, and on the back foot this time. Salter, who's playing a patient innings, he's 20 not out. Seen 3 batsmen go back to the pavilion. Hassan went for 9. Salter, as I say, is still there. Tom Bevan failed to score. 2 wickets for Shipley, and then McAndrew dismissed North East. Good delivery, which was nicked behind, caught by Carter. And North East went for 17, just as he was looking good. Carvelis in and bowls, and again Salter comes forward, and again he just pushes it away. Where it's fielded this time in the covers, no misfield there.
Just going back to the sort of the setting of field for a bowler to try and encourage them. I mean, that's the point they've made, I think, haven't they, with Ben Stokes and the way he's used Jack Leach, because often when Jack Leach would come on to bowl with to a left-hander, for example, Joe Root would have someone out at long on because he was often attacked in that region.
Yep. Carvelis bowls, and that's dab down to third slip. That's the end of another over. And Glamorgan are 56 for 3. Much work to be done by these two and the others to come. With Carlson on 6, Salter is on 20.
Yeah, and then Ben Stokes' captaincy, Jack Leach has been encouraged to bowl with fielders up. So, you know, why not take him on? And that's where you can sometimes induce the errors. But I think you're right that bowlers should, particularly early on in a 4-day or 5-day match, they should be bowling to fields to get batsmen out rather than to protect boundaries or whatever.
It's positive thinking, isn't it? Which is a phrase often used in other terms of life.
Absolutely, absolutely. And sometimes you get those rewards. Not always, but yeah. Fortune favours the brave, as it were, to use other cliches. As this time Hudson Prentice comes in and bowls, and that's been driven through the cover region by Carlson. It wasn't quite off the middle of the bat, so it won't go for 4. He'll pick up a couple and move him on to 8, and Glamorgan to 58 for 3.
Well, that phrase you used then, fortune favours the brave, it really does apply to Messrs McCullum and Stokes. Going in about the declaration and the field placing and everything like that, but that's the way they are going to play.
Yeah, I mean, the declaration, from my point of view, I didn't have a problem necessarily with it. It's very unusual, obviously. The bigger problem I had was the second innings, where a couple of batters, in particular Joe Root, Hudson Prentice comes in and bowls, covered up Carlson there, no run. Where obviously you're trying to set a target and a platform, and yes, there was rain about, but they weren't to know that it was going to come down to the last couple of overs. So, they were just playing the way they wanted to play. But I think they could have played a couple of more careful shots. You don't need to be, you can still follow this whole attacking outlook if you want to, but choose your moments wisely.
I couldn't believe it.
Carlson on 8. He's facing Hudson Prentice at the moment, and Hudson Prentice comes in and bowls short and played off the back foot into the offside, where scampering.
I question the wisdom, and I do hope I'm proved wrong, of picking Rayan Ahmed. If he does play, I cannot see him play at Lord's. There's always some life there. I suspect Mark Wood will come in. Rayan Ahmed, you don't know his figures this year. I shall tell you in a moment, dear. He played every game in the Championship for Leicester. Tell you after this ball.
Carlson up against Hudson Prentice. He comes in now and bowls that short down the leg side, and Carlson quite rightly has nothing to do with it whatsoever. Pulls away and says, no, there is no value in me even considering that. And for the number of batters who get caught down the leg side, I'm surprised they don't do that more often, get their bat out of the way.
Get it out of the way. Rayan Ahmed, who is a fine prospect, he's 18, he's taken 6 first-class wickets this year at 67.
Yeah, and I guess it's one of those, isn't it, where you see a bit of talent, and I think it's probably a bit of morale boost. I think you're right. I think Mark Wood will come in, and they may rely more on Joe Root as Hudson Prentice comes in and bowls, and a bit of fortune for Carlson there as he tried to play the ball into the leg side, and it was up in the air briefly, only very briefly. There's a short mid-wicket in, possibly for that very shot, and it fell just short of him.
Either the pitch is a little bit on the slow side, slower than perhaps we thought, but that goes back to what I said in the last over about Salter's checking his drives, and Carlson there didn't check, and that's the reason I think they've got a short mid-wicket and taking the third slip out.
As Hudson Prentice comes in and bowls, and Carlson has been behind that, defending into the offside. That's the end of that over. 58 for 3, Glamorgan, and end of the 19th. If you're keeping track, this partnership is worth 15. There's been 4 extras, and Sussex be pleased with how things are going. Glamorgan just looking to battle, dig a trench, get through to lunch, and then move on from there.
Got a shot of the crowd and lots of people dabbing the sun cream on. It's a very, very hot day, and we all know that if the sun goes, don't pull back. If the sun goes behind the clouds, it's coming through at you all the time. Very, very hot. And yeah, a few people enjoying 4-day cricket. As Carvelis starts another over, and he comes in to bowl to Salter, and Salter dabs it away, and there are runs down again to the vacant third man area. They cross for one, they come back for a second. I'm sure they could have scrambled a third there, but they're quite happy to get 2 runs. It takes the score up to 60 for 3, and Salter has done a good job here. He's on 22. And he's determined, looking determined, as if he wants to try and play an opener's role and stay there at least until lunch. Carvelis then in his third over. Nice easy action, nice approach, comes in, bowls, brings Carlson forward and plays it away up to short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yep, not the world's quickest, Harry Carvelis, but he's certainly he's got a very easy on the eye approach to the wicket, and then a little bit busier as he comes into the stumps. And I notice Nathan McAndrew is still doing some stretches to keep himself warm and active at mid-on.
Here's the next ball, and bowled him off stump, and that's the 4th wicket to fall as Salter departs for 22. Clean bowl there by whether he played it down the wrong line or whether in fact that it jagged around a bit, but this is good work by the seamers. Carvelis, yeah, I think it just came back, and he played inside. It went through the gate, and he walked rather disconsolately back to the pavilion. So this is a very good morning for Sussex. 64 for rather for Glamorgan. And Salter's gone for 22.
Yeah, it's not easy to say 64-4. Yeah. I like it when the score's on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's always my favourite score. Rather biggish drive from Salter proves his undoing there. Just did come back at him, and it's a 4th wicket for Sussex in the first hour and a half.
So it's Billy Root.
Is Billy Root.
Left-hander, of course, coming. He's played some good innings this season, but he'll really have to get his head down here. And this is rather a surprising scoreline after Glamorgan had elected to bat. It looks a good pitch. It perhaps is a little bit on the slow side, but the seamers have kept to that good length, good movement out of it, and they've profited, observing the virtue of bowling a good length and line on this pitch. 3 balls to go from this over. The captain has a word with Billy Root. Probably says, just keep concentrating on here because it's good bowling. After Billy Root, it'll be Chris Cook, and followed by Tim van der Gooten, and the 3 bowlers. So Glamorgan have lots of work to do here, as it will be an attacking field. 3 slips now, having dispensed with the slip for the last few overs. Carvelis then to bowl. First ball to Root, and Root comes down late on that and dabs it away in the offside.
Yeah, there was plenty of chat between. Obviously, there was time for them to have a discussion, but plenty of chat between Carvelis and Nathan McAndrew before that delivery, and certainly McAndrew was the one doing all the talking. So just whether that was about that particular ball, or or whether it's a tactic that they've got planned.
Yeah. It's not straightforward at all for the batsman, as in come Carvelis bowls to Root, who drives, but straight to mid-off, and there is no run. So Carvelis bowling a very accurate line here, and he has picked up his first wicket. There's 2 to Shipley and 1 to McAndrew. And a very grateful captain to his seamers.
Right, well, I've got to give an update to our BBC Radio Sussex listeners, so I shall depart for the moment. And yes, and Nick Webb will be back on the mic.
Get good length ball, which is pushed up to mid-off. Wicket maiden to Carvelis. And it's 60 for 4. Not a good morning at all. We did expect probably to have a useful score. It's a batting morning, but it hasn't proved, Nick Webb, to be anything like that. Nobody really getting in.
Yeah, I think Salt will be disappointed with that. Looking back on it, it was a bit of in swing, but there was a gap. It bowled through the gate. Shouldn't really be there, I'm afraid. As Hudson Prentice will come in towards us and bowl to Kieran Carlson on 8 not out. Slightly scratchy start from Carlson as he plays the first ball down to point, and there is no run.
You were making the point, I don't know if you're listening, Nick, that Salter was checking his drives. Billy Root popped one up, not far away from the man on the drive where he is now, which perhaps there is a little bit of slowness. It could be the ball, who knows? We'll have to talk to the players about that.
As in races Hudson Prentice again, bowl to Carlson, who works it away on the leg side, but it's well stopped at square leg, and it'll be just the single as Ibrahim, just next to the umpire, dives to his right, and then most of the field have to change round for the left-handed Billy Root, who is averaging 50 this season in first class, but has a few not outs to boost that average. He has one century to his credit. That was in the very first innings of the season. 117 not out against Gloucestershire. He made 45 and 35 in the last championship game at Durham. And he faces up to Hudson Prentice, and there's a appeal for LBW, but with the right arm over the wicket, the left-handed bat, it's going to have to straighten slightly, you would have thought, and it was just a howl rather than a sustained appeal from the Sussex fielders. 61 for 4 Glamorgan, having chosen to bat first. And Root is on the drive, but playing it back to the bowler, and there is no run. It's noticeable that the slips and the gully are quite a bit closer in for the change bowlers, as you might expect, I suppose.
But whether again it's the slowness, it's not coming straight to you.
Now we've had the one nick that was a regulation affair snapped up by Ollie Carter behind the stumps.
That was low down as well, wasn't it?
Hudson Prentice bowls, and Root gets one away past square leg. He'll pick up a couple of runs to get off the mark, as it's fielded by the man retreating from next to the umpire. 63 for 4 Glamorgan, having lost Ul Hassan for 9, Bevan for no score, North East for 17. Something of a surprise, because he hadn't it looked in good nick early in his innings.
He did, yeah.
Before nicking one to Carter. And then Salter bowled through the gate by Carvelis for 22. Roots looks to play down leg side. Carter has been struck by that one, I think, as he looked to take it on leg side. Where has that hit him? He's being helped to his feet.
I think it might have hit him on the boot.
It's just got round somehow. He's gone round the pad and struck him somewhere on the ankle or the Achilles, somewhere around there. Anyway, he's limping slightly, making his way up to the other end, because that is the end of the Hudson Prentice over. He's bowled 5 overs, 0 for 13. Glamorgan 63 for 4. Sussex remain in the ascendancy.
Worth reminding listeners and viewers that Glamorgan again without their regular opening pair of David Lloyd, the captain, and Eddie Byram. Byram, of course, down at Hove, was struck on the hip and hobbled off. Hasn't been seen since. Carvella starts in the over, bowls to Carlson, who drives nicely. wide of mid-on. It's a good stop, but eventually they get through for an easy single. Have we had any news about the progress of these two, Nick? You've been in...
Lloyd was hoping originally to make this match, but it's obviously drifted back until the next championship game, which is against Leicestershire in 2 weeks' time, roughly. Fortnight tomorrow, I think. Hamstring injury.
Here's Carvelis, comes in, bowls the left-handed route, who gets right forward and plays it up to mid-off. When he played against Worcester in that 10-wicket win, he and Byram knocked off the runs.
Yeah.
50-odd, I think they were chasing, walked off, and all of a sudden we've heard he's got a nasty hamstring injury, which has affected them, of course.
Yeah, it's affected the balance of the T20 side, Lloyd's absence, and all sorts of things, really.
Carvelis is in and bowls and brings his route forward, puts it in the middle of the bat, and just do this rest of this over. Then I'll go and see if the lunch is coming up. Sunday lunch.
Don't eat it all.
Still the cloud persists, helping the swing, I would have thought. As Carvelis in past umpire Baton on his way and bowls, and this time he draws batsman forward again and plays it gently up to mid-on. There's no run. Fancy Tom Haynes might do well on this pitch with his nagging little, just short of a length, not quick, medium, wobbles it about. Because there is something here, I think. As Carvelis gets through his overs very quickly. He's over the wicket again, bowled. Short, pulled away. That'll be 4. It's in front of square, yeah. He's not going to move. His Billy Root. Short ball. First bad ball we've seen from Carvelis. And pulled away for 4 runs to mid-wicket up to our left towards the pavilion. The boundary is well in from the pavilion today because they're playing near the large grandstand away to our right. 68 for 4, Glamorgan. First boundary for Root. And this will be the final ball of the over. But not before it gets a good polish there by the fielder at mid-on, who's been doing the polishing there. And also Carvelis bowls to Root, and Root comes forward, plays defensively into the over. Glamorgan, elected to bat are 80 for 4, and
68.
68.
Bit optimistic there.
It is, yes, 68. There is an 8 in there. And I will pass the commentary over to these two learned gentlemen.
Thank you very much indeed, Edward. So Andrew Rayburn of BBC Radio Sussex will rejoin us as we describe these remaining overs until the lunch interval. 22 minutes to go, and Sussex very much on top with 4 wickets in the first session after Glamorgan had chosen to bat. Hudson Prentice from the River Taff end bowls to Carlson, who's forward and plays back to the bowler. No run. 68 for 4. Andrew wrestling with the unfamiliar headphones.
Yes, so obviously it is a rebuilding job now for Carlson and Root. And we were talking, weren't we, on our first stint together, about the role, sort of the emergency, if you like, role that Andrew Salter was having to play.
As the next delivery is defended by Carlson to mid-on, and there's no run.
And he'd done his job largely quite well, and then just tried a drive at one that cut back in, and it's a shame really for him, because he was looking, apart from a few sort of uncertain shots, but he was digging in quite nicely.
He looked as though he'd battled through the early difficulties and was just finding himself, but then left a gap, a gate that you should not do as a batter. This is quite a quiet start from Carlson as things go, as he defends one on the leg side, so he's obviously determined to have a good look at the conditions before he tries anything too adventurous. It's quite often a attacks from the start, but he's now 10 off 29 deliveries. Run rate just above 3, but it's the 4 in the wickets column that is the key to today's events, really. Still a bit of high cloud, so that's poor ball down leg side, and well taken by Carter, diving to his left.
Do you think the talk? I mean, obviously, I know they've been using it and whatever, but first match, proper match with the Kookaburra ball. Do you think that will be the talk of the dressing room on both sides at lunchtime?
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be a bit of chat about that, given how little time they've had to prepare for red ball. The players are playing in both formats. All right, it's only 5 on each side, unusually today. Hudson Prentice steams in, bowls. Carlson plays, jabbing it into the offside, and there's no run. But the schedule in the last 5 weeks or so, I think, has been particularly awful. I know there's never any agreement on the makeup of the county fixture list.
No.
Carlson is playing that one into the offside, but again, straight to the man at cover, and there's no run. Shipley does the fielding. A lot of highish numbers in this Sussex side on the fielding front. There's only really Carter of the 11 who's got a number of 11 and under. Everyone else 20s, 30s, 40s. Carson 16. Crocombe number 5 isn't playing. Mind you, Glamorgan have got some high numbers as well. These two not so. Single digits for Carlson and Root.
So we're going to see Ari Carvelis continue. 1 for 11 from his 4 overs so far. He's up to the wicket now. He bowls to Root. Root's edging, and it's just short of second slip. That was very close. It was played with soft hands, which might have taken the sting out of it a little bit. But I tell you what, that was mightily close. But yeah, just didn't carry.
Yeah, the fielder there, Tom Clark, looks quite disappointed. As if he might have got to it on the full. No, looked a half volley at best, to be honest.
Just maybe feels if he was just one stride further forward, he might have claimed that as Carvelis comes in and bowls, and this time it's beaten the edge of Root as he tries to play forward, and he's describing Root as he walks away the shape of the ball. I mean, as in terms of the shape it's making. Obviously, the ball is circular, but or spherical. Yes, the shape away from him. And Carlson is watching and learning from the other end as well. So a couple of good balls from Ari Carvelis to start this over as he comes in now and bowls. It's another full one. It's another edge as Root drives. He's going to get 4 to the vacant third man boundary. That was one of those ones where I get the feeling it was almost sort of Bazball-esque. It was, I tell you what, this is full, I'm going to drive it and we'll see where it ends up. It wasn't controlled, but it's got 4 runs, and that's the end result, whatever happens, really. So
yeah, it's not convincing from Glamorgan at the moment. Neil G hoping that Glamorgan can bat all day and the Kookaburra ball lose its life, but no sign of it at the moment. Nick Webb 2017 or BBC Sussex Sport if you want to contact us on Twitter.
Durham have been making hay in their match. My app has just gone off, so I'm not, but they've lost. They have not lost a wicket so far against Leicestershire, and they've really piled on the runs. But I'll tell you about that in a second.
Well,
we've not got much in missing anything here either, as Carvelis wants another slip in. So there's a big ring behind Root as he faces up now, and Root leaves that one alone outside the off stump. So yeah, sort of. There's a 2 slips and a 4th slip and a gully, sort of.
Durham 139 without loss in the 25th over.
That is Bazball-esque, isn't it?
It is by championship standards, certainly. Yeah, for more than 5 runs and over, 5.5 and over.
Yeah, 140 without loss. They're going at 5.75. Alex Lees 60 from 82 as this one comes in and it's squirted away, backward a square. They're going to pick up 2. But again, not massively convincing runs from a Glamorgan perspective, but they all count at this stage. And that cloud we mentioned earlier, I know you've talked about it as well, but that cloud we mentioned at the beginning has just started to thicken up above. There's no threat of rain, but that cloud cover is sort of just hanging over the ground at the moment. Earlier, the vista was of blue skies with light fluffy cloud high above. This time a bit lower, a bit thicker, and that might be helping the Sussex bowlers as well. Carvelis, a little hop as he begins his run. He's up to the wicket now, bowling to Root. Root's forward, slightly squared up by it, but defends into the offside. The end of the over, an over which saw Carvelis beat the bat, also find the edge, but fallen short of second slip, and plus some squirty runs as well. So a busy over, and an eventful over, and at the end of it, Glamorgan survived 74 for 4, Carlson 10 not out, Root 12 not out, Carvelis 1 for 17 from his 5 overs.
So Shipley, having claimed those 2 early wickets, will get a second burst before lunch, going back to the openers rather than the backup seam options of Haynes and Ibrahim.
Yes, Michael Jones doing the damage for Durham. 77 off 65, 14 fours and a 6 on the first morning of a championship game.
Here comes Shipley then, 2 for 21 to his name, and that's edged, and has that carried to slip? It's gone down anyway, and it'll be a couple of runs to Kieran Carlson, but that looked like a catch to Tom Clark with the naked eye.
Yeah, it certainly did to me as well. We'll see if we get a replay, but it certainly looked as though, and he's sort of got that look, I mean, it's hurt his fingers as well, but you could do that just on the bounce, couldn't you? But it certainly looks to me like he's got that look of a man who's just put one down.
76 for 4 as Carlson plays into the offside, and there is no run fielded by Hudson Prentice.
Yeah, he's not actually made eye contact with anybody yet. At the end of that ball, he turned away. He only one of the slip cordon to not be facing play. He turned away. You can tell he's got his hands on both his hands on his hips. He's still looking at his left hand, which is concerning him a little bit. But I think what's on his mind mostly is the drop. But you need to watch out for that left hand as well.
Shipley bowls to Carlson, who plays it to point. Again, Hudson Prentice is the fielder, and there's no run. 76 for 4, Glamorgan. If you're just joining us, 2 wickets to Shipley, 1 apiece to McAndrew, and then Carvelis. And Andrew Salter, 22, Sam Northeast, 17, Zain Ul Hassan, 9, and Tom Bevan on his first senior match of the season went without scoring. As Shipley bowls, and that's cracked away by Carlson. Square of the wickets on the offside. That'll race to the boundary, just backward of square, in fact, for 4 runs. 80 for 4.
Yeah, a little bit of width, and Carlson's not going to miss out on those. It was short and wide and cracked through the backward point region. Tom Clark is still studying that left hand. He's not happy with it after that drop. He's wiggling his fingers about now.
Looking to get sympathy from teammates.
Is that another one of the tricks, do you reckon? Of course, he's very crucial for that Sussex top order as well.
Shipley in to bowl to Carlson, who drives to mid-off, but there is no run. England women have claimed a second wicket of the morning. Elise Perry has been bowled by the debutant Lauren Filer from Western Storm for 25, but Australia at 150 for 2 are already 160 runs in the lead, and looking well placed to set England a testing target in the 4th innings at Trent Bridge. The women now playing over 5 days, as Carlson plays that one gently to point. No run. 80 for 4, so boundary and a drop chance in that over. 80 for 4, Glamorgan. 11 minutes to go to the interval.
Yes, England, of course, yeah, as you said, will be likely on the back foot in that match. I tell you what, though, Important wicket, Elise Perry, because I mean she's a fantastic sportswoman generally. She's also been a football international in the past, and she's an incredible athlete, full stop. But as a cricketer, she's an all-rounder of fine repute. Here we've got that big slip cordon again, as Root faces up to Carvelas in his 6th over, comes in and bowls. This one just dabbed into the backward of square for no run, and Carvelas is getting some shape away from the left-handed Billy Root. But as we saw earlier, he is pitching up full, but you do need to be full on the right line, because either side of the wicket Root will dispatch, especially anything short, as we saw earlier. He waits back raised, Root, as Carvelas comes in and bowls. This time again on leg stump, squared out slightly, but defended neatly by Root, who's on 12 from 20 deliveries. Carlson 16 from 38. Glamorgan 80 for 4. So 4 wickets this morning. And it has to be said that the sun is now in, the flags are out, so the wind is getting up as well. Carvelas has the wind behind him as he trots in now. He's up to the wicket, he bowls to Root. Root plays that out into the offside. It's been picked up by the man at point. There's no run. And yeah, I mean, even since the wickets, the conditions have changed, haven't they, in probably in Sussex's favour.
Yeah, it's tough going for Glamorgan at the moment, as they look to get some sort of respectability in this first innings, and certainly need a big innings from one of these two or Cook next in.
Carvelas runs up past the umpire now, bowls, and a drive from Root, and that's going to be 4 runs. Nobody moved there for that one. Root didn't move. He knew that was 4. The fielder, the nearest fielder at point that watched it go past, he thought, well, I'm going to save my legs on that one too. All I've got to do is come and fetch it, and that's a fine shot from Root. Probably one of the shots of the morning, and it takes Root to 16, Glamorgan to 84 for 4.
Yeah, Sussex obviously know that Root is liable to play in that sector behind square on the offside. They have got 3 slips and a gully and a point, as well as the man short in at cover in a catching position. So they're looking to snare him in his area of strength as he plays 2 short extra. Yeah,
that's 3rd slip is sort of in a 4th slip position, and you can hear a few shouts. I think for the crowd of "Come on, Harry," there's some Sussex people about. But I can see a couple down in front of us. Actually, there's a Sussex shirt knocking about as Carvelas comes in and bowls, and Root again just dabs that down behind square, no run. At the end of that over, which is the 26th. Glamorgan are 84 for 4, Carlson 16, Root 16. There's been 4 extras, and Glamorgan are 84 for 4.
Yeah, so it looks as though it'll be 28 probably in the morning session, unless there's not sure how Sussex are feeling about the contractual obligation over of spin before lunch.
We may see one, mightn't we?
Carson or Coles maybe, with a bit of tweaking. Edwards was certainly impressed with Carson on his last visit to Cardiff a couple of years ago, as Carlson is playing that one to mid-off.
Oh, that's going to be fun, isn't it? Carson to Carlson.
It's one of my least favourite ones on the circuit, along with Salter to Slater. 1 letter's difference in today's case and an anagram in the other. 84 for 4. Swepson sounds it ought to have a bit of a soft drink Schweppes into it, doesn't it? As next delivery from Shipley is defended by Carlson to mid-on, no run. So Glamorgan just trying to dig in at the moment and survive, and hope batting gets a little bit easier. Shipley with 2 for 27 at the moment.
Of course, with Sussex, the top three are all called Tom.
Yeah, and they're all left-handed.
Yeah, so you can't get in the Sussex top three unless you're called Tom. That's the rules.
As that's on leg stump and flicked by Carlson on the leg side, who calls for a quick single. There's a shy at the stumps. I think he was safely home.
Always been hit, has he?
Oh, yeah, he's got a whack from the ball as he came through.
He dropped his bat and is now on his haunches.
Yeah, I was looking to see the fielders backing up, but didn't notice Carlson go down as he continued his run through. Well, I'm not sure if that's a grin or a grimace. Where's he been hit?
It's on the ankle, I think.
Back of the leg somewhere, ankle. Yeah, he's pulling off his left pad, and he might need a bit of the magic spray at the moment, as Billy Root wanders down to offer a few words of consolation.
Tom Haynes, the Sussex standing skipper, has just also taken his bat to him. That's very... He just, like, wandered up, inquired as to his health, and then went, "There's your bat you left behind." But of course, Carlson went off injured in the field, didn't he, in the T20 match between the two sides? He had to...
Yeah.
Didn't see the game out, I don't think.
One of his many hand injuries. He is getting a bit of treatment from one of the physios and drink from one of the 12thers.
And it's funny, isn't it, that the batters are always, they've got protection in so many areas, but it is funny how many times a ball will find a gap between, arm guard and whatever, or indeed the back of the leg there with the it's just, they've got protection pretty much everywhere, but it is a certain law which suggests that a ball will find the gap, and you will get a clobber on the on a bony bit. That's the problem, isn't it? Is when it strikes a bony bit. That can hurt.
Yep. So no one really getting going on the batting front for Glamorgan. Salters 22 remains the top score at the moment as we approach lunch, and this will take some time out of the game. So there may only be one over remaining, you would have thought. If indeed they have time for another over. 12:57.
He's up at least. He's
the
getting
board.
his pad back on.
So difficult times for Glamorgan. Captain Carlson, well, to be honest, there's been a few times in the last few weeks where he probably shouldn't have been playing, because that hand injury at Sussex, I think, turned out to be a minor fracture, but he's still played on with it. And there are various members of the Glamorgan side, I think, who could do with a rest. There is, I think, a week off after the final T20 game against Middlesex next Sunday. There's then 6 or 7 days break before the game against Leicestershire in where are we? Who are Glamorgan playing? Yes, it is Leicestershire on Monday the 10th. So that is the week off for all counties, in fact, apart from those that have got through with the quarterfinals of the T20, which is sadly neither of these two. So we can all sit back and enjoy the Test match at Headingley in peace. Right, we are finally ready to resume. Carlson is at the non-striker's end. Root is on strike, and Shipley comes round the wicket, and Root plays it down to Gully, and there's no run. 12:59, so through no fault of Sussex's, they'll bowl one over fewer in this session. Getting quite cloudy overhead at the moment, isn't it?
And the wind is getting up.
Yeah, trees at the River Taff end are being blown around a bit. 85 for 4. Root on 16, Carlson on 17. As in comes Shipley, and Root plays that one down into ground to Hudson Prentice at point, and there is no run.
Wonder, we probably won't get another over in, I don't suppose. Michael Jones is out now, so he's lived by the sword, died by the sword. So Durham settling on 146 for 1 at the moment in the 28th over.
Play yourselves in, guys. Last ball, maybe, of the morning session is allowed to go through outside off stump by Billy Root, just as the digital clock ticks over to 1300.
Yep.
And that will be it. So Sussex's session, 2 wickets to Shipley, 1 apiece to McAndrew and Carvelis. Glamorgan have Carlson on 17, Root on 16. Carlson's already been dropped and hit. And we will be back for commentary at 1:40. May have an update for BBC Radio Wales in a couple of minutes' time.
I've got some lunchtime scores from the matches taking place around the country in the LV Insurance County Championship. We'll start at the Ageas Bowl, where Hampshire batting first against Middlesex are currently 92 for 3. At Taunton, Somerset also batting first against Notts. They're currently 106 for 4. It's lunch at Northampton, where, again, Northamptonshire opting to bat first against Kent. At the interval there, 104 for 3. Yorkshire also won the toss and elected to bat against Gloucestershire at Headingley, and Yorkshire at the interval of 139 for 3. Same story at Chelmsford, where Essex opting to bat first against Warwickshire, or 119 for 2. That's at Chelmsford. And at New Road in Worcester, Worcestershire batting first against Derbyshire. At lunch, Worcestershire 105 for 1. At Grace Road in Leicester, Durham also opting to bat first against Leicestershire. Durham at lunch 146 for 1. And finally, at the Oval, Surrey won the toss and elected to bowl against Lancashire. And at lunch, Lancashire 93 for 3. As I mentioned,
it's been a tough morning for Glamorgan, who are 85 for 4 at lunch, having chosen to bat. They've lost Zainul Hassan for 9, Tom Bevan without scoring, Sam Northeast for 17 when he looked well set, and Andrew Salter for 22. Kieran Carlson has been dropped and hit on his way to 17 not out. Billy Root is 16 not out, and Glamorgan have a lot of work to do. This match being used with the experimental Kookaburra balls. Henry Shipley has 2 of the 4 wickets for Sussex. Glamorgan 85 for 4 at lunch. Thanks.
They'll be giving us a display of their quick cricketing skills during the lunch interval, as well as once again forming the Guard of Honour after the interval. We're delighted to see you here today. We hope you've enjoyed your time here at the home of Glamorgan Cricket. A reminder as well that you are very welcome to go out to look at the pitch during the lunch interval, and again at tea. If you are going to be venturing onto the outfield, then please do not take any food or drink with you. You can also play cricket if you wish during these intervals, but if you are going to be playing, then in the interests of your own safety, as well as the safety of other spectators, please only use soft balls. There are also soft balls and bats available for you to borrow if you want to play in Tom's nets on the pavilion lawn. If you're seeking a score sheet for today's game, they are available free of charge from reception. Reception is situated on the ground floor of the Patches Pavilion. That's where you can also purchase a copy of the 2023 Glamorgan Yearbook. Yearbooks are also available for purchase from the Glamorgan Club shop, which is run by Missouri Sports and situated opposite Gate 2. It will be open until just a turn of 5 o'clock this evening, and, as always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit and a range of recently published cricket books. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, food and drink can be purchased from the kiosk situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion stand. And in addition to the usual selection of snacks, you can also choose from a selection of pasties, toasted sandwiches and jacket potatoes with a variety of tasty toppings. There's also a range of beers from our sponsors Glamorgan Brewery, as well as various flavours of cider from Thatcher's, another of our sponsors. Food and drink can also be purchased from the mobile unit beneath the Castet Pound stand, and items can also be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school. Finally, a reminder that the CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is open today. The museum is situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre and contains a number of displays celebrating the long and very proud heritage of cricket here in Wales. Amongst the displays is a special one celebrating the long-standing friendship between Don Bradman, the Australian batting maestro, and Doug Davis, a club cricketer here in South Wales. The pair were pen friends for over 40 years. There's also a special display celebrating the 75th anniversary of Glamorgan winning the county championship for the first ever time in 1948. There's also another display celebrating the success of Welsh schoolgirl Sophia Gardens in playing for Western Storm the Oval Invincibles, as well as representing the England under-19 team early this year in South Africa. There's also a number of second-hand cricket books for purchase in the museum, plus old Glamorgan yearbooks. And the museum will be open throughout the lunch interval, as well as tea, and closing shortly after the end of tea. I've got one further latest score. That's in the National Counties one-day competition where Wales National Counties are playing Buckinghamshire at Slough. Bucks are batting first. They're currently 155 for 8. That's in 38 out of the 50 overs they'll be facing. Sam Pearce has taken 4 for 20. And once again, how nice it is to see in front of the pavilion. There is youngsters from the Afghan community in Cardiff, as well as other youngsters from Clantrick Major, who are here today, all part of the great get-together organised by the Joe Cox Foundation, with Joe's more in common message right at the heart of the activities associated with the great get-together. Glamorgan Cricket is delighted to be able to provide a social space where people from different backgrounds can come together, get to know each other and start friendships through cricket. We're pleased to see they're forming this afternoon's Guard of Honour, and we hope you've all had a nice day here at the home of Glamorgan Cricket, and we look forward to seeing you again soon. To resume the Glamorgan first innings, Kieran Carlson and Billy Root, and to resume the bowling for Sussex at the Cathedral Road end, Nathan McAndrew.
And to resume commentary, Andrew Rayburn and Nick Webb. Very good afternoon and welcome to the second session on the first day of Glamorgan against Sussex in the County Championship Division 2, and it has been the visitors on top, Andrew.
Yes, it has. Good afternoon, Nick. Good afternoon, everyone. And yes, 85 for 4 Glamorgan, having won the toss and elected to bat. So Sussex will feel very happy with their morning's work. They'll have enjoyed their lunch more than the hosts, I dare say. But an opportunity for Glamorgan to lay down a marker this afternoon. It's a lot different to when we started the first session weather-wise. The clouds have come over. They're more grey than white. And yes, there's been reports of spots of rain further up, so and the wind is coming. But we've got Nathan McAndrew, who's going to start to Carlson.
And he comes then and bowls, and Carlson plays that one away on the offside. And there is no run. Kieran Carlson, having been dropped at slip by Clark off the bowling of Shipley when he was on 10, and then whacked on the back of the ankle as he copped a stray throw when he was completing a quick single.
For Sussex, 2 wickets for the New Zealander Henry Shipley, 1 for the Australian Nathan McAndrew, and 1 for the South African-born Greek Ari Kavalas. So it's a very international-looking bowling card.
Next delivery from McAndrew is a full length and played by Carlson out on the offside, where it's fielded by Carson at cover, and there is no run.
Field for Sussex, 2 slips, a gully, point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, Man on the long leg boundary.
Fairly standard field. No third man.
Ed and I had that conversation.
As McAndrew is into bowl, and that's played away through third man, or wide third man. I don't know if a third man would have stopped it anyway, but it's gone for 4 runs to Carlson, who moves to 21, and the total to 89 for 4. Chopped away, guided away by Carlson there, and nothing Hudson Prentice could do apart from jog after it and fetch it. Edward is the honorary president of the Third Man Society, a little known, the secretive group of BBC commentators.
Yeah, I mean, he was telling about Glenn McGrath that he said, I'd rather have a third man than a long leg, because a long leg suggests you're going to stray onto the pads. And I suppose there is an element of, if you're looking to bowl straight and try and get LBWs, then maybe you do want that insurance policy.
McAndrew bowls, and Carlson drives through the offside, has beaten the infield, and that one will run away for 4 up to the extra cover boundary. So a couple of boundaries off successive deliveries gets Glamorgan going again after lunch. 93 for 4, Carlson to 25 not out.
Yeah, and obviously you want to set fields to, particularly when you've taken 4 in the morning, you want to set fields to take wickets rather than sort of worry about runs. But it does let a batter off if they edge through the slips and it goes down to the third man boundary for 4. But there we are. It's an old-fashioned position nowadays.
In comes McAndrew, and Carlson this one turning one off his hip. There may well be a couple of runs here as Ibrahim has to run back from the square leg to field. 95 for 4, Carlson to 27.
Good positive start in the first over after lunch for Glamorgan, 10 runs.
Carlson will by nature look to get on the front foot, both metaphorically and literally. By nature is a rather scratchy start from him. Inside edge off Cavalis that he didn't know much about, and pushed one just short of mid-wicket off Hudson Prentice, and then dropped off Shipley. McAndrew in to bowl. Carlson plays this one firmly out on the leg side, but it's fielded by Ibrahim, and it is a dot ball. 95 for 4 then Glamorgan. Carlson 27, route 16.
Yep, so 10 off the first over, positive from Glamorgan. And mind you, of course, they started positively, didn't they, after the second wicket fell. Sam Northeast was
Continuing
taking after things, but
Henry
Shipley is going to bowl from the River Taff end.
In the Women's Test, Australia 157 for 3 now. Just add 10 on to get the lead. Mooney there's still there, 73 not out. Filer followed the wicket of Perry by dismissing McGrath cheaply. 157 for 3.
Possible route back into that match there, but they do need to take a few more quick wickets if they can. I think we're entering into a very interesting little session actually here in this one. I think it's one of those ones where if the match don't necessarily, the direction of the match won't necessarily be decided upon this afternoon, but certainly the result of Glamorgan's first innings could be. As Shipley comes in round the wicket to the left-handed route, he pushes that out into the covers for no run. Because if Sussex, get down to 9-10 jacks sometime before tea, they will be well on top. But if this partnership can continue, they will score their runs quickly. And I think then you will start to see Sussex having to respond in the field. At the moment, as you say, they're putting in quite traditional Day 1 county championship fields, but if these two can put together a partnership, and the partnership is already worth 35, then we could see the momentum come back. Mind you, that one's beaten route on the inside edge. It cut back as he played a forward defensive, and Shipley got that to nip back. It beat it on the inside edge and went through to the wicket-keeper. So there is still some zip about this ball and about this pitch, and it will give Glamorgan not just route, but it will give Carlson and non-strikers and those who are still to come a little bit of food for thought still. Shipley turns. running in now. He's up to the wicket now and he bowls, and Root works that away towards deep backward square leg. The guy from long leg runs around to field, and they pick up a couple of runs. It moves Root to 20 and Glamorgan to... Was that already ticked over? That might have already ticked over, is it? Yes, it has.
They're
Moves
fairly
Root
quick
to
on the
18,
draw.
and Glamorgan to 97 for 4.
It's not Chelmsford here, you know. Slowest scoreboard on the circuit. When you can see one, you can't see the other one.
And Shipley, the New Zealander, comes in again and bowls, and this time Root leaves it alone. You got 2 orthodox slips, and then, wow, 4th slip and gully, or 2 gullies? I don't know.
It's 2 gullies, really, isn't it? They're pretty close together.
They are. They're almost treading on each other's toes there.
I mean, I know Billy Root plays a lot in that area, but
James
they
Coles
need
and
to
James
be a
Carson.
bit further apart, surely.
Yeah, so they're looking for that dab down, and this time it's Fuller from Shipley, and Root digs that out. But I guess it's like brother, isn't it? Joe Root is very fond of that late cut down towards the third man boundary, and I suppose we're talking about the third man position. I suppose it's having 2 gullies in there to stop the ball going down there in the first place is probably a better plan. But if you don't want a third man, have 2 gullies. But at the same time, I don't know. Shipley round the wicket to the left-handed Root, and Root this time he's on the back foot pulling. He's not quite got hold of it, but he should have enough to get it to the mid-wicket boundary for 4, and indeed he does, and that takes Root to 22 and Glamorgan to 101 for 4. So the 100 up for the hosts for the loss of 4 wickets, but a really shot of, it was in front of square, and as I say, wasn't quite perfectly timed, but he got enough onto it. Root, a shot of authority, which is the second one he's played that pull shot, and you don't really want to be dropping short to Billy Root, and he's dispatched that to the boundary.
So Glamorgan starting to tick over from the depths of 43 for 3, 18 for 2, 60 for 4. Take which you will, but still a long way to go to establish some sort of decent first innings total here, having chosen to bat first. There's McAndrew, will run away from us at the Cathedral Road end. Bowled to Carlson on 27, not out. And that's beaten him and caught the edge, and Carlson walks without waiting for the umpire's finger. Carlson goes for 27, half the Glamorgan side back in the pavilion. A bit of extra zip to that delivery from McAndrew. He's got his second wicket, 101 for 5.
Really was, yeah, it did. It beat him for pace. It moved away just a tad, and that's the thing, isn't it? You see these deliveries from, these things that swing, an exaggerated swing,
was caught by Ollie Carter,
and everybody goes up and puts their hands on their head and everything else. But it's those nibbly ones. That's the ones that get the wickets, the one that just take the edge because the batsman's committed to the shot. And in that instance, it was too good for Carlson, who trots off. It is a long walk, as you said earlier, Nick. He's not even reached the steps up towards the changing rooms yet. He has now, and he'll be swing of the bat. He's not happy. Up 2 steps at a time, whilst the Sussex players huddle in the middle, and they'll be very happy. 101 for 5, Glamorgan, and it's a second wicket to McAndrew as 2 for 29.
So the overseas players pulling their weight today for Sussex. 2 for McAndrew, 2 for Shipley,
for Glamorgan is Chris Cook.
and 1 for the sort of non-overseas
South African-born Greek. Via Johannesburg and Athens. Hove via Johannesburg and Athens. So that's a long old route.
Yes, the EU qualification for players already in the country, I think, still seems to apply. Hence, Tim van der Hoogten's continuing presence at Glamorgan.
And of course, there's been a few European internationals that have played in county cricket. You think of Gareth Berg, who played for Italy, didn't he? I think
he did.
After, he's South African as well, I think, isn't he? That played for Middlesex, and Gareth Berg. He was another player who could nip the ball around and took a few wickets and scored some runs.
So here we are in the 30th over of the game, and Chris Cook batting at 7 is at the crease. So this is Glamorgan's last pair of specialist batters, as Cook faces up to McAndrew, plays his into the offside, thinks about a quick single, but rightly decides it's not there as Hudson Prentice comes scampering round from point. Chris Cook with this stance that seems to have gone more open again of recent weeks. Very much front half of his body pointing towards almost mid-wicket at times. Seems to be batting well back in his crease at the moment. As McAndrew bowls to Cook, who allows that to go through outside off stump. Chris Cook, 420 runs, an average of 46.5, and 2 centuries, including another of his barn door efforts up at Durham to salvage the draw on the last day. As Glamorgan were in some trouble when he came in the first over of the final day, but he batted right through it. 101 for 5. McAndrew to Cook, short ball that Cook just ducks underneath, and there's no run.
That seems to be a common tactic actually today for Sussex, to new batters coming in, to give them a short one early on in their innings, just to keep them on their toes, literally and metaphorically. 3 slips and a gully for Cook, mid wicket, mid off, mid on, point, quite, and all in good catching positions.
McAndrew in again to Cook, who's forward defending off the middle of the bat back to the bowler, despite the sound effects.
Yes, yeah. Well, they're up and about, aren't they, the Sussex fielders? That's the thing. Was it in the World Test Championship final where somebody wanted a review for LBW, and the general consensus amongst some of the other fielders was, well, no, he hit it. He literally, it was a forward defender. He literally hit the cover off it, as Tony Gregg would have said.
Might have been pad first.
Yeah, I think Marnus Labuschagne is one of the guilty parties actually at close in. He wants everything out.
McAndrew bowls and Cook gets a streaky edge through the slips for 4 runs. I don't think that carried it, shot between 2 slip fielders anyway. 105 for 5.
I don't know if there's a chance or not. Oh, I think it is, you know. I think he's actually slightly too close.
Well, he had to be close in at third slip to get the ball to carry, I suppose.
But
it might have been boot high.
There you go. You talk about third man field. No third man would have got that, because that was just travelling too quick, I think. Yeah, it's it would have needed a smart catch, to be fair. But Sussex have had other chances other than the 5 that have been created thus far, and so there'll be some nervous looks from the Glamorgan batters yet to come, which this is Van der Hoogten, Harris, Swepson of course, and McElroy. As we have Shipley coming in to start a new over, and bowls to Root, who's on the back foot playing that out into the point region for no run.
Yeah, well, Glamorgan have been behind on the first innings of those games at Sussex and at Durham. Skittled for 123 in the first innings at Hove before the 737 in the second innings. Wasn't quite so dramatic at Durham. They made 390, but they were still well behind on first dig.
In comes the ball, and it's left alone by Root outside the off stump. Sussex, of course, are on their. I'm not quite sure how far back it would go, but they're certainly on a long unbeaten run in the championship, or longer unbeaten run in the championship they had in some time, because they had problems. They've still only won once this season, but they only won once in the last few seasons, each of them. So they're looking to try and improve their form, and this is a forward defensive from Root out into the offside, and they are unbeaten this season, so but 1 win, 6 draws. Mind you, I remember I was covering Middlesex matches as a print journalist when they won the county championship, 2016, and they started off, I think, with 6 draws in a row. So you can't rule yourself out of contention. Sussex obviously second in the table, 1 win and 6 draws, as the ball comes in from Shipley and it's down the leg side, misses out their route, and it's collected by Ollie Carter. And Glamorgan's record is very similar, isn't it? So
it's identical really, apart from their 10 further behind on bonus points. It's 1-1 and drawn 6.
And certainly Sussex are looking good for good bonus points in this bowling effort here thus far. As Shipley comes in and bowls, driven by Root. It's come off the face of the bat down towards the backward point region. It's going to go for 4. There's 3 fielders herring after it, but none of them will get there. And a boundary.
Yeah, it's not the first time today that we've seen the triple Sussex chase, is it? And shows good enthusiasm. You just fancy stretching the legs, I suppose, when you're in the infield for a long time.
Yeah, and it's obviously these days they have the relay field, so if you
need
flick
2,
it back,
but
you
don't
not
need the
3.
third.
No.
But Root willing to take it on in that area, even though Sussex have packed it.
Yeah, and they still managed to get through. Shipley comes in and bowls, and this time left alone by Root. I suppose the only reason that 3 went is because they got 3 in that region. End of the over. Anyway, it's 109 for 5 Glamorgan. That was the 31st over. We had a little bit of a delay before lunch as Kieran Carlson got some treatment after being hit by a throw. I was going to say an errant throw. I mean, it wasn't. It was aimed at the stumps. He just happened to be completing his run at the time, and he got caught, but he was fine to continue. He's since been dismissed, and so that's why we're a little bit short.
Yeah, we may have a finish gone past 6:30, I guess, this evening, as McAndrew starts his over and Cook on the back foot defends a back of a length ball back to the bowler. What's been the assessment of Nathan McAndrew as an overseas signing so far?
Very good, I think. He's got, and Shipley obviously has come in and done well in his first couple of matches, but yeah, Nathan McAndrew, a good bowler, puts the ball in the right areas, does like a short ball every now and then, but keep the batsman guessing. But yeah, he's a wicket taker. He makes things happen. He can produce something out of nowhere.
McAndrew is in to bowl. Outside off stump won't make things happen like that.
No, commentator's curse there.
And 9 for 5. Glamorgan having won the toss and chosen to bat, but they've been mostly under pressure after Shipley's double strike early on, even though the ball doesn't seem to have been jagging around dramatically. 32nd over. Bit of breeze around this afternoon as McAndrew is in to bowl and Cook dabs it down towards gully, but it is fielded and there's no run. I guess after the heat wave of recent weeks, a bit of slightly cooler weather might not be entirely unwelcome. Bit of rain would be welcome for the ground staff, as long as it comes at night, I guess.
Oh yes.
And for the farmers, 109 for 5. Might get a sprinkling in midweek here, or not, as the case may be. McAndrew into Cook, leaves bat up raised outside off stump through to Carter. So square leg is back on the ropes now, as well as fine leg, in case McAndrew fancies digging in a short ball to tempt Cook into the injudicious hook shot.
Yeah, McAndrew has now taken 20 wickets this season, and an average of just under 24.
It's decent going. As McAndrew into bowl, Cook shouldering arms, ball comes back a little bit, but not enough to threaten the timbers. And well, many people were expecting Glamorgan to go for a pace bowling replacement for Michael Neser for the championship, but they've turned to the Australian leg spinner Mitch Swepson after turning to another Australian leg spinner, the white ball specialist Peter Hatzloglu, who's been reasonably successful in the T20. McAndrew into bowl and Cook blocking it firmly to Haynes at mid-off. No run. 109 for 5. Cook 4. Root 26.
Yep, so Sussex will still feel like they've got plenty of room for manoeuvre in this first innings, but of course you don't know how they're going to face up to that Kookaburra ball in the hands of some very capable Glamorgan bowlers, including of course James Harris, who was part of that Middlesex team when they won the championship title, I believe. As we see Shipley now come in and bowl, and that's left alone by Root, shortish one which carries through well to Carter.
Long first-class career, James Harris, in his 17th season of pro cricket, and on contract for another one, I believe. Good afternoon to Trevor Freeman, who is an Irish supporter as well as Glamorgan. He's following us from Lanzarote while also keeping up to date with Ireland Sri Lanka.
In comes Shipley, bowls to Root. Root covers up on the back foot and just deadens the ball back in down by his feet virtually.
Runs required in both cases, he says. Thank you. Let's look at the Ireland score now you mention it, Trevor. Oh yes, Ireland chasing 326, that's 117 for 6 in a 50 over international. So in some trouble there in Bulawayo in that World Cup qualifier.
In comes Shipley, bowls, and again Root on the back foot playing that defensively.
Looks like a Scottish victory fairly comfortably. They made 320 all out. Oman in reply are 90 for 4 in the 27th.
Yeah, I watched the end to the Scotland-Ireland match the other day, and it was a heck of a finish. I mean, Scotland looked out of it for...
Is it last ball and 1 wicket, something like that?
Yeah, they looked out of it for... and then suddenly it started to... James Leask started to unleash shots. So Billy Root, left-hander, waits as Shipley now comes in and prepares to bowl. He's up to the wicket now and bowls, and Root leaves that alone, shoulders arms. No run there.
Durham dashing along at 164 for 2. Jones made 78 off 70. Lees is there, 72 not out. Things have quietened down a little since Jones's departure. Yorkshire going reasonably well at 162 for 3 against Gloucestershire at Headingley.
Shipley runs in, round the wicket, bowls to Root. Root pushes it out into the offside. They're going to come through for a very quick single shot at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Root was already home. I think that run might have taken Cook by surprise, but Root went for it, and there was no questions asked, just head down. And yes, if they choose to throw at your end, mate, you're in trouble. But they chose to throw at Root's end, and he was safely home.
Yeah, these two will have batted together often enough in the Glamorgan middle order, so they should know each other's patterns by now.
Cook with that open stance and then brings his leg round as a trigger movement, and he comes in and faces up now, and they go for another quick single out into the offside. That one's a bit more of a regulation one, that, and I'd say that was a relatively comfortable single, that one, but just run quite quickly. No shy at the stumps on that occasion. Glamorgan 111 for 5 at the end of the 33rd over. We've got 63 overs left in the day.
Leading the way for Yorkshire is Finlay Bean, who's 73 not out, the young opener.
It's a cracking name, isn't it?
It is. Worcestershire against Derbyshire is the other Division 2 game. Worcestershire 121 for 3. Jake Libby is 51 not out. A couple of wickets for Anuj Dal.
I want Finlay Bean to play in the same team as Stuart Broad.
Very good, very good. Cook on the strike, 5 not out. McAndrew starting his 11th over with a short ball that Cook ducks underneath. Does seem to have the occasional effort ball, doesn't he, McAndrew, which is a few miles an hour faster than the rest.
And I think on this pitch and against batters coming in who are, nobody's really been able to get set so far. Billy Root obviously probably more so than anybody else, but it's probably trying to get them on the back foot all the time and hope to then pitch it up and have them uncertain as to go back or forward.
McAndrew to Cook, leaves that one outside off stump. No run.
One of the wickets that England took this morning, there was an Australian player, I can't remember which wicket it was now, a big leave, and the ball came hooping back from a mile. It really did. To be fair, it was well outside. For a line of sight, it would have looked well outside off stump. But you don't expect it to come hooping back, but it did. And of course, the off stump went out of the ground, and suddenly you think, I shouldn't have done that.
111 for 5 as Cook leaves again, and it jags back a little bit. And there are various howls from the Sussex infield as Carter takes it.
The worst ones, they're quite bad, obviously, leaving it and getting bowled. You look a bit of a silly person, but is when you sort of you make a late decision to draw the bat away and it nicks off the face and goes through to the wicket keeper. I think they're the worst.
Rubbish ways to get out.
I think we've all found ways.
Run out backing up. The other one.
Well, there's been several of that in the Sussex just this season.
Yeah.
In both County Championship and T20.
As that is hammered by Cook off the back foot, back to the bowler, and there's no run. Wasn't the Douthwaite one against Sussex? Dan Douthwaite had a sort of back heel onto the stumps.
Yes.
Was that in the Sussex game? Yeah.
Yes, and a couple of times at the beginning of this season and one at the end of last. Players being run out, backing up. It is a bad, horrible way to get out, and there are many horrible ways to get out.
As that is very
shot.
firmly driven by Chris Cook off the meat of the bat up towards long off. As you heard the thud of the ball against the advertising boards beneath us. 115 for 5 are Glamorgan. Just slightly overpitched from McAndrew, and Cook sent it crunching back where it came from.
Yeah, and a little bit floaty as well, wasn't it? He had to take it off middle stump, so he guided it back past the bowler, but no movement in that delivery, and that can be frustrating for a pace bowler when you put in a delivery and you just see it go hurtling back the other way from whence it came.
Still the 3 slips in the gully posted by Sussex on the attack as Cook plays one to backward point. There's no run. I'm not quite sure why Carson went diving to his left there, because it was nowhere near him. Perhaps just instinct.
Yeah. The obviously the Sussex, as I said, do have room for manoeuvre. They'd be looking at what score would we be okay with the 6th wicket going down at, and I think especially having, you want to take it as quickly as you want to get things going as quickly as possible, but they'd almost give Glamorgan another 30-odd runs before they took the next one, and they'd still be on top. So that's why they're going to continue to attack as Shipley comes in round the wicket and bowls to Root. They're attacking less, obviously, on for Root than only just, but they take a slip out for Root. They haven't got that one's defended, by the way. They haven't got the second gully in at the moment, which is
strange,
interesting.
isn't it?
They've taken that out. So where's he gone to? He's just at. He's a man at backward point, I suppose, is what they've got in. But that's Finn Hudson-Prentice at backward point as Shipley round the wicket to the left-handed Root, comes in and bowls, and Root properly covers up and plays that back down the pitch. No run. So Glamorgan 115 for 5, Root on 27, Cook on 9, partnership worth 14. Shipley in the 12th over of the innings, or his 12th over of the innings, 2 for 40 for the New Zealander, backing up the decent figures that he put in the first innings against Worcestershire. Didn't take a wicket in the second. Shipley round the wicket now, bowls to Root, and Root again is defending up the pitch. And there's no run, and once again the Sussex fielders very vocal, lots of oohs, lots of ahs. Ollie Carter clapping his gloves, which never makes as much sound as I think it's going to. And you've got to clap hard, haven't you, as a wicketkeeper, to make any sound at all. And Shipley is already at the top of his mark, and so Ari Carvelis at mid-honour is stretching and warming up as this one's cut away by Root. It was short, it's going to go for 4 through point, and again anything short of a length with only the teeniest bits of width, and Billy Root is going to deal with it. He's been mightily impressive. 31 now he's on, and Glamorgan on 119 for 5.
Yeah, it's an interesting battle really, because Sussex are packing that area square of the wicket and behind on the offside, and Root's quite happy to keep on playing in that area.
Yeah, it's he's not going to back down, is he, Billy Root? We know that. Shipley comes in to bowl to Root, bat raised, waiting. Root drives, this time through the covers. That's going to probably go for another 4. There's 2 fielders chasing after it, and it beats the fielder. And a back-to-back boundaries for Billy Root, just to ease the pressure and make Sussex and their standing captain Tom Haynes just think about life out in the middle there. They'll continue to attack Sussex, but Root will continue to answer the questions posed of him. You sent back-to-back boundaries for him. He moves on to 35, Glamorgan to 123 for 5. Some movement in the field, is there? Just getting the ball back to Shipley. Yeah, no change. The only person out on the boundary is the man at long leg as Shipley comes in, round the wicket, bowls to Root, and Root prods that out into the cover region, and there's no run. So at the end of that over, 35 overs gone. Glamorgan 123 for 5, Root on 35, Cook on 9, and I'm going to hand over my half of the commentary duties to Ed Bevan.
Thank you very much indeed, Andrew. So Sussex still on top. Shipley's bowling speeds in that over between 74.9 and 80.8. So nothing too outrageous, but he has been effective. Him and Nathan McAndrew, the 2 overseas. McAndrew then from this Cathedral Road end to bowl to Chris Cook on 9 not out. As in he comes, and that's outside off stump, and Chris Cook is quite happy to trust his judgment on leaves at the moment outside that off stick, Edward.
Yes, he is. Going back to Billy Root, he's your typical left-hander, small, anything outside the off stump. It's always so good to see a left-hander play the cover drive, the cut, whatever. It's number 1 shot in their locker. He's trying his best to get Glamorgan out of trouble, albeit it isn't a very attacking field. Anything through the infield and it's 4.
Still the 3 slips in the gully, and we're well into the afternoon session. That's down leg side, and was that half a chance?
Yeah, I think it was. Let's see what the umpire says.
Cook looked to pull it around. no signal from umpire Bainton.
Yep.
Let's see if it carried to Ollie Carter. Yes, it did. It was a very difficult chance. Carter just got a glove to it.
And criticise you, Nick, for missing those.
Don't. It was the first time I'd kept for 40 overs since last August, and it showed, I'm afraid. 124 for 5. Cook moves on to 10.
Aching bones today?
Probably worse tomorrow, actually. I don't know why. It seems to be worse on a Monday than on a Sunday. So we put that down as a drop for Chris Cook. Just about. If it's significant. If it isn't, then I won't bother to mention it in the report. 124 for 5. McAndrew to Root, who plays that one through point for 4 runs.
So strong there, isn't he?
They may have half a dozen fielders in that sort of area of the park, but they obviously haven't got enough, as Billy Root can still find a gap. He moves to 39 and the total onto 128 for 5. There's a lot of talk about the Kookaburra ball, but you know, if I hadn't been writing a story on it, I don't think I'd have noticed any particular differences.
We're going to ask, can we?
We'll have to ask afterwards.
First question. Either side.
There'll be quotes in the match report on the BBC website as Root defends that one. But with the naked eye, you know, if you were sitting in the stands and you hadn't read anything about it, you wouldn't probably have noticed it, would you?
And we're conscious of it, and I think it's something because Glamorgan haven't batted particularly well, but there has plenty of movement. Now, does that talk about the bowler who's bowling extremely well, or is it a bit of help from the Kookaburra ball? Just, I think the jury's out at the moment, Nick.
McAndrew to Root. Through to Carter, no shot played.
Yeah, going back to Billy Root, years ago I was at Lord's. Glamorgan were playing Middlesex in a 50 over match, and Alan Butcher, former Surrey in England of course, and Glamorgan, a very, very fine opening batsman and particularly strong in that area. He got 100 that day, but when he's about 15-20, Mike Gatling put 3 gullies for him. 2 slips and 3 gullies, and he still got through. It was an amazing innings, and I always remember that when I watch left-handers now so strong on the offside.
As that is defended by Root, this time up to mid-off. There's no run. 128 for 5 Glamorgan at the end of the over. Root 39, Cook 10. Mr. Butcher was asking after your welfare when he was on with Mark Church and myself on Tuesday.
Very good cricket brain. Alan captained the side here and did a lot of hard work with Zimbabwe as a coach in the last 8 or 9 years. And did you see they beat the West Indies yesterday in the 50 over match?
Yeah.
And, well, what a cricketing family.
Absolutely. Is a very good book by Alan called the Good Marungu, I believe, or something like that, about his time largely in Zimbabwe.
Yeah. We got a bit of spin. Jack Carson, I hope so.
Yep, yeah, here you are, one of your favourite bowlers, Edward.
Well, I tipped him from the top when I saw him as a very young bowler 3 years ago. And he's going to bowl his off spin. Very rarely to get a lot of runs. And against Carson, I may be proved wrong, but let's see if he's going to get anything out of that.
At least we haven't got the Carson to Carlson conundrum.
No. Tall Irishman. Bowling from the river end here, and he'll be bowling at Chris Cook, and he's got a short leg in and a slip, and then 3 men on the onside saving one back and the boundary. There is room behind long off and long on, but he doesn't give you a lot of opportunities. Here he is then to bowl to Cook. Carson from the far end bowls, and Cook is forward, opens the face and gets a single, and Cook moves on to 11, and Glamorgan 129 for 5. Sun is coming out. Just before lunch I went outside and it was blowing and blowing. I thought there's a storm brewing here, but it seems to have blown across and away. Carson comes around the wicket to the left-handed route. Wait for the reverse sweep here. He loves it, doesn't he, Nick?
Yes, there is a man.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised if we see that.
At a deep gullyish position or backward point.
Root on 39, waits for Carson, who comes around the wicket, and he tries to flick that. It's a no ball. Signalled by the umpire on that far side. Adnan. We've given 2 LBWs in this innings, and he's called him there for no ball. 131 for 5. Might have been going very, very wide of the crease. Here he is again then. Comes up and bowls to the left-handed Root. Root is forward, pushes it back down the pitch. Nice to have a sort of 6'1", 6'2" lad who's bringing it down from high. Here he is again. Halfway through the over, comes in, bowls to Root. Root is forward, tucks it round the corner down to fine leg. They've got one. They probably know he's going to come back for a second. Good running by Billy Root, coming back to the danger end. 2 more to him. He moves on into the 40s. He's 41. He's taken along nicely here. 133 for 5. This is a big partnership, because even though Van der Gooten has played extremely well recently, he's the last of the recognised batsmen. Carson bowls and Root is forward. Push it away on the offside. No attempted sweeps as yet. But he does tend to bowl just a little bit quicker than most off spinners. Lovely action he has. In he comes again, past the umpire, bowls, tosses this one up. Root is forward, and yet another no ball. Well, they'd be pulling their hair, bowling coaches, when you see an off-spinner bowling not 1 no ball, but 2 no balls and over. Takes the score to 133 for 5. So look at his feet here, Nick.
Stare at our screen, see if we can...
No, he's well inside as the next ball is pushed away. He must be overstepping to be called 2 no balls. So 5 runs off that over. 135 for 5. Cook is on 11. He will be on strike, and Root is on 41.
Yeah, it's going quite wide, isn't he? But just about inside.
Overstepping. He's having a word with the ref, the umpire. Wickets have been shared. A very impressive. Shipley's taken 3. Candu's had one. And Carvelis is back, who's also taken a wicket, Nick.
Indeed, so Sussex looking to press home their advantage. It was 85 for 4 at lunch, so Glamorgan have added 50 runs for the loss of 1 wicket since lunch. If they can continue doing that, they'll be relatively happy, but it's a long way to go as Cook plays defensively on the offside. Carvelis swinging everything in a bid to get loose, and occasionally I thought in the T20 match he did look a bit stiff in his early deliveries. Here he comes bounding in, tall man, bowls outside off stump, and it's ignored.
Little partnerships that have been promising in the Glamorgan innings, but then just when you think this is a recovery, they get out, because Carlson and Root put on 41, and you had a little partnerships but didn't threaten a lot. These two now look quite confident.
Commentator's curse.
Yeah.
Carvelis to Cook, and that was a straight delivery that he had to chop down on. Did well to dig out. Dot ball. Run rate 3.6.
These two playing today, of course, and then this mad schedule continues, isn't it, Nick? You've got 2 games.
Friday at Southampton, and then I'm being rested and rotated for Sunday's game, so Kenneth Davis and Kevin Hand will be your commentators for that one.
Right.
As Carvallis bowls and Cook turns it off his legs down towards backward square. It is a bit of a run round from the man down at fine leg, Shipley, and they're comfortably back for 2 runs. 137 for 5.
Clash of the Titans, that game. Glamorgan down near the bottom, and poor old Middlesex, 1 win, but what a win it was.
It was, chasing 250 odd at the Oval. We thought Surrey's 238 against Glamorgan was big, but
Unbelievable.
those two sides going even bigger a couple of days later as Cook defends a short ball.
18,000 that game. 2 London sides.
Yeah. Well, Surrey are certainly used to packing them in, aren't they?
Talk is, you see that Surrey pay for their overseas players, and they've got. I see Tom Latham is playing today.
All right.
He's only going to play 1 or 2 games, and they pay, the crowds they get, they can pay for their overseas players.
Well, it is.
The receipts of the.
This is a star squad, isn't it? As that is driven but not quite timed by Cook as he rehearses it. Didn't come out quite off the meat of the bat. Fielded by Carson at cover, who will doff his hat and march off towards the bowler's end at the River Taff end of the ground. A bit of sunshine breaks through for a few minutes, maybe.
Yeah, they were saying, Surrey, the commentators are Surrey, they've got 20 players. If you sort of dipped your hand in and said, we'll have him. 20 players were quite capable of making up a very good side.
Yep.
I see Moriarty, the tall left-arm spinner, has gone to join somebody.
Has he? Oh.
Yeah, well, he was never getting a game. Carson starts the second over, and it's chipped away, they think, and quite rightly don't go for a run. Pushes it through, doesn't he?
Yeah.
It's quicker than he was. Here he is again, coming round the wicket at the left-hander from that river end, and bowls and hits him on the pad, I think, as it rolls away onto the onside. What's the other one in Navidi or something, off spinner. He hasn't had a game this year.
Verdi.
Yes. Verdi. Here's Carson. In and bowls, and drive from root, finds mid-off. Again, he's settled now into this good line and length. Bowling with sunglasses as opposed to shades. Bowls, chopped away, a short third man fields and returns. There's no run.
Yeah, it's just about justifiable today, and I'd rather see players with the sunglasses on the front of their heads than those that keep them perched on the back, which are quite annoying.
They were in the middle of April when it's freezing. No runs of this over so far. In comes Carson, bowls, and again, nothing Root can do but just tap it up towards mid-on. 5-dot ball. This is a way to get your over it going. 137 for 5, and that's how it remains because there's no run off this ball. Maiden over for Carson, his second. Glamorgan 137 for 5. The run rate 3.5, quite permissible on the first day when you've lost 4 wickets, and that's the end of the over.
137 for 5 then. One has gone since lunch when Glamorgan were 87 for 4, but Carlson was dropped at slip and had an inside edge early on, so he's quite fortunate to get to 27 before he fell to a faster delivery from Nathan McAndrew.
It's a good one.
Here comes Carvallis then in the afternoon sunshine here in the Welsh capital to bowl to Chris Cook on 13 not out. As he's driven that firmly towards cover. Shouts of catch, but it didn't carry. Well fielded though.
A few people more in, probably coming after they've had their Sunday roast. Possibly a glass of red with it.
Edward says wistfully, you'll have to save yours for the
You're
sequel.
the red, I'm the white.
This one from Carvallis is worked away by Cook into the offside, but again fielded by Carson.
Do you remember
at
the
cover?
the excellent crowds we used to have, the old 40 over games that started 2 o'clock start, and you were done and dusted by about
7-ish.
6 o'clock. Oh no, 40 overs, 20 overs, 20-minute break, and
Yeah. Restricted run-ups, but
oh, it was
people
good fun.
got so used to it. Carvallis bowls to Cook, who plays it out on the offside, and there's no run. This Sunday afternoon is a rather more sedate affair.
Yes.
And it is a really jarring change of pace for the commentary team as what it must be like for the players. Cook, who's been trying to hit sixes every other ball, is all of a sudden trying to bat all day as he faces up to Carvallis and pushes forward to cover. No run, so quiet start from Chris
Yeah.
Cook, 13 off 31.
People used to say, oh yeah, they used to play in the middle of a championship match. For a long time they didn't, but at least the game finished, you see, 6-ish, and they could get in the cars wherever they were going and get there at a reasonable hour. But now when you play about nearly 10 o'clock and have to travel back, like Glamorgan did at the Oval,
Yeah, they
and
had
travel back about, motorways are closed half the time.
I think they actually had a couple of people driving players back, so the players didn't have to do their own
Do
driving.
they have a coach?
No. As forward comes Cook, short cover has moved in there into a catching position.
It's good bowling at the moment, restricting Glamorgan's progress.
James Coles is crouching about 15 metres from the bat. Glamorgan becalmed by Carvallis and Carson. As Carvallis is in the finishes over, and Cook cuts and gets 4 down to third man. Past second slip, played it deliberately, racing away. Cook to 17, 151. 141 for 5 are Glamorgan. Cook 17. Root is on 41. Yeah, it does seem to me that Glamorgan could use coaches for away matches a lot more than they do. It is in some circumstances, I know the players actually prefer to drive themselves because they get home more quickly, because they don't have to travel a bit
That is
more
the
slowly
point,
in
yeah.
a coach and take the obligatory rest stops for the driver. But on the other hand, there have been a couple recently where they
It's
have
dangerous,
been
you see,
pushed.
eh?
Yeah.
Carson to resume. Starts another over, and this time it's hit through the offside. It's a funny looking shot there from Root. You went forward, back, and eventually played it firmly, and they go through for a single.
Send Hudson Prentice the wrong way, I think, at cover there. 142 for 5. Yeah, there aren't any other
Mini recovery.
many other professional sports where players would be driving themselves hours back, finishing at 6, 7 at night in a championship game.
Round, over the wicket comes Carson, an angled bat, and it goes down towards backward point for a leisurely little single. It's the best partnership of the match. What did Carlson and Root put on? 41, and these have put on what? 42.
42, well noticed.
Carson round the wicket to the left-hander, bowls to him. Root is forward, smothers the spin, pushes it back down the pitch. I think this is a little bit too quick for his favoured reverse sweep. Very rarely do you see Root not attempting to play that shot. Generally gets away with it. 42 to him. Carson in, bowls. It's a good looking shot up to deep extra cover. It'll be stopped inside the boundary. They thought of it would have been a T20 blast too, without any doubt, but they decided no, we won't risk this at our position. 143 for 5.
Yeah, surprised to see that Sussex have got a sweeper out now on
both sides.
Offside for Root, leg side for Cook. Yeah, he's coming in at the moment. No offside sweeper for Cook.
Back he comes over the wicket, bowls to Cook, and Cook drives for 4, doesn't move from the crease. It was in fact a wide-ish half volley. Chris Cook is one who really fastens onto that sort of ball. And there's the 150 coming up for Glamorgan. It's been a battle. And if they can get another 150 for the next 5 wickets, they'll be quite happy. It'll depend on these two, I fancy.
Yeah, maybe in the stage that James Harris was talking about in this interview, where the ball goes a bit dead and nothing much happens with it, rather more quickly than the Dukes.
Carson up, bowls. This is just pushed away on the offside. Nothing in it at the moment, or spin-wise.
England women have got a couple of quick wickets. Australia now 6 down at 196 for 6, leading by 206. 2 apiece.
Here's the next delivery, down the leg side, clipped away, backward to square. The man on the 45 will collect.
Ibrahim got some part of his body to that, I think, but
Single.
no chance for catch.
So it's a 50 partnership.
Yep. So England 2 wickets apiece for Kate Cross, for Lauren Filer, the debutant, and for the hard-working spinner Sophie Eccleston, who is bowled 21 overs in this second innings to add to 46 in the first.
Yeah. She's very accurate bowler. Bowls leggies.
And that's a very heavy workload, isn't it? 67 overs already in the match for someone who is not used to playing multi-day cricket. But she's battling away. Take note, Moeen Ali.
I can tell you this little tale of yesterday when I was watching a couple of sides playing in the South Wales Cricket Association. Just wait for you now.
Carvelis into Cook, who plays to short cover, no run.
I was sitting in, a friend of mine, Kim Davis, who was on the Glamorgan staff many years ago, very much a cricketing family. And when I arrived, I said, I've been watching some very good batting from Tammy. But oh, Tammy, he said, yeah, she was down here last year a couple of times. Now, my little village is a place just outside Clydach, and Clydach were playing. And I thought, yeah, a tiny village. I was asking him how.
Carvelis bowls to Cook, who defends again.
So he said, Kim said to me, yeah, she stayed with us. And I thought, what's going on? He's been down here 3 times watching Clydach. Tammy Bowman. She's from Kent, yes, he said.
Captaining the Welsh Fire team here in the
Kim's
in August,
daughter is a young girl called Gwen Davis, who plays for one of these. So you might have heard of her.
Yeah.
And she's best pals with Tammy.
Ah, there we are.
And that was the connection.
Oh. Carvelis bowls and Cook plays it to backward point, no run.
Having a particularly good season. I said, well, why don't you ask her if she's got a week off? She fancies a game. But very, very fine player.
Yes, she's enthusiastic captain of Welsh Fire, and looking to improve their fortunes this year. Just 3 wins out of 14 games so far for the women, which is about as equal to the men. As that's played off the back foot by Cook into the offside, but cut off at cover, no run. 151 for 5. Yeah, Gwennon Davis, I think she took a professional contract. I'm not entirely sure, because she was working as a teacher.
She is head of cricket at Shrewsbury School.
Oh, yeah.
She hasn't left that job.
No, okay, fair enough.
And
she obviously on a part-time playing contract.
She plays for some side in the Midlands.
Central Sparks.
Something like that.
I'm not sure, but a 100 team. As that one is driven by Cook into the offside, but again, Sussex managing to dry up the runs. 5 dot balls in this over from Ari Carvelis.
Fred was telling me she could not get a run last year, Tammy Beaumont, and Gwen said to her, well, my personal coach, Michael Powell, remember he played for Warwickshire for years and years?
Oh, that Mike Powell, yeah.
Yeah, not ours.
Here's Carvelis to finish his over to Chris Cook, and he defends the
Kept it
ball.
low.
Came back a little bit, kept low, well dug out by Cook. End of a maiden over, 151 for 5 still.
The end of the story is that she went to Michael Powell, who had a couple of 1-to-1 sessions. Next game she played, got 100, and has never looked back. So, good for Mr. Powell, who's highly rated, apparently up in the Midlands.
There we are. I'll have a quick break, and Andrew Rayburn will replace me.
Right, as Andrew gets into his seat, 151 for 5. Jack Carson to continue to bowl his fourth over. And he's bowling to Billy Root. He comes round the wicket and bowls, and Root pushes forward, back down the pitch. Carson, 3 overs and 1 ball, 0 for 17. Still a very pleasant day here in Cardiff as Carson bowls again, and Root drives through the offside to deep extra cover and gets a single. Welcome back, Andrew.
Thank you very much, and a very fruitful half an hour for Glamorgan it's been.
Yes, as I said, they got 30s and 40s and then get out partnerships. But this is an important one for both sides, really. 152 for 5. Carson to the right-handed Cook now. Man sent on the deep extra cover boundary as he bowls. Why he's got one there, I don't know. Probably for the arm ball, because the line should be with 1, 2, 3, 5 men on the onside, should be on mid and leg, I would have thought. Jack Carson, tall young man. Been on an England A tour, bowls and Cook comes forward. Cook will eye that big gap behind mid-off and mid-on. Whether he'll go for it, he might do, but we've got to be careful. Carson's ability. Carson bowls to Cook. Cook pushes it up to mid-on and decides not to run.
Yep. It's, just entered a bit of a, as you mentioned just now, just drying up.
Carson will. He's such an accurate bowler. He bowls again to Cook. Cook goes back, thinks about cutting it, is too far pitched up for anything like that. And in a twinkle of an eye, he finishes the over. Glamorgan 152 for 5 with Root top scorer on 44. Cook is 23. And this partnership now has put on 51.
I do like a spinner who can get through their overs. Someone who trots back to their mark pretty quick. Joe Root.
You don't like overtime, obviously, like all of us. Anything after
in the
past.
pub by 6:15, yeah. Joe Root, of course, is one who gets through his overs very, very quickly. It's his brother Billy out there at the moment. 44 not out. 23 for Cook. His partnership worth 51. They came together at 101 for 5. And there's a lot of furrowed brows around Cardiff, but some hope on the horizon. Carvelis comes in now to bowl to Root. Root prods that out into the offside. There's no run. Good bit of busy work out in the field, even though there was never any run on, because well, Root, it was never entertaining one, but still some good work from Dan Ibrahim to run round and keep himself alert. Carvelis is up to his mark. One of the longer run-ups of the Sussex bowling attack, and bowls, and Root drives handsomely for 4. Might be the shot of the day.
I'm just going to say, yes, you're right there, Andrew. Everything was right, wasn't it? He got to the pitch, played through the line of the ball, and I think, perfect shot, wasn't it?
And it dissected the two fielders as well, which is even better. It's
brought another man there now.
Yeah, well, that's following the ball slightly, but
stable and toes.
Yes, exactly. But it might just make Billy Root just have another think about where he wants to this. A very packed offside field as Carvelis over the wicket bowls to the left-handed Root, and Root, correct in defence, just plays it up towards mid-off. There's no run, and Root other than apart from fairly chanceless innings so far. 48 from 75. It's the sort of innings that you can build a decent score around.
This is an interesting field. 7-2 field.
7-2 field. Mid-on and long leg, and everybody else on the offside.
Yeah, here's another one coming across.
Oh, there is another one.
Trotting over.
It's a mid-wicket. 6-3 then in that case, as Carvelis comes around, but it's round the wicket this time. That's why maybe the change has been made. And again, Root though is behind that one. He's on 48, and he'll be keen to get past the 50 mark. Carvelis starts his long run in. He's up to the wicket now, and he bowls. And again, Root is forward and like a brick wall. Nothing is getting past him at the moment. Glamorgan ticking along at 3.5 and over. And we got the last ball of this, the 44th over to come.
Did Mr. Adrian Arms take a bed with him on his weekend at Glastonbury, you think?
Who knows? Who knows which bit of Somerset Fields he is in right now? As this time Root drives. Oh, what a good stop that is! Really good stop.
Good cricket.
And good ball, good shot, and a good stop that is.
Stop 4.
It did stop 4, absolutely. James Cole's it in the hat?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, we speak about Adrian, who's been working with us for years, and he must have taken his daughters there. His daughters are showing the way, I would have thought.
Well, yeah, I think it would be that way round rather than the other way round. Jack Carson, I should just say, was the man who stopped it.
It was it?
Yes. Yes, it would be. I think it would be an interesting. Sometimes, people might wonder, what do you talk about all day when you're doing the cricket for, 6 hours or so? I reckon Adrian will have some stories to tell when he returns on on day 3 and 4.
Back on Tuesday, isn't he?
Yeah, so I think he might have some story, if he can remember any of it, of course. Sorry, I'll let you continue with Jack Carson's over.
Yeah, the first one is blocked. He didn't appear to me to be a Glastonbury person, but there we are.
It's the quiet ones you want to watch, Ed.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Carson resumes this little battle with Billy Root. Short leg and a slip in attendance. As he bowls again. Oh, back goes Root. He's through the man at short extra cover, and he's wringing his hands because it's gone for 4. No, it hasn't. It's been picked up. Little applause here. He has to run quite hard and gets it. This for a very good 50 from Billy Root. Chanceless. He's 52, not out. And we'll get his details in just a moment. He has faced 80 balls, 101 minutes, and he has hit 9 fours. That's quite a high proportion in an innings of 52. As that ball went for 2, he hit, and the lad at short extra cover is looking at his hands still.
Yeah, that's Ibrahim, I think, there, who has taken a battering.
Carson bowls to Cook. Cook plays an attacking shot, but straight to mid-off. We've just gone back a few yards. Playing with increased confidence, these two now. Yeah, good innings by Root. And he's waving to somebody down at on the boundary. Carson bowls. And he's bowled him, I think. Yeah, I think, yeah, he has. Wicketkeeper had back to me, and whether that was down and hit in the line of off stump, it was the arm ball, we will see, but the wicketkeeper blocking our view.
Oh, that's a cracker.
Absolutely, it was going with the arm, and Carson's accuracy strikes.
Bit quicker as well, I think, possibly. Pushed it through.
Oh yeah, went. He was playing there to push it to mid-on, and it went past him, hit the off stump. Good bit of bowling, as you say. 160 for 6, and he's gone for 23.
Well, as they say, he played
down the Piccadilly.
Played down the big Piccadilly, and the ball went down the Bakerloo. So you read my mind there. But Cook, 23 from 49. Was a good foil for Billy Root. But he's had to go, and as you say, Ed, it's another one who's made a start and hasn't been able to go on, and that will be frustrating.
That would be the story. Now, Tim van der Gooten will be coming in next, and you might have heard us say he's transformed himself into a very good batsman. He's got a 50 or 2 this year, played extremely well, and then he's come back after missing a couple of games in the T20 Blast, and has got runs there as well. Certainly Glamorgan would need runs from him to stay with Wood,
Glamorgan is Tim van der Gooten.
we have seen a few wickets fall, and there will be a few more, I fancy, because this pitch has undoubtedly helped something for the bowlers. There's been something in it, whether it's the ball. Remember, we're playing with a kookaburra in this game instead of the normal Duke's ball. Whether it is the pitch, there's a little bit of movement. Whether it's the weather. It's a very heavy sort of day. And I'm sure you two, when you do your interviews, will be the first question you'll ask.
Definitely. It's a good wicket that for Sussex to remove Cook. Obviously a big century from him last time out against Durham.
And then Root having a lengthy chat with Van der Gooten, probably saying, look, he's bowling off spin, but be careful of the ball that goes straight on. That's the reason that he's got a deep extra cover, because he does bowl the ball that goes on. And he's about to, well, I thought he was about to bowl, but he's not, because it's Van der Gooten taking guard, and he's coming over the wicket to the right-hander, with Glamorgan still struggling at 160 for 6. Jack Carson comes in and bowls, and Van der Gooten goes back on his stumps and plays it out to short mid-wicket.
Well, I'll tell you what, there may not be much cricket on day 3 and 4 at this rate, so maybe Adrian can spend all of our commentary time telling us about his Glastonbury adventures.
Well, I hope there's some cricket in day 3. Certainly.
In jest, I think.
Van der Gooten is forward, pushes it back down. Good over there from Jack Carson. 160 for 6 and 52 not out to Root, who's really carrying this innings at the moment.
Important innings as well for Root, because obviously he made some, he made starts against Durham, didn't he, in both innings? Yeah. So nice for him to get over the 50 mark, and he'll be looking to cash in. I mean, it's the convert. It's all about, when you're a middle order batter, the conversion rate, isn't it? If once you get to 50, can you then go and convert it to 100?
Although the bowlers are on top, he hasn't played he's really been chanceless innings. I can't remember anything nothing's been put down, or he's struggled and played and missed.
I dare say, he's a very good player, but I dare say he knows.
Should be getting more runs than he is.
But I dare say he knows it's been tough out there. But the other batters must be looking at this and going, "Well, hang on a minute, why is it looking so easy for him today?"
Yes.
When we've all struggled. But yeah, that happens, doesn't it? That one player or two players get the hang of it, and the others don't. So we're going to see a change of bowling. We've got Henry Shipley coming on, and he's changed ends. Bowled pretty much exclusively from the River Taff end, and he's now going to bowl from the Cathedral Road end as he comes round the wicket to the left-handed Root. He bowls now, Root lets that go. He's got 2 slips of gully, deep backward point, which is Root is strong both sides of the wicket. Nobody at third man, but for that favoured shot, there is a gap. But perhaps it's to encourage Root, because he's left also. They've got a short extra cover in, but there is a gap there to try and drive it, and maybe they want him to go after it. Long leg, mid-wicket, mid-off, mid-on, as Shipley comes round the wicket to Root, and Root is back and plays it out in square on the offside. Quick single, half stop by Ibrahim, and they're going to stick with one.
Next man is James Harris, no mean performer with the bat. He's got hundreds, he's got plenty of 50s. Now, Mr. Swepson from Australia making his championship debut, any sort of debut for Glamorgan today. I know not much about his batting capabilities, but I don't suppose huge because he's in at 10.
Yeah, well, that gives it away, doesn't it, somewhat?
Jack McElroy will come in then. Jamie McElroy at number 11, who can hold a bat, in fairness.
As Shipley over the wicket to Van der Hoogten, and Van der Hoogten is back and playing defensively into the leg side for no run. Yeah, it's going to be, as I said earlier, a very interesting session, this one.
It's a good field, this is attacking, because you've got 2 slips and a gully. Then you've got 3 in an arc on the offside, and you've got 2 on the onside, saving a single.
Shipley up to the wicket and bowls to Van der Hoogten, who again is just playing defensively. Nothing getting past him there. Mitchell Swepson just the right side of 30 from a sporting perspective. And is, I can tell you from a batting point of view, he averages 7 in Test cricket and 12.5 in first class cricket.
Could be worse.
And Shipley comes in and bowls, and it's shorter, and it's been just top of the bat, shoulder of the bat maybe.
Yeah,
over the second slip, and it's going to go down to the boundary for 4. Not sure it was particularly controlled. Well, I don't know. Maybe it was controlled. I don't know.
I don't know. It got up, that did. 46 over the innings, 5-3 on the first day. And you see that shooting up to the shoulder of the bat, you begin to wonder, don't you? No.
Well, and earlier you talked about one which kept low as well, so there's some variable bounce.
Yeah.
On day 1 at Sophia Gardens. 165 for 6, Glamorgan have moved on to. Van der Hoogten getting off the mark with that one as Shipley comes in and bowls again shorter, and that one has caught him, I think, on the arm guard maybe. It deadens down in front of him, there's no run.
Glamorgan will be saying, Andrew, on this pitch, I wish Michael Nisa was in the vicinity.
Well, yes.
Because he's just sitting carrying drinks and taking things out. I just wonder why Australia might say, well, he isn't in the first 5 or 6 seamers, they're all fit. Go and have a game. And just keep fit.
Yeah.
Not for the sake of Glamorgan, but for the sake of himself.
I'm guessing, though, the fear is that just if he treads on a cricket ball in a warm-up for Glamorgan.
Well, yeah.
And we're going to see Jack Carson.
We are, and he bowls to Root, who's forward, pushes it away on the offside. There's no run. But there we are. That's.
So just to continue further on Mitchell Swepson, never made a first-class 50.
I think you better stop there. Sake of Glamorgan followers.
But just a shy under 800 first-class runs.
Oh, that spun away from the bat. The left-handed Root pushed forward, and just have a look on the replay. That turned appreciably.
And that will please Swepson with the
It
ball.
will.
Yeah, at 185 first-class wickets at 35.
That's played firmly backward of square. There's no run. 5th bowler is Jack Carson. Every bowler has bowled pretty well. You begin to think, well, what is an useful score? You'll never know. The old adage, both sides have to plot in it. Next ball will be a single out to deep extra cover.
And that's why in innings like, obviously we're not talking about early April or mid-September here, but, so it's not quite one of those innings for Billy Root where you say, 54 is worth 108, but certainly an innings like Billy Root's can just prove the difference sometimes between
I agree.
With a first innings deficit one way or t'other.
The right-handed Van der Hoogten waits as Carson bowls, and he's forward pushing it back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Well, I must say, when the coin went up at 10:30 this morning, if you'd have said to the 2 sets of players at 3 o'clock Glamorgan to be 166 for 6.
And then you say, should they be 166 for 6? Carson bowls to Van der Hoogten, and Van der Hoogten leans into that, plays it up to mid-off, and that's the end of another very quick over. Thank you, Mr. Carson, for making our day a little shorter.
And you honestly can't say they made the wrong decision to bat first, I don't think.
I
can
would
you?
have thought so.
You know, that's the thing. You know, I think you mentioned it earlier. Actually, I'd heard you said Sussex would have batted first. I'm sure they would.
Sure they would, yeah. Well, it was only Surrey that put a side in. With that array of attack, you think, well, yeah, Surrey can do it.
Well, yeah, that was that. I must admit, obviously, but at the Oval in mid-June, you'd say brave, but they've done it, and they've already taken 5 wickets at the last count against Lancashire.
Have they?
Sean Abbott's taken 3 wickets in that one. Yeah, 166 for 5 Lancashire in Division 1 against Surrey as Shipley continues and draws a defensive out of Billy Root.
When I looked at lunchtime, there's 3 or 4 wickets fallen in every game. There's nobody sort of, apart from Durham, who were going crazy at Leicester with 146 without loss.
That was insane. Michael Jones was doing the damage there.
One of them's fallen anyhow.
And
when I last looked,
205 for 3. They've Durham.
Collapsing.
They've going at 4.5 and over, so they've slowed down a bit. But Root is back to this one from Shipley, and again, it's I don't want to put the mockers on him, but it's impenetrable defence at the moment from Billy Root. He's very correct in everything he does. He's rather like his brother, but he is playing the right shots at the right time.
Well, when he got his 50, Andrew, we waved at somebody down behind him in the crowd. What's Joe doing today? It's only 3.5 hour drive from. No, they're at Lord's. Yeah, they're gathering apparently at Lord's. Yeah.
Shipley, and almost a full shot actually from Root. It just got up as he played that. Tried to play it into the offside. It must have got up a little bit and caught maybe the edge of the bat or off the face, but it ran down safely into the hands of Gully. No problems there, but. Yeah, you don't get too many. We haven't had too many full shots from Billy Root in this innings of 54 from 89 deliveries. It's played very nicely indeed, punishing anything short in particular. As Shipley comes in and bowls, and that one is Fuller. He's forward in defence, and there's no run there.
Yeah, I think it was last year at Nick was there at Headingley. Billy got 100 first or second game of the season. I think I'm right in saying Nicky got it off Brothers bowling.
Yeah, was that last year?
Or was it the time just flies at Headingley? And
Year before that was.
and it was Joe bowling at him, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Thanks, bro.
Shipley comes in and bowls, and Root is tucking that away off his pads for a boundary off his hip, and as Ed says, the timing was perfect. It's one of those where he just clipped it. He didn't hit it hard or anything like it. He just used what pace Shipley has just to flick it away off his hips, and it raced away across the practice pitches and square of the boundary on the leg side for 4. I mean, no fielder was stopping that one once it beat the inner ring. 170 for 6. Root on 58. Van der Hoogten at the other end 4.
Mockers on him, Andrew, but this is the best little innings I've seen him play this season.
There you go. Mark the mark.
There we go. Yeah.
Mark that down. 4 minutes past 3.
Yeah, I'm out of here.
If he's gone by 10 past. As Shipley comes in and bowls to Root, and Root is driving. There is a man out on the offside boundary now for that shot, and he'll take a single, moves him on to 59, and Glamorgan to 171 for 6.
I'd say it's some sort of recovery, having been 60 for 4 and 101 for 5. But they want a big partnership, somewhere in the 90-100 mark to get try and get in control. Looking at this pitch, probably I'll be wrong, but I thought if you get 260 to 70, I don't know what you think, it will be possibly quite challenging.
That sounds sort of competitive, doesn't it? Yeah, when you win the toss bat first in the middle of June, you'd say, right, pile on the runs, bat once if you can, but this doesn't look like the sort of pitch that you can do that on. And 270, I mean, they'd love to get somewhere near, well, they want to try and get to near 250 first before they consider anything further than that. And there's
very close.
A big spinning big spinning ball from Carson, which beat the edge and went straight to slip.
It's the second time now.
Second time, but I think that time he thought there had been an edge.
Carson thought so, but yeah, it's got him some turn. First day.
There was that one, wasn't there, in the famous Ben Stokes innings at Headingley, where Lyon managed to take one from one side or the other out the rough. Now as Root drives, he's only finding the fielder a short extra cover.
Is that Ibrahim?
No, it's Hudson Prentice this time.
Because Ibrahim, poor chap, was wringing his hands.
Yeah, they've been in the wall.
Now so is Hudson Prentice.
And Tom Clark earlier, after dropping one, they've been in the walls, the fielders, at times. Mind you, so the batsman today, Carson, had to get some treatment as Root comes forward to one from Carson. There's no run. Bowled very tidily, I think, Carson, 1 for 22 in his 7th over.
Yeah,
and he's probably going to have to do a lot of work, I think, Carson, just to keep the pace bowlers fit and fresh. I know they've, it's only been in the 49th over, and the bowlers have been on top, but even so, you want your spinner to do a bit of work. Now, all Root going back to try and cut and doesn't make contact, and it's claimed behind the stumps by Ollie Carter.
The old coach once said to me, never try and cut an off spin until you've got 150. I think he's absolutely spot on.
Quite possibly. Certainly that one wasn't there to be cut, and this one is there to be prodded back up the pitch, and there's no run. And Root, everything so far present and correct from him. Carson once again getting through his over. Bowls. Have I taken your over? I might have done.
You have, and I'll forgive you. You're a younger man than me.
I'm suddenly thinking to myself, I don't remember commentating on Carson's last
it's all right. I wasn't going to interrupt you. I thought let him wants to do some extra work.
I was in the flow, but it's probably time for me, seeing as I've outstayed my welcome.
What was it?
It's probably going to be time for me shortly to hand over to Nick, who's also not like a bowler. He's doing his stretching exercises before he comes on. He's wanting the captain to say, "Come on, bring me on, Skip," and he will be here in a moment.
He's not a very happy man today, Nick. Not happy at all, because his side lost by 3 runs yesterday, and he failed to contribute. Right then, it's Shipley. Tall Shipley in, bowls to Van der Gooten, who defends and pushes it up. You think you're going to get away? You're not, because it's my turn for a rest.
No, that's true. Mind you, Nick's now just left, so...
Yeah. Do you know, some years ago I was commentating, 2 of us, and as you well know, Andrew, it's hard work when you only got 2 all day.
And you can't rotate.
I'm just off for a minute, he said, and he was away for half an hour. Shipley is in, away from us, bowls down the leg side, clipped away down towards fine leg, and they will get a single. Was it a leg by? What did Mr. Baton tell us? No, he got a nick on that. 172. And I kept looking and looking, where's he gone? And I said, you all right? Yes. Yeah, I had a little rest.
Good
for
right
you.
for some, yeah.
Yeah, you know him, but I won't tell you who he was.
Right, okay.
Tell you afterwards. Shipley is around the wicket this time. Bowls to Root. Oh, Root fiddles outside the off stump, and it's a good stop by Carter. No chance of the arms going up to suggest perhaps that he dropped it, and he hadn't.
I think he hit it into the ground, did he? Yeah.
Somebody... Joe Root is waving again. Now, I don't think he is waving to the crowd. What's he... There's something behind which is hindering him. I don't know. Anyhow, here is Shipley running away from us to the left-handed Root and bowls to him. Root is forward, plays it away on the offside. The man at short extra cover feels as the sun comes out.
I wonder if the sun is shining off something, because
there's no cars here. No.
Van der Gooten is
yes,
also
he did it as well. You're right.
And it's in this general direction, isn't it? It's nothing to do with us, I should hasten to add, but there's some waving and a pointing going on.
We told you about the cakes we get here.
I've been pre-warned, not pre-warned,
Pre-warned?
pre-promised.
Next delivery, gun barrel straight, and it's just pushed back and no run. Yeah, so they'll be arriving. They might be there now, actually. So. Not yet.
I used to. Yeah, that's why Nick went out of the room. You see, he was scouting out the cake
I should
situation.
go and have a look now.
At Lord's, you get soup at lunch and
It's not the greatest.
cake at tea.
Next ball is played defensively out into the offside. That's the end of me for a bit. 172 for 6. Root leading the way with 59. Van der Houten is not out. 5. I will take the break.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ed. And as he takes his leave at 11 minutes past 3 local time, you could be listening to us anywhere in the world, couldn't you? Whether it's Cardiff or somewhere in Sussex beginning with C, I couldn't think of off the top of my head. Could be anywhere.
We get a few in Australia.
As we see, Carson bowling, and Van der Houten got a little tied up in knots there, and ball squirted away into the offside. Hello again, Nick. How are you?
Not bad, just aching
After your 40
somewhat
overs
behind
keeping.
the stumps. Yeah, absolutely terrible.
A close finish, though, I hear. As now a shot from Van der Houten into the covers, no run, straight to the fielder.
Yes, I'm not sure if I'll keep my place in the team on the strength of that. Depends how desperate they are.
You never know. Expect the unexpected. As Carson comes in and bowls to Van der Houten, who is literally just leans on that one and plays it back up the pitch. In the women's test match, Australia 224 for 7. Lead of 234 therefore, I think, isn't it? Is it
10
runs?
run lead. It's an easy one to calculate.
Yes. Carson comes in and bowls, and Van der Houten plays that square with the wicket on the leg side. He'll get a single, and it means he's on 6. Glamorgan 173 for 6.
Yeah, there have been some mishaps at Glastonbury one way or another, haven't there, with Lewis Capaldi struggling to complete his set, and the plug pulled on Lana Del Rey last night.
Yeah, I mean, credit to the crowd, obviously, for helping Lewis Capaldi through quite obviously a difficult personal issue there as Root cuts and gets a single. Yeah, rather unfortunate for Lana.
Well, she turned up half an hour late, didn't she?
Yes, that's what the there was also something that went on at a comedy festival in Bath or Bristol or somewhere recently where lots of big performers performing, and they had a power cut, and that one is quicker from Carson, I think, and defended by Van der Houten. End of that over. Blink and you miss it with Carson. I think I managed to get all of his balls in there. And the partnership is 14. Glamorgan 174 for 6. So somebody had to do their sets. Basically, they had to shout because there was no microphones, no lights, no anything. So they were shouting to people in the dark.
Yeah, Lana Del Rey, they pulled the power at midnight-ish, I think, because she turned up late, and so
she'd overrun.
So
the bylaws kicked in.
The fans had to sing video. Of course, she hadn't done a couple of her biggest ones like Summertime Sadness and video games, and the fans had to do video games with her a cappella. As the new over from Shipley starts, and Root blocks it back to the bowler, and there is no run. And that's about all I've had time to watch of Glastonbury, because of course we were working here until fairly late on Friday evening. So I shall be catching up with a lot of it on iPlayer in the week to come, and getting Adrian Harms's tips on what to concentrate on. Mannix were very good, I hear, last night.
I watched the Mannix last night. Yeah, they're one of my favourites anyway. I've seen them a few times.
There's Shipley bowls, and Root works one into a little gap backward of point and takes a single.
Yeah, I saw the Manic Street Preachers in Bournemouth 10 years ago, maybe 10 years ago, and saw them again a year or two ago at Wembley Arena And yeah, fantastic on both occasions.
Yeah.
James Dean Bradfield, one of the best rock voices.
Yeah, and contributing a lot of the guitar as well at the same time.
Absolutely, and Nicky Wire, one of the maddest people in
and a big
show
cricket
business.
fan.
Yes.
Shipley bowls and Van der Hoogten defends. Back to the bowler. Wrote a B-side in the days when they had B-sides to singles about Matthew Maynard. 175 for 6.
And of course, this is going to turn into a TMS deviation, I can tell. But of course, Neil Hannon from Divine Comedy, of course, is a massive cricket nut.
Yeah, a concept album, didn't he?
The Duckworth-Lewis method, which the name of that is already out of date.
As that's pulled by Van der Hoogten over mid-wicket. Short ball didn't cause him too much difficulty and whacked away for 4 to mid-wicket. Dealt quite nicely with that one. It was a bit too short even for a short delivery from Shipley.
Bit of a helicopter shot and 4 runs. Nobody out there. Risk-free.
Absolutely, once he'd got it over the man shortish mid-wicket. Who is now...
Yeah, I'm not a massive fan of that. He's not going to do it again.
Horse, stable door, etc.
It's the second time that's happened. I'm not a massive fan of that. And certainly that's one of the things that, you see with Ben Stokes, don't you? It doesn't matter if the guy hits it for 2 or 3 fours. Ask him to do it again. He's going to make a mistake eventually. That's the way they see it. 179
for 6. Shipley bowls. And that one's helped away by Van der Hoogten, but he's managed to bisect the fielders, and it is another 4 runs. The initial shouts of catch it, but it was absolutely halfway between fine leg and square leg. Maybe not quite under control from Van der Hoogten.
It's an interesting little shot, that, and yeah, there's a now massive gap in the onside. And it's just inviting, especially if you're going to bowl straight. If you're going to bowl 6th stump line, fine, but if you're going to bowl straight, you're just inviting a single there, aren't you?
As that is on the leg side, and Carter, don't think took it cleanly, but it's a decent enough stop. Don't think there was any touch on it. 183 for 6 at the end of the over. Van der Hoogten has 14. Root has 61, and Glamorgan sort of staggering towards some sort of semi-respectability, but they really haven't put together any big stands. 58 is the best partnership they've had. 59 rather. It's the best partnership they've had so far.
So Carson will continue. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 24. His figures in this innings. We've had 52 overs, so 44 left in the day as Carson comes around the wicket and bowls to Root, and Root is forward to play that out into the offside. Glamorgan still have been constantly going along at 3.5 and over pretty much for most of the day. 183 for 6, the most important figure, as Carson bowls and Root again is forward to one that's full. And wind is still up. Those trees down by the river are they are a bustling as Carson comes in and bowls, and this one on sort of middling leg, and Root plays defensively, rehearses that defensive shot as if he hasn't played it 50 times already today. But he's also put the bad balls away. It's been the archetypal innings really from him. 61 from 108 thus far as Carson comes in and bowls, and again Root is forward, and he'll be wanting to book his place not out at tea, which is, well,
quite a way away still.
Still 10 overs probably or more.
Where are we? 43, yeah, 11 overs after the end of this one, even with Carson bowling.
Yep, Carson comes in and bowls. Oh, and that one just caught the left-hand half of Root's bat, squirmed away into the leg side. If Root is still unbeaten at tee, you would fancy that Glamorgan go on and make a competitive score. As Ed said earlier, something like 270, 280 might be possible, or more. Because the partnership between these two is 23. If they were to get up to 200 for 6, suddenly that score looks a little better from 60 for 4.
Yeah, James Harris has been a bit short of runs so far this season. He's not quite the batter he was, with all due respect.
Made an over from Carson.
Swepson, what do you say, first class average of 12, was it?
Yep, 12 and a half. Let's not forget the half.
Well, if he only gets halfway down, he's going to be run out. McIlroy to come and round up the rear. He's 29 runs for twice out this season, which is really his first major season as a regular in the Glamorgan side. And he's only got 7 wickets at 42. He's just starting to look more the part and has played certainly a leading role in the T20 campaign. Sat out the last match at Durham. Just a bit of rest and rotation. As Nathan McAndrew will come back for his third spell of the day. 12 overs, 2 for 42. The wickets of Sam Northeast and Kieran Carlson, both of whom were caught behind. Carlson off what seemed to be an effort ball, a slightly faster delivery. 183 for 6 as McAndrew fiddles with his field, sending players hither and thither. What's he ended up with? Extra man on the leg side, I think, compared with the last over. There's now a short mid-wicket, a mid-on, a deep square leg and a fine leg, after Van der Hoogten took on a couple of leg side shots. And McAndrew is in to bowl, and Van der Hoogten just deflects it away gently off his hip for a single. That's basically 3 runs, isn't it, bowling there?
It is, yeah. Obviously that would have been a single even if they'd had the man back up from the boundary, but do they need that 184 for 6? Do they need someone on the rope just because of that one shot that he played? Because he wouldn't be there now if he hadn't played that. Yeah,
unless it's a tactic to get him out, bounce him and take on the short ball. Anywho, it is the left-handed Root back on strike, and so the offside ring thickens, and Carter's just sending mid-off a little bit wider. Joining in the directions is the keeper. 2 slips, a gully, a point, a cover and a mid-off. On the leg side, fine leg, deep square and mid-on. And Root plays into the offside. Van der Hoogten thought there would be a single there, and then went galloping back. Sent back correctly by Root. Van der Hoogten in short sleeves today, which fooled me for a moment there. Usually wears a long sleeve shirt. But even the Australians have decided that it's summer now. Well, it's actually a little bit cooler than most of the last few weeks. 184 for 6. McAndrew round the wicket to Root, who drives through the covers. He's found the gap despite that thickly populated offside, and that will roll away to the empty grandstand for 4 runs. Empty because it is cordoned off for championship matches. Tends to be only used for T20 and for the 100. Maybe for the One Day Cup, we shall wait and see. A couple of One Day Cup games being played here. The other couple are, as last year, at Neath. And to be honest, I think if I were in charge of these things, which obviously I'm not, I'd be tempted to play the other couple of One Day Cup matches at outgrounds as well.
Yeah, I do think outground cricket is very important, and Middlesex do it quite well, don't they? Because they play it.
It's more from force of circumstance, isn't it? They only get a limited amount of use of Lords. McAndrew bowls, and Root works another one into the offside and takes the single. You can stick as many players as you like on the offside, he's still going to find gaps. 189 for 6. to be honest, I mean, Glamorgan were at was it Northwood, the school ground, which is fine of itself, and
Merchant Taylors.
Yeah, been a couple of years at Radlett and a few years at Richmond, the home of London Welsh, which of course goes down with the Welsh audience. And Glamorgan won there several times. 189 for 6. McAndrew to Van der Hochten. Drives it back. The bowler gets a hand to it but can't stop it, and they'll take one. And Billy Root is pretty speedy over the turf, so they will come back comfortably enough for a second run by the time it's been retrieved by Carvela. So you get the feeling that Middlesex need a proper second ground, though, don't you?
I just thought I'd mention that Billy Root is 66 not out. So Root not only is obviously it's his brother's England number, and of course the gag, the Root 66.
Root 66. It used to be Billy's number here for his first couple of seasons at Glamorgan, but he got bored with it. McAndrew to Van der Hochten, who nudges another one on the leg side for a single down to fine leg.
Yeah, it's notable there. McAndrew turned and looked fairly annoyed with life, but then again he bowled the ball, so I don't know who he's complaining about that, but or 9 off the over. Very fruitful, and yeah, just the control. I mean, Sussex are in a reasonable position still, but just the control of things has gone back in the favour of Glamorgan, you'd say, with Billy Root and steering the partnerships he's had with Cook and now Van der Hochten. And of course before that with Carlson in 41, the partnership with Carlson. And it was 59 with Cook, and is now 32 with Van der Hochten, as Carlson comes into bowl now to Van der Hochten, who plays up towards a wideish mid-off, and they take a very quick single, tumbling stop, and it's successful.
Yeah, good shout that, really, because it's always 5 metres to the side of the fielder there, so good call.
Van der Hochten has outscored Root in this partnership. 19 runs for him, 14 for Root in a partnership of 33. As Carson now comes in and bowls, and Root is forward and plays that out into the offside, no run. Carson looking to get through his over very quickly again. Just dries his hands off. And spins the ball 2 or 3 times before coming in now to bowl to Root. That hits high up on the bat, and no close infielders on the offside to make any difference there. But as has happened, that's happened, so they've changed the field afterwards. So there's now a silly point come in, silly bit off, and and that's turned and beaten a sort of a wafty sort of drive from Root and claimed by Carter. But I tell you what, there was a bit of turn again there for Carson, who's bowling very nicely. 1 for 25 in the 10th over for him. Carson comes in and bowls, and this one is just comes off the bat work, goes down behind square on the offside, no run. You sounded poised, Nick.
Yes, but Carson's bowling, getting through his over so quickly. I'll wait till the end of the over.
Okay. Carson again just loads up the spring and then bowls, and Root plays that up towards mid-off. No run. So good over. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 27. For no, we haven't finished because there's no ball.
There's no ball in there, yeah.
Beg your pardon. Didn't spot that. It's the second no ball he's bowled, isn't it, Carson?
Third,
is it? Third.
Too early on, wasn't there, in the same over.
So that's disappointing from a spinner's perspective, as Carson comes in and bowls, and that's beaten Root, and he's stumped. Well, like brother there, Billy Root out for 66, and a big wicket that for Sussex. He is furious with himself. Let's have a look at this one. Yeah, just tried to use his feet and a big turn, and earlier of course the ball had turned away from him, and that no ball in the end has been crucial, because that was the last ball of the over, a little bit like that Flintoff over back in 2005 when he got Ricky Ponting out with the extra ball after a no ball. And it's Billy Root who has fallen for 66. He'll get a lot of applause on his way back to the changing rooms that you can hear behind us, but he is furious with himself. And yeah, just like Joe in the test match last week, an injudicious attempt to use the feet, and he's been left stranded out of his ground. Second wicket for Carson, 7th for Sussex, Glamorgan 195 for 7, and I've got to dash off to do an update, Nick. So
fair enough.
I'll leave you.
Fly the flag. See you in a minute.
Feeling coming back to for Glamorgan. Harris.
We'll leave Dr. Hignell as the extra voice there for a moment. James Harris comes to the wicket. Yeah, Roots hit 11 fours in that 66 that came off. 120 balls, and it was the first time really that he'd tried to dance down the wicket. Beaten on the outside, and Carter did what at this level is a relatively simple job. So 195 for 7, and Glamorgan are going to be struggling to get any batting points from here. Remember, 250 it is this season for the first batting point. And once again in the first innings, Glamorgan have underperformed somewhat, and it's a problem that Chris Cook pointed to in an interview. And the point that I was going to make in the last over before Root's dismissal was the interview I did with Matthew Maynard at Hove after the end of that drawn match, and I asked him whether he thought there'd be a lot more attacking cricket because there are a load of sides grouped together in the table, etc. McAndrew starts a new over, bowls down leg side, and flicked away by Van der Hoogten for single to fine leg. And he said, well, maybe, but he thought it would be more likely to go towards result pitches where the wickets would not last the full 4 days, and therefore positive results would ensue rather than draws. Both these teams with 1 win and 6 draws from their first 7 games. James Harris then faces his first ball from Nathan McAndrew and defends it back to the bowler. Good delivery. First for a man's first ball from McAndrew as he trudges back towards us. So 2 wickets apiece now for Shipley, McAndrew and Carson, 1 for Carvelis, and Glamorgan's only significant contributor, Billy Root, out for 66. Up to Tim van der Hoogten to lead things from now on as James Harris gets another good straight ball from McAndrew that he defends back down the pitch. In the Women's Test, Australia 238 for 7, 40 runs added for their 8th wicket so far, between Elisa Healy and Alana King. So they lead by 248. It looks like being a challenging chase for England in the 4th innings there at Nottingham. 56th over of the day here. McAndrew to Harris is off the mark, playing one towards square leg for a single. 197 for 7. Elsewhere in Division 2 at Leicester, Durham 234 for 4 after that flying start. A very rapid 70 from Michael Jones. Alex Lees has now gone for 101. Combination of a couple of the players that are leaving Leicestershire at the end of the season. Ackerman and Parkinson are accounting for Lees. Wright, the third, is also among the wickets there. McAndrew is in to Van der Hoogten, who works one on the leg side. There should be a single there at least, or it might be two actually, as it's gone between mid-wicket and mid-on. And in the end it's a comfortable jog for two, 197 for 7. Worcestershire 181 for 4 against Derbyshire. Jake Libby 78 not out has been the pair's main man there. And Yorkshire going along at a decent lick. 261 for 4 against Gloucestershire. Century for Finley Bean, he made 114. And George Hill 75 not out for the Yorkies. McAndrew bowls, and that's worked away by Tim van der Hoogten for the 200 for Glamorgan. A ripple applause from the faithful at Sophia Gardens. 200 for 7. It's come up in exactly 56 overs. Division 1 scores in the County Championship, all the first day of these. Essex having been 20 for 2 and now 229 for 2. Unbeaten centuries from Tom Westley and from Dan Lawrence, who of course is leaving them at the end of the season. At Southampton, where Glamorgan are heading on Friday, James Harris, Kenneth Davis and myself, your commentary team, and it's Tim van der Hoogten on strike for the start of a new over from Jack Carson, back on his stumps. Defended. Hampshire 166 for 4 against Middlesex. 47 not out. A piece to Gubbins and Dawson at the moment. Carson from the River Taff end bowls to Van der Hoogten, who's forward defending, no run.
I have returned. You'll be pleased to hear. You can.
It's alright. I've been chuntering away with the scoreboard from around the country. Northants 210 for 6. Rob Keogh's 97 not out. As Van der Hoogten plays one just past short leg, but there's no single. Somerset were bowled out for 163 at home by Nottinghamshire, who are 20 for 1 in reply. There were 5 wickets for Brett Hutton for Notts there. Over the water at Taunton. And at the Oval, as Carson bowls and Van der Hoogten plays out into the offside for a single. 201 for 7. At the Oval, Lancashire are 202 for 6 there. 3 wickets to Sean Abbott, the Australian, who was released back to his county, unlike Michael Neser. 201 for 7. It's a bit of a sore point with Glamorgan supporters. 202 for 6 Lancashire against Surrey. Harris is forwards and defending. I was on the offside.
Yeah, I've just been doing an update for our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex, but we share a lot of programmes with BBC Radio Surrey, we always update the Surrey score, and today they're very similar scores. They've been matching each other every time I've done an update.
Forward comes Harris, defends on the offside. He remains on 1. Van der Hoogten is on 24, just the single off the Carson over, so he's 11 overs, 2 for 28. Pretty tight for the spinner, and signs of hope that there will be a bit of turn in the pitch for Mitch Swepson, which is quite difficult to say properly for Glamorgan's débutant Aussie leg spinner. Is that Brisbane? Anyone not doing anything? Fancy popping over for a few weeks?
So, another Australian, Nathan McAndrew, to bowl from the Cathedral Road end, and he's up to the wicket now, and he bowls, and Van der Hoogten gets bat onto that one, straight out to the fielder on the at mid off. Sussex fielders with the martlets on their jumpers. McAndrew, ball in hand, 2 for 56 in the 15th over for him. And just comes running in now. He's up to the wicket now. He bowls a shorter one on the hip of Van der Hugten, who clips that out to square leg for a single. He moves on to 25, and he's batted quite nicely, isn't he, Van der Hugten? Very capable.
Yeah, they've been bowling a lot on his legs after he took that one hook shot on and put it over mid-wicket and flicked one down to fine leg. They obviously think it's the way to get him out, but it's also an area of strength of his.
It's that one a leg by, I think, and so he's sticking on 24. And 202 for 7, the Glamorgan total. And that wicket of Billy Root has just probably forced a bit of a recalculation from a Glamorgan perspective as to what might be a good score here. And that one is an odd one, which he just...
I think he was looking to leave and still got it somewhere off the bottom of the bat.
It went through to the wicket keeper, but sort of second or third bounce. Very strange one.
James Harris has a good old prod. Never mind, James, you'll be safe on the 3rd floor of the hotel with us on Friday night. Nowhere near a dodgy pitch.
More waving going on from Van der Hugten to try and get some sort of message to someone. As McAndrew is at the start of his run now, and he's going to come in past the umpire up to the wicket and bowls, and driven firmly by Harris. That fielded, and there's no mid-off, and there's no run. 2 balls left in this over, and then after that 6 overs before tea time.
Yeah, it's going to be tea past 4 o'clock, isn't it? Which means it will be 6:30 at the earliest, I think, unless there's an awful lot of Carson bowling.
McAndrew starts, comes up to the wicket now, bowls a short one, which Harris ducks underneath quite easily. And 79-mile-an-hour bouncer. Again, that run rate ticking along at 3.5, as it has been pretty much throughout. 202 for 7, the Glamorgan score. Is it just every run is crucial now, or can they? You think they can make 250, 260?
Be grateful, I think, to get to 250.
McAndrew studies the ball, deciding what he wants to do with it. He's up to the wicket now, and he bowls a fuller one, which Harris defends out into the offside. End of that over, end of the 58th over. It's 343 now, and it's 202 for 7 is the score. So we've got 6 overs before tea is due, and that might be another might be a 5 past 10 past 4 job for tea. Just to mark your card.
Yeah, there's a cricket interview on BBC Radio Wales, by the way, just after 6 o'clock tonight on the Roy Noble show, which, if you're still listening to us, you can always catch up with on sounds afterwards. Mike Cann, former Glamorgan player and now chairman of the Wales over 50s team and a regular player for them, is on to talk to Roy Noble about the Silver Dragon Cup, which is a 4-sided competition being held in Newport between the 9th and 11th of July. As Carson starts a new over and bowls wide outside off stump, and Van der Hugten's rather missed out there as he's cracked it straight to mid-off. Where Wales over 50s will be playing 3 matches in successive days against India, England and the United States in the tournament's been held at Marlborough College in the past, but has switched to Spidey Park, as that's nudged away by Van der Hugten on the leg side. So Mike Cann will be on BBC Radio Wales just after 6 o'clock to talk about that. A very enthusiastic promoter of that age group is Mike, as Van der Hugten stretches forward and defends, and also came on the fundraising walking in the valleys for young cricketers, which I managed to limp through one day of just pre-season. 202 for 7. Carson economical in the extreme at the moment. That's shot a bit from Carson, and Van der Hoogten really had to dig it out at the last moment. He'd have probably commentated on Mike Cann playing in his Glamorgan days.
I did. I'll tell a little story later about Canny. Very enthusiastic.
As Van der Hoogten stretches forward and defends again. Happy to keep out Carson at the moment at Glamorgan. This could well be his 4th maiden out of 12. He's got a short leg and a slip. As Carson bowls quicker ball, the last ball of his over. It's defended well by Van der Hoogten off the back foot. Back to the bowler. 202 for 7. Van der Hoogten 1. Van der Hoogten 24. Harris 1.
Yeah, before I go on to talk about Michael Cann, who's a great character, I don't quite know what came over Billy Root. Last ball of the over, he played beautifully and not given any semblance of a chance. Until that last ball, he just danced down the wicket. You know, Carson had got the better of him. We knew that. And he, you know, should just play him out. He'd get the bad ball. And at times like that, you wonder, why didn't you do it?
Yeah, just felt it was time to try and get on top of him, but the first time...
Yeah, look at his figures now.
Came down the wicket, and he was stumped by the proverbial country mile. Oh, a bit of double spin now. So we've got James Coles for you.
Left arm spin. Well, we got until tea time. Disappointing news for you that the cakes haven't arrived.
Oh, well.
5 overs to go, and this will be a couple of tea time overs. James Coles to bowl his left arm spin. Short leg and a slip, and then purely defensive. As Harris, who's just got 1 run, will face the first ball, and he goes off the back foot, and he punches it out extra cover, deep extra cover for a single. 203 for 7. Okay, you'll say this is not bad from 60 for 4 and 101 for 5, but you know, 1 or 2 wickets have been rather surrendered. I don't know, what do you think?
Yeah, I suppose you have to credit Root for getting to 66.
Played beautifully, as I say, unblemished innings. But then, as I say, Coles bowls, Van der Hoogten again, proving that he's a more than useful batsman, pushes it away. He's on 24.
Well, we wrote a reference Matthew Maynard's remarks that he expected more results pitches towards the back end of the season.
You get a result pitch here, I think. The next ball is pushed to short mid-on, no run.
Yeah, do you think this is one of them designed to provide a positive result?
We find that this side of the square towards the grandstand does provide more life. We've always said that, haven't we? Coles, a few steps round the wicket, bowled off the back foot goes Van der Hoogten and plays it nicely. He'll get a couple here, as mid-wicket has to come round, and they won't get a third. Not worth risking. Van der Hoogten moves on to 26, and the Glamorgan stuttering along now. 205 for 7. I think Glamorgan's seems, if they stick to their plan and bowl well on this, will get rewarded. As Coles is in, bowls, and this is pushed forward. Yes, hence Matthew's remarks, and they get a leg spinner. Perhaps if he does get a bit of turn on this, so leg spinners always turn it more than the off spinner, then they could be in business. As Coles rushing through his over, bowls, push it away on the onside. Take you back to that story about Michael Cann, and he didn't get many chances the first team. He was pressed into action as an opening bat up at Old Trafford, and we're opening the bowling for Lancashire that day was Paul Allett and Phil de Freitas. Phil de Freitas, yes, both, you know, international bowlers of the highest order, especially de Freitas. And Canny was beaten and beaten and beaten. And anyway, he got to 50 and he got more. I don't know how many he get. He'll remember it. And de Freitas, the nicest of men, in the end said, "Are you really a professional cricketer?" Perhaps it wasn't quite that language. Canny was telling us a story afterwards and laughing. He was great. I must catch up with him. I haven't seen him for years. Did he go to South Africa?
He played quite a bit of first-class cricket in South Africa, yeah.
Thought he did.
Here's Harris pushing forward, the first ball of the Carson over, out into the covers. No run. They're at tea at Trent Bridge, where Australia women have recovered slightly to 254 for 7. That's a lead of 264 over England. 4 sessions left of that game. Carson bowls. Harris comes down the wicket now and drives
Careful,
back to
boy.
the bowler.
You got inside it though, so that's fine.
Yep. 3 dismissals for Ollie Carter. 2 catches and a stumping. As next delivery sees Harris pushing forward in the hands of Silly Point on the bounce. Results of those World Cup qualifiers: Sri Lanka comfortably beat Ireland by 133 runs. Ireland all out 192 with 5 wickets for Hasaranga. Carson in bowls, and Harris again takes a step down before defending back to the bowler. And Scotland completing comfortable 76-run win over Oman, who finished on 244 for 9 in reply to the Scots 320 all out.
They beat Ireland too, didn't they, the Scots?
They did.
They were on this last week.
As Harris this time in his crease defends, and there is no run.
He's a defensive player, James Harris, and I think he'll just defend here because you're not quite sure the variation of Carson's bowling. It's very good.
Harris propping forward again and defending. Just trying to bring up a table, but it seems to be a bit lacking in those World Cup qualifying. Let's have to go onto another website. 205 for 7 at the end of the over.
Tea will be about 20 minutes late, which is not too bad, is it?
Well, considering the delay while Carlson got a bit of treatment for that bang on the leg earlier on.
And the seamers have bowled quite a lot. And it'll be even better for us because James Coles is going to bowl his slow left arm and he'll rushes through the over. And he'll be bowling to Tim van der Goot and is unbeaten on 26. Any chance of not a very good delivery, a loose ball, and he does punish it. Here's the first ball, but he won't punish that because it's gun barrel straight and pushed back down the track. There he is again. Coles past umpire Baton, goes round the wicket, down the leg side. He gets a bat on that. It's not going to run very far, and he'll just get a single. He didn't get a bat, it's a legger.
So that's Ireland out of contention. 3 straight
They'll be
defeats.
disappointed.
Scotland 3 straight victories. So Sri Lanka and Scotland both with 3 out of 3 in their group.
Coles bowls. Harris plays an aggressive shot and he'll get 4 runs. Lovely shot there, played through mid-on. He's waited for the bad ball and punished that sort of half volleyish length on leg stump. Glamorgan move on to 210 for 7.
And in the other group, Zimbabwe have got 3 wins out of 3. Netherlands
Well done,
2 out of 3. West Indies 2 out of 3. And it looks like they go through to another stage there, Super 6 stage.
Fancy West Indies having to qualify. Coles in, bowls to Harris. Harris is forward with better delivery this time and is pushed back down the pitch.
Well, you feel in their case it is the economic problems that their board is in, that they just can't keep their best players playing for their country.
Coles down the leg side, and Harris was a bit panicky there because he thought he might have been stumped. It beat him on the outside, and Carter, and he got across, he would have stumped him. And he just wandered out of his crease, but a couple of buys. As,
couple of rather misplaced deliveries from Coles in this over, isn't it?
Yeah.
Full tosses down leg side that Glamorgan haven't quite made the most of.
212 for 7. This is a straighter delivery. End of the over. And we have now had...
A reminder that tea will be taken today when there are 32 overs.
Well, what a surprise.
There we are. For anyone who hasn't been here before.
For the last 50 years, tea will be taken up.
32 overs left.
Onto the outfield, please do not take any food or drink with you.
There you are, no food.
No, if you
stop
drop a
sipping
crisp-
stop sipping your cappuccino at Square Leg, Edward. Crunching your crisps in the gully.
You can't say that to the new that competition that starts in August.
Oh yes, there'll be crisps compulsory on the outfield since they're all sponsored by various brands of the same crisp firm. Here comes Carson to bowl, and Van der Houten drives to mid-off.
It's teat interval now. Please go on the outfield and eat your crisps and
Wave them around.
and drink that red drink, which I can't put out on the air.
2-12 for 7. Van der Houten on 26. Carson bowls and Van der Houten drives aerially but powerfully back over the bowler's head to long off. Don't think he got a hand to it.
Well, if he did, it would have stung.
He went up for it initially,
And then, yeah, he pulled himself.
thought better of it, Carson.
It's amazing how Timmy Van der Houten has come on with his batting. Be careful now, Tim. You might find yourself opening the batting before long.
Well, he's done that as a night watchman, hasn't
He
he?
loves it, doesn't he?
Yeah. Silly point stays in though at 2:16 for 7 as Carson drives and whacks it into the shins of Ibrahim, who is dancing around.
He had a clout earlier on in his hands, Ibrahim, with something. Billy Root hit it like a tracer bullet, and he half stopped it at cover. So he's at Boot Hill on the offside.
Yeah,
you know
well,
what I mean?
that's the youngest of the young Sussex side, isn't he? Still only 18, even though it's his third season in the game.
You see who's feeling there for?
Forward comes backward went Van der Houten defended.
Do you see who's the short leg in England side? Ben Stokes.
No.
I'll do what anybody else does.
2:16 for 7 as Van der Houten pushes one gently away on the leg side. Single taken. So Sussex's spinners just starting to offer the odd little opportunity to score here. Van der Houten moving under 31. 2:17 for 7.
Get ready for your cuppa.
1 over to go before the tea interval after this, as Harris drives back to the bowler, who gets a hand to it in his follow through and stops it. 2:17 for 7. Van der Houten 31, Harris 6. Top scorer of the day, Billy Root 66, with Salter, Carlson and Cook all out in the 20s, and for Sussex 2 apiece for McAndrew and Shipley, the overseas opening bowlers. 2 now for Carson and 1 for Carvelas makes up the Sussex 7.
And it will be Coles to bowl the last over before tea. Glamorgan will hope it is the last over, because if a wicket does fall, they'll come off with some deliveries remaining. And he'll be bowling to Van der Houten. Here's the first ball, which Van der Houten pushes forward to cover. 217 for 7. Suppose Glamorgan will be glad that they've recovered from 60 for 4 and 101 for 5. Coles bowls. Just get through this over before Nick does his piece. 217 for 7. 4 balls left before the interval. Round the wicket he comes and bowls, and he tries to turn it, but straight to short leg. Halfway through this over, and it'll be a 4 o'clock tea.
Get my stopwatch out.
Coles in, bowls. Van der Houten drives back down the pitch. No run. Coles to Van der Houten, and Van der Houten is not taking any risks, just drives to mid-off. The non-striker, unless there's a no ball, can take his gloves off. Here's the last ball before the tea interval, which is defended. 217 for 7, Nick.
Yeah, it's been about a level session, really, hasn't it? With Glamorgan 85 for 4 at lunch, and progressing to 217 for 7. So 132 runs added for the loss of 3 wickets in the afternoon session. Two for Carson in that time, including the vital one of Billy Root, stumped for 66. Be taking a brief break. There'll be update for BBC Radio Wales listeners in a couple of minutes, and we'll be back with commentary at 20 past.
I've got some tea time scores from the other games taking place elsewhere today in the LV Insurance County Championship. We will start at the Aegeus Bowl, where Hampshire are 183 for 4. That's against Middlesex. But Taunton, Somerset have been dismissed by Nottinghamshire for 163. 5 wickets there for Brett Hutton. And T Knox in reply at 23 for 1. It's not quite T yet at Northampton, where after 63 overs, Northamptonshire 221 for 9. That's against Kent. It's T though at Headingley, where Yorkshire have moved on to 273 for 4. That's against Gloucestershire. It's T as well at Chelmsford, where Essex are 247 for 2 against Warwickshire. Tea time at New Road sees Worcestershire on 189 for 6. That's against Derbyshire. At Grace Road, Durham have moved on to 250 for 4. That's in the penultimate over before the interval against Leicestershire. And at the Oval, after 59 overs, Lancashire are 217 for 7. One other score as well from the National Counties one-day competition at Slough, where Buckinghamshire were dismissed by Wales National Counties for 162. It's a 50 over.
Glamorgan 217 for 7 at tea, a slight recovery from the lunch position of 85 for 4. In that session they've lost the wickets of Kieran Carlson for 27, Chris Cook for 23 and Billy Root, the top scorer, with 66, 11 boundaries, and looked in control until he was stumped off the bowling of Jack Carson, who has 2 like Shipley and McAndrew. At tea, Van der Hochten is 31 not out, Harris is 6 not out. We resume at 20 past with Glamorgan 217 for 7.
Charge from reception. That's one of the places as well where you can purchase a copy of the 2023 Glamorgan yearbook. The other location is the Glamorgan Club shop, which is run by Missouri Sports and is situated opposite Gate 2. It's open until just a turn of 5 o'clock this afternoon, and as always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit, as well as a range of recently published cricket books. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, food and drink can be purchased from the kiosk situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion stand. There are also items which can be purchased from the mobile unit situated beneath the cassette house stand. Snacks can also be purchased from the vending machine situated on the ground floor of the National Cricket Centre. The CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket will be closing just after the end of tea. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre, and it contains a number of displays celebrating the long and proud heritage of cricket in Wales. Finally, Glamorgan Cricket would like to welcome everyone here today to Sophia Gardens. We stand against all forms of discrimination, and there is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity, together we are stronger. We are dedicated to raising the game, and here at Glamorgan Cricket, you can report any issues or concerns in confidence by alerting your nearest steward. Thank you, Diolch for helping us to raise the game and to call out any form of discrimination.
Very good afternoon and welcome back for this final session of the first day's play here in the County Championship match between Glamorgan and Sussex in Cardiff. 217 for 7 are Glamorgan, and one of the drawbacks of having a nice powerful new microphone is that the public address system is quite near it and very difficult to turn down. So there we are. We've got James Harris on strike on 6 not out. Tim van der Hoogten is 37 not out. Edward Bevan is alongside myself, Nick Webb. Andrew Rayburn of BBC Radio Sussex will be back in due course. Umpire Adnan is waving vaguely at something or someone as we await play to resume, and it will be Carson, 2 for 33, next to his name on the board, to bowl from the River Taff end, and Harris pushes forward into a gap on the offside and takes the single. 218 for 7, and I suppose Edward Glamorgan will be relieved to get any batting point, really.
Yes, I was about to say this is an important session for both sides. Glamorgan get up to 280, they'll be fairly pleased. And already I think Sussex are pretty pleased with what they've done today, and if they can dismiss Glamorgan around the 240, 250 mark, it'll be a bonus for them.
Carson bowls, Van der Hoogten pushes forward to defend, and the over rate for Sussex is +2, even though we had a 4 o'clock tea because there was that fairly lengthy break for injury to Kieran Carlson while he recovered from a bang somewhere around the back of the ankle, the Achilles, somewhere around there where he was caught by a throw. Carson bowls, that's flatter, and Van der Hoogten defends off the back foot.
Jason Swift, the TV, what do you call them? Not the TV, the
third official, whatever they're called these days. It changes every other year.
I'd be very. I'm down to go in and knock his door and say, "What do you think of the pitch? What do you think of this new ball?"
Carson bowls to Van der Hoogten, who's forward defending.
But it would not be protocol.
Yeah, North East saying he thought the ball would be lighter, which I couldn't quite understand, but felt lighter anyway, coming off the bat, whether it was lighter or not, as they did a quick bit of practice with it.
Yes, they generally do.
Carson bowls, Van der Hoogten tries to knock it away on the onside, but just plays to mid-wicket. But the fact that they were having to practice championship cricket with the Kookaburra ball on the day of a T20 Blast game with the white ball, it just shows you the
confused thinking.
Yes, confused thinking that's produced this schedule. Van der Hoogten, he's beaten by that one and has inside edged it, I think, past his leg stump. He survives, 218 for 7, single off the first over after tea.
Yes, there's a bit of turn there, isn't there? And hopefully Epson, Glamorgan's new signing, can do something with it. And Andrew Salt, now here is an opportunity for Salt. I don't think he's taken a wicket this year. He's only played spasmodically in the championship. Look at the both batsmen now. They're looking at that patch there, both staring at it as if to say, well, if a seamer can hit that or a spinner, then we're in business when we have to go out into the field. But they'll want to just concentrate now on their batting. Shipley then to start. He'd been fairly expensive, 2 for 68 off his 16 overs, around the 4 mark, but he's bowled pretty effectively with the new ball this morning. Here he is then, and coming to bowl to Harris. And Harris is back on his stumps, plays it up towards mid-off, and there is no run. Still the attacking field. 2 slips have been there all day in the gully. Cover, very big gap between cover and mid-off, as if to say, come on, have a drive and see if you can either hit it there or edge it to the keeper. Fine leg, mid-wicket, or he's more of a backward square leg on the boundary for the short ball. Short mid-on and an orthodox mid-on. That's pushed straight to cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think the fact that Shipley is back as one of their strike bowlers at this juncture means that Sussex are very much looking to bowl Glamorgan out before they get to the new ball, rather than looking at the 80 over mark.
They got another 15 overs.
They're looking to bowl them out with before they get there, basically, by bowling Shipley now. I would.
Yes, we often saw that, didn't we, with Hogan and and Nisa. Yeah, Hogan now down in deepest Kent, and I can't see Nisa playing again.
No.
I think you can finish that and look for a seamer for September.
Yep.
Because
that's been my view all along.
Yeah,
that once the Australians got their hands on him, they were not going to release him back to Glamorgan. They have released Abbott back to Surrey to play a string of games.
He wasn't really. He was behind him in the pecking order,
Yeah.
wasn't he? As we've seen now. Shipley in bowls, and he digs that out, does Harris, from Yorker length, and dabs it up to mid-off. No, I think whoever does it, Mark Wallace, he'll have to start recruiting, or probably has, for a quick bowler.
Yeah, just the 3 championship matches in September, with Glamorgan having 1 round off. 3 in July now.
Yeah. In comes Shipley bowls, and that's dabbed away to gully, and there's no run. So in September, normally we had 4 or 5 last, didn't we? 4.
Yeah, there are 4 rounds, but one of them Glamorgan sit out. So it's a trip
3.
to New Road on Sunday, the 3rd of September, which is always nice. And I make sure I book the hotel early on the ground and before the supporters pile in there. Then Yorkshire here on the 10th and Derbyshire on the 26th.
Shipley's in bowl. Short, cut away, 4 runs. Good shot there, and bowler won't be happy with that. Last ball of the over, he bowled 5 dot balls and a short and outside off stump, and Harris onto it very quickly. He gets into double figures. He's moved on to 11. 2-2-2 for 7.
Richie.
Let's go. And another little partnership developing. I bet you had a good time when Root was out. 66.
Root for 66. Yeah.
Root 60.
Doesn't have the number on his back these days, having got bored with the joke quicker than brother Joe.
But at least he got 66 runs. That's the end of the over, and it will be Carson, who has bowled unchanged from the river end for 15 overs to continue. He's bowled well too.
Yeah, the young man from Northern Ireland, and he's impressed us previously here in Cardiff. So Carson in the shade, shirt now flapping in the vigorous breeze.
It is. I went out.
Up.
It really is blowing.
Bowls to Van der Hoogten. Bit of turn there, and it's nudged away by Van der Hoogten off something down towards fine leg. It might be leg byes. There might have been a bit of bats. They come back for 2 runs, and umpire Adnan signifies indeed that they are leg byes. So Carson's actually not got a great average this season. It's north of 50, but he'd be looking to improve that in this match.
He's had an injury again, though. Didn't play a lot.
This is his 6th match, this one that he's playing. I think these are updated in real time. 12 wickets. Van der Hoogten shovels one towards mid-wicket.
He's bowling just a little bit short of Van der Hoogten, because he knows that if he tosses it up, Van der Hoogten, who is a powerful hitter, will have a crack at hitting him over the top.
Just the 3 wickets this season for the other spinner, Coles, who's now been taken off. Carson into Van der Hoogten, who pushes that one down towards gully, but there is no gully, so it's fielded by the man from slip, and by that time they have been able to complete a comfortable single. 225 for 7. Glamorgan then needing a further 25 runs for their first batting bonus point. Sussex already with 2 for bowling and looks certain to make it 3, as Harris takes a step forward and defends on the front foot back to the bowler. City point remains in the James Harris's eye line, just about 2 or 3 metres away from the bat. As Carson bowls, Harris down the wicket, drives, runs all along the ground to mid-on, and there is no run.
29 runs added, and this is what apart from the odd biggish partnership they've been adding, and you think this is promising, and away it goes.
Yeah, 59 is the best of the day so far. As Harris pushes forward gently again, ball trickles back to Carson, and off that over. There's one off the bat, plus a couple of leggers. 225 for 7, Van der Hoogten 32. Harris is 11, and Carson has 2 for 35 in his 16 overs.
It's exactly what you want. I often said, I remember Robert Croft doing the job here, toss the ball as they've done to Carlson just before lunch or just after. Okay, put a holding job on, bowl accurately to your field, and give the seamers time then to get fresh. But that's what we haven't had in Glamorgan for some time, is a spinner who can bowl for a long period just to keep it going on a good pitch. Shipley to continue from this end, passes umpire Bainton now for the first time, and it's clipped round the corner, and it's 4 runs. Tim Van der Hoogten is, he defends the good balls, but anything offline he will have a crack at, and all of a sudden he's moved on to 36, 229 for 7.
Yeah, if there's been one criticism of the Sussex bowling, there's been a little bit down leg side, hasn't there, particularly from Shipley. And Carvallis once or twice as well.
I wonder if that's to do with this Kookaburra bowl.
Could be.
They play Kookaburra out in Australia, don't they?
Yeah.
So a couple of these lads will be used to it. Here's the next one. And that's down leg side again. And this time when he pushed away. So 5 runs off the first 2 ball of the over. And Glamorgan at 234 7. James Harris, who was very close to a century when he was only about 18 years of age at St Helens Ground in Swansea years ago. And then he got 100 up at Middlesex, where he moved to. He's weights now, as in comes the next ball, and it's driven confidently up to mid-off. There's no run.
Yeah, he got a 1-day 100, but not a championship one, strangely.
Yes. I think he was 80 or 90 not out at Swansea.
87.
Yeah.
Not out. 2007.
How many years ago was that? 16 years ago. Yeah.
He's had a long career, James.
Yes, he has. Terrific bowler when he was younger. Here comes the next ball. Pushed away to cover, and there's no run. Trees in the far distance. Those of you that know this ground, blowing furiously. It's a warm breeze. You can still sit out there, and the wise people on the far end are sitting and getting. You never get any sort of wind down there. You're in the shade and sweltering. Lots of brown torsos. Shipley starts his run, and now he's bowls, and that beats Harris, who plays a false shot there, trying to force it through off the back foot, but it was too full for that. It went through to the keeper.
Root's up to 473 runs for the season. Carlson is now on 695, so he'll be certainly targeting the 1,000 mark.
In comes Shipley. Bowls down the leg side. It's a good take there by Carter.
That's brilliant, isn't it?
Dived away, little man, dived away to his left and took it two-handed. Just wonder whether that's anything to do with the ball. I don't know. So I shall pick up my laptop tonight to see Mr. Webb has asked whoever he's going to interview. Mr. Root, probably.
Mr. Root from the Glamorgan side. It'll be up to Andrew, who he asks for from Sussex ranks, as the skies are blue, the grass is green, and it is a pretty pleasant vista in front of us. Not sure how pleasant for the ground staff here, because these brown arid squares or rectangles are starting to appear on the outfield due to the lack of rain. Carson bowls, and Van der Hoogten just works it away gently on the leg side down to backward square.
Well, every ground I've been on in the last club grounds in the last 10 days, fortnight, Absolutely brown, as is my lawn. But this ground, looks well, doesn't it? A lot of, you wouldn't say whether we're in a drought.
Yeah, the outfield's still in pretty decent condition. Considering 2:31 for 7. Carson bowls. Harris.
No ball again.
Bowled. That was hit back to the bowler, who managed to turn it onto the stumps, but as Edward says, the umpire's arm is outstretched. And
fourth or fifth?
Fourth, at least, yeah. For Carson. You don't expect it off a spinner. He's bowling off on about 8 paces as Harris pushes forward slightly uncertainly. Paul Ronald's out on the offside, no run. Don't understand how there's that much margin for error when you're bowling off a spinner's run up.
No.
Which these professionals are used to doing day in, day out. And that is driven back to him by Harris, and it's carried, and Carson has another wicket. Harris has gone for 11, Glamorgan 233 for 8, and the pattern continues of minor partnerships but nothing substantial as Sussex keep chipping away, and that seemed to stop a bit on Harris. He just lobbed it back to the bowler.
Well, we've been speaking about that most of the day, that people have been checking their shots. We saw Andrew Salter do it, we saw Billy Root do it. Whether, again, there is something in the pitch, we keep repeating ourselves, but again, he played just a little bit early, and you would have thought, well, if you're going to try and drive, and it's not quite there, go through with your shot and try and clear mid off, because 233 for 8 really isn't a reflection on this pitch. Yes, it's a little bit too pace, but not as much as perhaps Glamorgan's batsmen have showed. Whether you can play with authority through the front foot, well, we'll have to wait until Sussex bat and see how they cope with it. Now then, Mr. Swepson is Mitchell Swepson is coming in.
It's quite a difficult name to say, isn't it? You always get the temptation to get a soft drink in there. In the women's test, Australia were bowled out in their second innings for 257, and Sophie Eccleston had another 5 for 63 this time for the tall spinner in 30.5 overs, and that meant England have to score 268 to win, and they're 5 without loss.
How many?
268 to win for England.
Should be a good finish like last week.
Should be quite close. You would have thought in the fourth innings.
Now then, there's a long lecture from Tim van der Gooten to Mitchell Swepson. I'd love to just hear what he's just said to him. I think the best thing is just block it, and I'll try and play a few shots at the other end.
He's got a number. That's impressive. They don't usually get the shirts out that quickly.
Has he? 22.
As he's dancing around. Most players seem to play a couple of matches with blank shirts. 233 for 8 then. Swepson on strike for the first time for Glamorgan, and works that into the leg side with a little flick of the bat to get his first run for Glamorgan.
Yeah. Flourish, wasn't it?
234 for 8. No thought of having a look at it. He'd had a full briefing from his mate and knocked it away comfortably for the single. Now, can Glamorgan nudge their way up to 250 as the first port of call? And Sussex look to finish off this innings. Van der Hoogten with a huge swing of the bat up towards long on, and 4 runs.
Thought might happen. Obviously, he hasn't got a huge amount of respect for perhaps his partner's batting ability. Cross-batted Hoik to cow corner, that was. But effective. I think I'm right to say that Van der Gooten was undefeated in the last game. Or was it at Hove?
At Hove.
15 in the last 2 games?
He was undefeated at Durham in the last game. Well, not at Hove. As That's shorter and flatter from Carson, defended by Van der Hoogten. 238 for 8 at the end of the over. Van der Hoogten 42, Swepson 1.
Yeah, much depends now if Messrs Swepson and McIlroy can hang about and let Van der Hoogten have a dart to any ball he
Returning
thinks.
to bowl at the Cathedral Road end, Nathan McAndrew.
Nathan McAndrew, I wonder if he's bowled in state cricket at Sefton. We might say, "Luxton, mate, I can handle this fella. I played against him." Or words to that effect. 238 for 8.
Yeah, McAndrew hasn't actually been in Australian state cricket for that long. South Australia.
No, I saw that.
The last couple of years. Played a season out in New Zealand, in Auckland. So he hasn't got vast amounts of first-class experience, even though he's got an Australia A tour under his belt. So a late developer like Michael Hogan was.
This will be the test. McAndrew in. Bowls.
Bolton.
And he has bowled him. First ball. Yes. It's a pity they took that single reflection. 238 for 9. That is the end of that. And that's the third and maximum bowling point for Sussex. And now it's Jamie McIlroy who's going to try and defend. And it'll be harsh on Tim van der Gooten if he's undefeated, but that wasn't very convincing.
It was not a great testament to Swepson's batting ability, that was it. It's just completely cleaned up.
By Nathan McAndrew for 1.
Yorker length didn't really have any defence to it.
It is under par, there's no doubt about that. And Glamorgan's bowlers, who've been conceding a lot of runs this season, 400 on numerous occasions, 600 up at Durham, and they'll have to try and excel themselves with the ball. So he'll have 5 balls to try and negotiate with Jamie McIlroy, and there's plenty of cricket left in this game tonight.
Coming back to for Glamorgan.
238 for 9, still 12 runs short of a batting point.
McIlroy 29 runs this season for twice out. Hung around once or twice.
I think perhaps you might see the next couple of innings, Mr. Swepson 11, Mr. McIlroy 10.
So McAndrew has 3 now. Carson has 3, and a fight for who will get the best bowling figures by cleaning up the last wicket. Carson 3 for 43, McAndrew 3 for 56, and 2 wickets to Shipley. The first 2 started the rot for Glamorgan, and Harry Cavalis joined in by bowling Andrew Salter at 60 for 4, 101 for 5. This is semi-respectable, but it is probably a good bit below par from Glamorgan, as Sussex have stuck their task well.
So McAndrew to try and clean up. Best thing I think that McIlroy could do here is to just drop on it and run. Beautiful sunshine now, but trees are rocking on the far end of the ground. 3 slips as the right-handed McIlroy will face, as Tim van der Gooten just leans on his bat this side. In he comes and bowls, and very good looking shot straight to mid-off. There's no run.
Yeah, it's off the meat of the bat from McIlroy.
And if we do get the position of van der Gooten facing, we'll have the field out, then they'll come in.
4th ball of the over, whatever.
Yeah,
The
back
old
you come.
jellyfish movement in and out, pulsating field.
These 4 balls to come from McAndrew. Bowling from this end, running away from us. as he bowls to McIlroy, who defends nicely back down the pitch, halfway through the over. I think Tim will probably say to him, look, I'm not interested in the single off the 5th and 6th ball. He's going to have a word.
Wandering down, yeah, maybe take a single off this ball, the 4th, if there's one there, but you don't want to get the more established batter on strike for 5 or 6 particularly.
4th ball of the over, about to be propelled. Here it is. He clips it to short mid-wicket. Again, there's no run. 2 balls to go. Well, he's middle every ball he's received so far.
Thumbs up from Van der Hoogten to his partner. Keep it going.
Not long ago, Tim van der Gooten, Nick, was being told coming in at 10 and 11 how to play by a senior batsman, and
well, he was labelled the best number 10 in the country for a season or two, isn't he?
The best.
Now he's moving up into 6 at times in the T20, which was interesting.
Penultimate ball. Let's see what he can do with this. Tries to pull it away for 4, but it gets hit midships, and it doesn't get him anything. Now then, they'll go back. Back you go, boys. On the boundary, we could have set the field from here.
Not all, actually. There's only a couple of. No, mid-wicket's going now. They've realised.
Mid-off is coming back. Mid-on's coming back.
It's easier captaining from the commentary box.
Yeah, 3rd man.
Oh, you're in business, Edward.
Yeah, at last. But he's only a fly slip. Last ball of the over. In comes McAndrew. Most wildest shots outside the leg stump. And that is the end of the over. And it'll be Carson versus Tim van der Gooten to see what will happen in this over. Can Glamorgan get these last 12 runs?
Long on, long off, please.
Oh, without any
deep mid-wicket.
doubt. Yeah.
Carson to bowl as he wipes his hands in the dirt, make sure he still has the purchase that he wants, and
off goes long on into the distance as
down there, back on the rope, on the rope, mid-wicket, back on the rope. Oh, mid-off, halfway back. There we are. Licence to try and hit over the top. Oh, 3/4 to 2/3, 3/4.
He's not going to toss it up, though, is he? I wouldn't have thought.
Cover point out towards the ropes in front of the empty grandstand, away to our right. 2:38 for 9 the other. Fun and games. Van der Hoogten 8 for his 50, but more importantly 12 for the batting point. And slip 4 saving the single. Van der Hoogten nudges on the leg side, and after a bit of hesitation, they're taking the single off the first ball of the over. Well, Van der Hoogten has got more faith in McIlroy than we thought.
That surprised them and us.
Yeah. There's sort of little consultation halfway down. Shall we run for it, or shall we? And there's a further consultation, and maybe Van der Hoogten saying, well, maybe we shouldn't have taken that, but in come the field to try and keep the number 11 McIlroy on strike.
I agree. I wouldn't have taken that.
And McIlroy flicks one to short leg. There's an appeal, but rather a tokenistic one. I don't think they believed in that. Came off the pad. And Ibrahim, the 18-year-old at short leg, caught it, but to no avail. 2:39 for 9. McIlroy pushes forward and is beaten outside the off stump, and Carter removes the bails just in case. He's got one stumping today, the vital wicket of Billy Root, off the bowling of Carson for 66. Root giving him the charge and paying the price. Carson to McIlroy, who is forward in defence. Quite a tall man, as you'd expect from
impeccable
a fast bowler, so able to get a long way forward. And silly point's gone now. It's just the short leg. So the close fielder has swapped sides in this last couple of overs as McIlroy pushes forward into the offside and will collect a single to get off the mark.
I think it's the case. Look, we might as well get as many as we can, because I could block 5 and then get out, sort of thing.
Yeah, it's that's the 5th ball of the over, so yeah.
Well, he's got license here, hasn't he?
Long on has come in a little bit, so has mid-off.
He might as well go for it, I think.
Temptation to hit over the top as Carson bowls, probably fire this one in. Van der Hoogten nudges it away. It's short fine leg. There is no run available. 240 for 9, so McIlroy will be on strike for the new over for McAndrew. The battle of the max. 9 overs to get to the new ball, but we shouldn't need it. And it'll be a disappointing total for Glamorgan, you feel. And Sussex will be delighted with their progress with the ball, and will probably have well over an hour to bat.
Yeah, I think on reflection this is a 280, 290 wicket.
Yeah,
because if you had a top class, with all due respect to the Sussex and Glamorgan attacks, if you had a top class seam attack here, then you might have seen a different story, I fancy. The confident McIlroy is taking guard and is waiting now as in comes McAndrew, bowls, and he drives to cover. 240 for now. McIlroy is off the mark with a single. Van der Hoogten is on 43 again, played a very good innings.
Why is the umpire at point?
Hmm?
Why is the umpire at point with 2 right-handers at the crease?
Perhaps he's just rather lazy.
Well, no, because he should be standing at square leg for both, shouldn't he?
Yeah.
It's the same distance.
Perhaps they do that in India.
The sun, I don't think it's low sun at this point. Shouldn't be
No
towards the
stumbling
longest
involved.
day.
In comes McAndrew, bowls, and this time it's played not timed really, up to mid-on. Gets on the front foot, which is good to see. Forecast for tomorrow is for a dry, sunny day, and then the other 2 days are iffy.
Met Office seems to think that
Why do the
day
Met
3 might
Office
be dry.
and the BBC always differ? I'm not going to
Met
say
Office seems
Always
to be more
differ.
optimistic than the BBC forecast generally, unless I'm just reading them wrong.
McAndrew in bowls. He's got hold of that down towards fine leg and gets a single.
Yeah, swatted away at that, Jamie
Yeah.
McIlroy, didn't he? Sussex may be looking for the top edge towards fine leg or deep square, but managed to pull it downwards.
Up we go again.
241 for 9. They're going to put him, mid-wicket's going back now. Point is back.
Plenty of singles there, you see, and
Yeah.
they don't want to give it away. I suppose Glamorgan, in as much as having a dart and getting caught on the boundary's edge. Singles, how many balls have gone in this?
Halfway.
Over halfway, yeah. McAndrew bowls to Van der Hoogten, who pulls down towards fine leg, and it's a good stop, really. One of those nasty things that come at you. You don't know whether to go for it or not. And you bravely put your chest out. Anyway, they get a single.
The shouts of catch almost inevitable, even if the ball lands
that
nowhere near the
looks-
fielder.
242 for 8.
9.
9 rather. And it will be McIlroy on 2 to try and negotiate these last couple of balls of the over. Wants the change in the field. You don't want you out there, says
In
McAndrew.
comes
With
point.
deep extra cover, you come into point and save 1. Then he comes and bowls to McIlroy. A caught down the leg side. So that is the end of the innings. Glamorgan all out for a very disappointing 242. And poor Jamie Van der Hoogten is there, unbeaten on 44. We reckon here that is well under par. But we shall see when Sussex get out there. McIlroy is out for 2. And it's been a very, very successful day for the Sussex bowlers. Don't know if you want to add anything, Nick? before
Yeah,
we have
3
a rest?
wickets falling for just 25 off after tea, so Sussex have finished them off pretty quickly. The two men who have been bowling have been the most successful. Carson 3 for 45, McAndrew 4 for 58. That's something of a soft dismissal for Jamie McIlroy, gloving or just nudging a ball down the leg side. Good diving take by Ollie Carter, who weighs in with 4 dismissals, 3 catches and a stumping, so a good day for the keeper. And there will be 22 overs for Sussex to bat. Update coming for BBC Radio Wales in their 5 o'clock bulletin. We'll be back with commentary shortly thereafter.
In just a moment. So Glamorgan 242 in 71.5 overs. Tim van der Gooten unbeaten on 44. In that total there were 20 extras comprising 2 byes, 8 leg byes and 10 no balls. Here are the Sussex bowling figures. Henry Shipley 18 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 77. Nathan McAndrew 16.5 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 58. Finn Hudson Prentice 6 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 13. Ari Carvelis 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 32. Jack Carson 18 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 45. And James Coles 3 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 7.
Glamorgan, a disappointing total of 242 all out. Sussex about to start their reply. The main contributors for the Welsh side, Billy Root with 66 not out, a fine innings, and Tim van der Hoogten, who ran out of partners and was left 44 not out. Main wicket takers for Sussex, the Australian seamer Nathan McAndrew, 4 for 58, wrapped them up at the end, and Jack Carson, the spinner, bowled well, taking 3 for 45. Glamorgan in need of wickets in the following 22 overs, then they made just 242 all out. And we will resume commentary here on BBC Sport Wales, with Sussex replying to Glamorgan's 242 all out. Neil Thornycroft tweeted me earlier. He said he wasn't too down about Glamorgan's situation. Bets that Van der Hoogten, Swepson, McIlroy and Salter would all be looking forward to bowling on this strip. If you want to tweet us, Nick Webb 2017 or BBC Sussex Sport. So it will be McIlroy to bowl the first over from this Cathedral Road end. I'm Nick Webb. Edward Bevan will be rejoining us. Andrew Rayburn of BBC Radio Sussex is with us at the moment.
Yes, good afternoon all. So at 4 minutes past 5 in Cardiff, and so Sussex will be pretty pleased with their day's work thus far, especially when losing the toss and being asked to field. But of course, as we've been mentioning, you don't know how that total shapes up until both sides have batted once, and then we'll see where the game looks. And we're going to start with McIlroy, left arm over to the left-handed Tom Clark, who clips that one to square leg, but no run there. So yes, all the Sussex top three, all Toms, Haynes, Clark and Alsop.
And all lefties.
All lefties. Clark is taking the first one. Haynes at the other end. And they're beginning their innings as McIlroy comes in and bowls, left alone by Clark. So Nick, from a Glamorgan perspective, then they'll be looking at what as a minimum come the end of the day.
Well, I suppose about 70 for 3 might get Glamorgan back towards parity.
McIlroy turns, comes bustling in, left arm over to the left-handed Clark, who could guide that one backward of square on the offside for the first Sussex run. Gets him off the mark, gets his county off the mark, and Sussex, just to remind you, looking to overhaul on first innings that Glamorgan total of 242, which by common consensus is below par, but not as below par as it could have been based on the score. What was it, 101 for 5?
101 for 5, yeah, when Carlson went. Everyone threatened to get in and didn't really kick on.
As McIlroy now comes in and bowls, and then a drive, which is well fielded at backward point. No run.
Andrew Salter back in his favourite position. Point stroke gully. He's quite a way out, actually. It's a slightly short boundary away to our right, but not massively so.
McIlroy comes in and bowls, and again this time Haynes doesn't quite get hold of it, but he's going to get a single because he's found the gap between that sort of gully and point region, and that could be the thing, can't it, that sometimes mistimed shots can bring you more runs than well-timed shots, because they find gaps or they elude fielders, because the fielders are often there for the well-timed shots. You've got to be able to predict where it comes off the bat. So McIlroy, last ball of the first over, comes in and bowls, and Clark is back and plays that into the onside. No run, so the first over is done and dusted. Sussex 2 without loss, and they are 240 behind.
Yeah, the two Toms, Haynes and Clark, to be supplemented by the skipper at the moment, Tom Alsop, batting at 3. James Cole's pushed up to 4. He was a bit lower down when these two teams last met. Ollie Carter has got a big score in Cardiff. As the applause for Tim van der Hoogten, who has been improving with the bat in both disciplines. He was expensive in the T20 blast. He missed a chunk of those games through injury, but he really has been essential to Glamorgan's championship bowling performances this season, with 31 wickets at 22. Doesn't have Michael Neser at the other end. They formed a formidable partnership early on. As van der Hoogten is into bowl, and that is past the edge of Haynes's bat, pushing forward.
Yeah, 31 wickets, as you say, at 22, and 41 maidens involved in that. So that's, you know, build up of pressure on batters, and 6 for 88 is his best.
Certainly worked, particularly when in combination with Neser. That was a formidable partnership. As van der Hoogten bowls, that's cracked towards point.
Good stop.
And well fielded.
Yeah, really good stop, and Glamorgan are going to need that, obviously, whenever you have a low total. It was Salter there. Whenever you have a lowish total, you're going to need to cut off. When batsmen latch onto things, you're going to have to cut off those boundaries.
Stopped by Salter, congratulated by Tom Bevan, who's gone into 3rd slip. As in comes van der Hoogten, bowls and beats the bat for the second time in 3 balls. Haynes rather jabbed at that one. Ul Hassan has gone to 1st slip, which is normally David Lloyd when he's in action. Northeast is at 2nd, where he is quite often. Labuschagne fielded it, slip quite a lot. Ingram does as well. Bevan is probably there so as not to stress his shoulder too much after that injury. Van der Hoogten bowls, and that one's dabbed down towards backward point, and Andrew Salter again leaping to his right and making the stop.
Yeah, it must be difficult when, obviously, with players injured and international call-ups and everything else, you know, to not have a settled slip cordon. Must be slightly tricky at times, I guess.
Yeah, well, it's been Labuschagne or Ingram. Well, neither of those is playing. Lloyd, the skipper, he's out at least until the next championship match. Van der Hoogten bowls, worked off his legs into the leg side. A slight misfield by Swepson at mid-wicket, but is able to recover quickly, and there is no run, 2 without loss.
Be interesting to see how long they give it before bringing Swepson on. 22 overs, one of those tricky amount of overs left in the day, isn't it, to work out when to bring your leggy on.
Carlson's fielded in the slips now and again, but better employed at cover. As Haynes pushes one down into the gully area, Bevan jogs round, and it's a maiden from van der Hoogten to start off with, courtesy rather of a couple of fine pieces of fielding from Andrew Salter.
Excellent stuff in the field from Glamorgan. And as you say, van der Hoogten, well, between him and Neser, 50 wickets between them this season.
Yeah. But no direct replacement for Neser signed as yet.
So we're going to see McElroy coming in up to the wicket now and bowls, and that one's come off probably the inside edge and squirted out towards through backward square leg. They're going to take 2. Clark moves on to 3, Sussex 4 without loss.
Swepson is back in Queensland in September, so I would estimate that he'll play the 4 championship games. He was signed as red ball cover according to the media release, so you wouldn't have thought he'd stay around for the one-day cup.
McElroy coming in now and bowls and flicked away through mid-wicket for a single by Clark. 4 for him, 5 for Sussex. So McIlroy, 5th game of the season, 7 wickets, costing around about 43 apiece. Turns, comes in now and bowls, and driven by Haynes, but straight to the very busy Salter. Ball seems to be a ball magnet at the moment.
Yeah, he didn't pick up any in his first match at Leicester, McIlroy, but he's bowled quite tidily since then.
He's in his mark now, and he turns, comes running in, left arm over, bowls, and played into the ground by Haynes.
He played 2 championship games back in 21 and a handful of limited overs games last season. Didn't make any real impression in his first championship couple of games. Picked up quite a few wickets in with the white ball last season. Has continued to do well in the T20 Blast this season.
McIlroy comes in now and bowls, and again defended by Haynes.
Coming into the first class game in the back half of his 20s, having played for Herefordshire and a bit of club cricket in the Southern Hemisphere. Born in Hereford, brought up in Mid Wales, went to school in Bilthwells.
Very nice part of the world. As McIlroy now comes in for the final ball of this over, and Haynes is back and defending up the pitch. So 3 off that over, 5 without loss. 242 the Glamorgan total.
Yeah, I was being drafted in to make up the numbers for a cricket game in Bilthwells last year, but unfortunately got knocked on the head at last minute when we had a bit of a rainy spell in August.
By that you mean we spent all day in the pub?
No, we didn't. No, we didn't leave from South Wales. It's due to be driving up in the morning, or given a lift up in the morning, and we didn't get to the Bilthwells pub. Van der Hoogten is in to bowl to Clark for the first time, and he shoulders arms as that goes through outside off stump. So the rest of Glamorgan's attack, well, James Harris and Zain Ul Hassan will bowl seam. Ul Hassan's also, like Salter, looking for his first wicket of the season. Both employed as emergency opening batters at the moment. And then the spin, of course, of Swepson, who may even get on before one or both of the seamers. As that's blocked by Clark, up to mid-on, no run. Andrew Salter's off-spin, Kieran Carlson's off-spin as well. Carlson's taken 6 first-class wickets this season. That's an average of 44. The Glamorgan bowling figures are not that great, to be honest, apart from Van der Hoogten and Nisa. As Edward was alluding to earlier, several big scores against the Welsh county. Van der Hoogten bowls and Clark shoulders arms.
Mitchell Swepson, mentioned earlier, taken 185 first-class wickets, average of 35.5. Taken 10 wickets in Test matches, at 46, so might be wise. Not featured since, and yeah, so his best career figures, 5 for 55.
Will he be able to give it a rip in Cardiff in June? As Van der Hoogten's run up is cancelled because the umpire's lost his hat.
It is windy. It is windy. We're used to seeing the fielders' hats come off when they run, creating that extra bit of force, but this time
Van der Hoogten bowls and Clark blocks it back up to mid-off, who fielded the umpire's hat for him previously, to get in the umpire's good books.
it's not often you have to field a hat, is it? England have made good progress chasing 268. They're 55 without loss, so That's a good start. The final day at Trent Bridge is free entry, so that will be popular tomorrow.
In comes Van der Houten round the wicket, and Clark is forward defending. And there's no run. Applause from the infield. Bit of breeze you can probably hear. And
It's very windy.
Microphone.
The flags are up, and the black sight screen, or the black cover used as for the T20 matches, is taking a battering as well. The trees the canopies are waving, and
Van der Houten's bowling this time over the wickets to Clark, who defends it. It is second Van der Houten maiden, and Sussex are 5-0 after 4. No Sussex flag. Tut tut.
yeah, there is an empty flagpole.
There's a flagpole.
Did we forget to bring our flag with us?
Probably.
The martlet should be flying.
Yeah, there's a Welsh flag, there's a Glammy flag, there is no Sussex flag.
Yeah. The dragon is roaring, but the martlets have hibernated. Oh no, hang on, it's the middle of summer. They won't have flown anywhere, I'm not sure.
Yeah, the dragon billowing out in this stiff breeze now.
We've got McElroy bowling, and an inside edge, which has gone down to long leg. Good tumbling stop to save a boundary. Haynes getting slightly fortunate there, and he'll take the run that's on offer. But this is a testing period for Sussex. You imagine that after about 10-15 overs it might get slightly easier, but these two are asking questions of the openers, Clark and Haynes, who have got to ride it, find the answers. As McElroy comes in and bowls, and this time well left. It did cut back in. There were some hands on heads from Glamorgan fielders, but most of the movement was after it had passed the stumps. McElroy seeking a breakthrough at the beginning of this Sussex reply to Glamorgan's 242. Sussex 6 without loss. Clark and Haynes, the openers. As McElroy comes in now and bowls, an attempted cut but missed by Clark. Slightly over ambitious perhaps.
Doesn't seem to be much carry at the moment from McElroy. Doesn't seem to be going through with any particular pace or bounce at the moment. Maybe dying a little in the wicket.
As McElroy comes in now and bowls to Clark, who prods forward in defence. Clark averaging just 15 this season in the Championship.
So would he only be in because Ali Orr is out injured, I think?
Well, he's played most of the matches. At Haynes averaging 38 as Clark faces up and whips this one away through mid-wicket. It won't go for 4 because it hasn't quite got enough on it, but 2 is taken.
What a powerful arm, Van der Houten. He's just dropped that into keeper's gloves without really seeming to put any effort into his throw at all.
Both these batters, young talent from Sussex. Tom Haynes is 24 now, but Tom Clark 22. Tom Clark born in Haywards Heath. Tom Haynes from Crawley. Played forward, that one by Clark. In defence, no run.
Yeah, you think that at some point in the next 3 years or so, maybe Sussex can have a lot of players who are still young but with a lot of first-class experience in the bank.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely, and that's sometimes you can look at a squad of young players and say, well, they've still got to be good enough, and obviously the cream rises to the top, and you want to add experience, and you don't get anywhere necessarily with just youngsters, even if they're the academy is. You want to bring players through from the academy. Every team does, but it's cheaper apart from anything else. But it's important to get the experience around them. People like Pujara and obviously Robinson and Smith this season.
But that's edged and has fallen, I think, just short of Bevan at slip as Haynes pushed forward. Van der Hoogten finding the edge of his bat, but it didn't look like a clean-cut chance to me, and Bevan sprawling made the stop rather than the attempt at the catch.
Not the most convincing of shots from Haynes. You get the feeling Sussex want to try and eat into the total, but they've got to ride out that.
Van der Hoogten bowls, worked into the offside by Haynes, but straight to Salter, no run.
They got to ride out that early period, and this is tight bowling with some good fielding, and that can be frustrating for a batting side because they want to get on with it. They feel sometimes as well like they've timed shots well, and they haven't found the gap. They're not keeping the scoreboard ticking over, so there can be a little bit of impatience, particularly for attacking batsmen. But
in comes Van der Hoogten. Bowls, that's on his legs, and Tom Haynes tucks into that one. He's turned it away towards the mid-wicket boundary, and it's one of those frustrating ones that has just run ahead of James Harris and Mitch Swepson. And Harris at this stage of the season obviously deciding that it wasn't quite worth hurling himself at the ball, as he's needed for bowling rather than maybe saving the one run in the field.
Well, he only managed to stop himself by running into the seats in the front row of the stand.
12 without loss. A big appeal for LBW, given by umpire Adnan, who likes to take his time. Haynes has gone for 6. Van der Hoogten is the man again for Glamorgan. Sussex 12 for 1.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see about height, this one. It was certainly dead, straight, and height will be the only question. We've seen 2 replays from behind, but
Tom Haynes was LBW to Tim Van der Hoogten for 6.
yeah, I think that's probably close enough.
Yeah, round about the knee mark.
Yeah, so disappointment for Tom Haynes. He's gone.
It's quite a dramatic gesture from umpire Hassan Adnan, isn't it? The dismissal is sort of finger raised right up in the air.
After a dramatic pause.
After a dramatic pause, yes.
Pause for effect. Give the decision.
Mr. Adnan is born in Lahore, Pakistan. He had a first-class career in England with Derbyshire, had 5 seasons there, high score of 191. Average of 37 in his first-class career.
There were a few decisions, weren't there, in the first men's test that were given after long pauses. I don't know if there's some new directive about thinking before you trigger, but yep, certainly nobody's got a stinker, put it that way, in terms of the LBWs, I don't think, today. No. Tom Haynes may say, I think that was going over the top because of where it hit me, but I mean, it's not a pitch that's got a lively amount of carry, so I think, seeing the front on replay, I think we can say that was probably fair enough. Benefit of the doubt in terms of the decision with the umpire, and I think he's got it right there.
So in comes Tom Alsop, the acting skipper, to replace Tom Haynes, who has been skipper at some point.
England have lost their first wicket as well now in the
what's that,
59 for 1, chasing 268, so it's going to be very tense there. It could be very tense here come day 4,
as in comes Van der Hoogten to the new man Alsop, and he's edging that past a diving Bevan at slip down to third man, who is at home. McIlroy returns over the head of Chris Cook, but it's backed up by Swepson, and they just take the single. It wasn't a chance, it was probably pitched in front of where fourth slip might have been, had there been one. Ul Hassan, Northeast and Bevan. The latest Glamorgan combo in the slips. 13 for 1 a Sussex. As Van der Houten bowls, worked off his legs down towards fine leg, and it's stopped by Billy Root. They're coming back for a second run. Root's throw is not the most powerful because he's just trying to get it in the air quickly, but well run by Sussex for the 2. So an eventful over that, 7 runs and the wicket, and after 6 overs Sussex are 15 for 1 in reply to Glamorgan's 2 for 2 all out. And well, this period of 22 overs should enable Glamorgan to get a decent spell, maybe 6 overs out of Van der Houten tonight, and then fresh back with a fairly new ball still in the morning.
Yeah, I think it's definitely not that Glamorgan would have planned it this way or wanted it this way, but it's certainly that 22 overs is a difficult. It's better for the bowling side. I think that just about it's the right number of overs, as you say, to have 2 goes at them as McIlroy comes in now and bowls. That's down the leg side, and it's going to be flicked off down towards the long leg boundary, and that's going to be a single. And yeah, the Tom Alsop 400s in the Championship last season after coming in on loan initially from Hampshire. Now a permanent fixture of this Sussex top order. McIlroy coming in now to bowl to Tom Clark, and Clark has got bat on that down past the dive of the wicket keeper, and it's going to be 4 runs. Very fine. He went to flick it through square leg, only got a little tickle on it, enough to beat the wicket keeper, and that's gone to the boundary. So Sussex 20 for 1. This game is moving on quickly.
Glamorgan can't afford to give Sussex anything with the ball. There's been 1 or 2 already that have been slightly wasteful from the bowler's point of view,
and it cancels out the good work done in the field earlier in the piece, doesn't it?
Yeah. And Tim van der Houten having a word with Jamie McIlroy, who's actually nearly the same age, but much less experienced in first-class cricket.
Right, I actually have to go and do an update for our Radio Sussex listeners, so
okay.
I've just noticed the time, but I'll just do this ball from McIlroy as he comes in now and bowls. It's been left by Tom Clark, so I shall hand over to Ed Bevan and your good self while I do the updates.
Thank you. Perhaps if you want to take the half-hour spell, and I'll depart shortly after 6. That would be lovely. Elsewhere in the County Championship, Division 2, I'll give you the scores between deliveries as McIlroy bowls, and Clark plays that firmly up to Van der Houten at mid-on. At Headingley, Yorkshire 360 for 5 centuries there for Finlay Bean and for George Hill. At New Road, Worcestershire 236 for 9 against Derbyshire. Top scorer Jake Libby with 78. Top wicket taker Anuj Dal 4 for 45 for Derbyshire so far. McIlroy in to bowl through lowish outside off stump, and Clark will have nothing to do with it. At Leicester, well, it could be forgiven for thinking that morale might be low there, because Durham have piled up 332 for 4 with Ollie Robinson and Graham Clark on unbeaten half centuries, the week in which Paul Nixon was stuck on gardening leave and 3 leading departures announced. Driven nicely by Clark. That rocketed off the bat, that one, and making light of his disappointing form so far this season. He has moved very nicely to 16 not out, and Sussex 24 for 1 in reply to Glamorgan's 2 for 2. Ructions at Leicestershire then, Edward. A shame that, really, because
I can't quite
doing well in the Championship.
I can't quite understand it, Nick, because they've done so well in the Championship. Okay, the T20 hasn't gone well. Look at Middlesex, lost 1 in 12. Things haven't gone right there, but surely you don't discard a much respected chap like Paul Nixon and put him on gardening leave, which is hugely embarrassing for the chap, just because they're not doing well in the T20. Now, whether the three fellas have said, right, we're off, and they've gone, they've signed their contracts. They haven't gone, they're still playing for Leicester, but they will be gone at the end of the season. As Van der Gooten comes in and bowls, and this time it's just pushed defensively by Allsop. I'll wait till the end of the season, for goodness sake, and have a meeting and have your thoughts, have the coach's thoughts. Well, and whether they're thinking, the players, well, yes, we agree, we're off, or we sympathise greatly with Nico, with Paul Nixon. And if this is the way the club is going to act. Anyway, next home game will be against Leicestershire. We'll get all the news there. Obviously, as Van der Gooten from the other end bowls and ducks back in, and this is defended by Allsop. There's no run. Yeah, very strange goings on. And talking about the championship, Nick, I can think you might as well say now, look, one side is up, Durham are flying. And it's a fight now for second place between the others. Yep. Which, they're all pretty close together, so it could be, inverted commas, a fight.
Yeah, Sussex 10 points ahead of Glamorgan.
In comes Van der Gooten. Oh, and that kept low, and he just jams down upon it the last moment. Does Allsop. He's 2, 14 to Clark. Another wicket or 2, and Glamorgan will be back in this game. And it'll be interesting to see how the third seamer Harris does. And then the international leg spinner stroke debut from Australia, Mr. Swepson. But it's Tim Van der Gooten coming in medium fast past the umpire around the wicket, bowls, and then he's bowling a fair pace here. It's defended, no run.
Yeah, but Matthew Maynard said he was sort of pleased with Harris's second and third spells, but hadn't started
I'm afraid figures
as he wanted. So Maynard saying Harris needed to believe in himself a bit more. Yeah, which James Harris had a chuckle at when I told him.
Yes, he's been 17 years in the game or more. Van der Gooten bowls, and this is tucked away on the onside. It bisects square leg and mid on. They'll get a couple quite easily. And it's pulled in some 10 yards from the boundary. Yes, the team of left-handers. We've spoken about this, haven't we?
Tom and Tom.
Left, and left. Extraordinary.
And
good players,
all the rest of them right-handers in terms of batting.
Yes. 3 slips wait in anticipation in bright sunshine, but I can tell you it's very cold out there. Here's the next ball. Straight ball, which is defended, end of the over. 26 for 1. I just went out there. I thought I'd get some fresh air. I was in a minute.
Bit of a blast, is it? In
quite
comparison
cold,
to recent weeks, we've been loads of us have been overserved in recent weeks, I guess.
Well, I've been on the patio for most of the last couple of weeks. Been lovely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So Sussex 26 for 1 in reply to 2 for 2. 14 overs remain of the day's play. And Glamorgan need probably 2 more wickets to stay in the contest at any sort of parity.
Yeah, I hope that I'm proved wrong, but I would much rather have seen an overseas bowler, I don't know about you, Nick, than
a pace bowler.
An overseas pace bowler rather than a leg spinner.
McIlroy in to Clark, who blocks it back down the pitch, fielded by Ul Hassan, who's now moved out of the slips and is fielding at a shortish mid-wicket position. But
as I say, I hope I'm proved wrong, and he's already having...
If he turns the ball sideways, then we'll say well signed.
Yeah.
What a great decision. He's lurking by the umpire at the moment.
Having a bowl too, isn't he?
Swepson.
McIlroy bowls, and it's played up to mid-off.
Yeah, Glamorgan, I think, will be keen to get him into the game for 3 overs maybe tonight with a harder ball. See what he can do.
Yeah.
Want to get value for money out of your overseas pros, so you might as well throw them a ball.
Yeah, here we are, 40 overs. McIlroy over the wicket, bowls, and this is played defensively by Clark up to mid-off. There is no run.
He's obviously keen to get into the action because he is, as you say, doing lots of mock bowling next to the umpire.
McElroy in his 5th over, 0 for 17. Clark just settles. Waits, in comes McElroy, bowls to him. Oh, that's a dreadful delivery, which is helped on his way for 4 down the leg side. A valiant dive by Cook, but that is a dreadful delivery.
Yeah, you just can't afford those with so few runs to defend. Drifting down leg side, he's been a bit off the mark so far, McElroy.
I think probably when I was standing out there, the wind was behind me, so perhaps it's behind him. If it's into his face, then I would sympathise, but where were the flags? Yeah, I think it is behind him. And you can't, as you rightly say, you cannot afford to bowl a modest total of 242.
England are now 3 down in the Women's Ashes.
Sammy Beaumont out. In comes McElroy and bowls a better delivery.
I'm afraid she is. The wickets, Emma Lamb for Beaumont was first out for 22. Sciver-Brunt then without scoring. No, Lamb went next for 22 and Sciver-Brunt now without scoring. So England 71 for 3 chasing. Where are we?
268.
268.
In comes McElroy. Oh, that's short, cut away. That might just run away. No, it won't. He didn't really time it. Short outside the off stump. They must just... Might say, thank you, Jamie. Have a rest for a moment. You shall see. Harris, yes, is doing all his exercises. He's going to bowl. Instead of Tim Van de
Glamorgan is Mitchell Swepson.
Oh, I do apologise. You heard that. It's Swepson. I think Harris was just bowling. Perhaps he intends coming on this side.
Yeah, he'll be on instead of McElroy, I would have thought.
So, we have, in the 10th over, some spinach.
A specialist leg spinner for the first time for Glamorgan. We think since Robin Hobbs, unless anyone can think of anyone in the intervening 40 years.
I don't think so. That's about the time I've been doing this job and I can't remember anything.
As Labuschagne and Ingram, any homegrown part-time leg spinners even at...
Just trying to think, I can't think of any.
Doesn't tend to be a part-time
Well,
thing here in Britain since the wickets are...
my grandson bowls leg spin.
Oh, jolly good.
He's only 14, so we'll bring him in now.
Look forward to him in a few years' time. 31 for 1. Here comes Swepson then from the River Taff end. He's got a slip and a short leg. Bowling his first delivery for Glamorgan, and forward comes Clark to defend it back to him, and there is
And the
no
chap
run.
short leg is praying that he doesn't pitch one short. He's about 3 yards from away from him.
Quite a mop of brown hair. Swepson off a couple of yards run really, and then the next ball is blocked back to him.
Not quite the jumping up and down that Mr. Hatziglu does.
Yeah, jumping frog. Swepson with just 1 or 2 ball tosses. Just a couple of walking steps and only a couple running as the next ball is driven to mid-off by Tom Clark, who remains on 21 not out, 31 for 1.
Obviously bowls the googly, but I haven't seen it yet.
Swepson bowls again, and Clark is playing this one defensively on the leg side. Obviously one of these guys with a hand up in the air virtually every delivery.
Can't see anything turned yet.
Swepson bowls, nudged on the offside. They'll go through for a quick single, and they have to hurry as the throw comes in from cover. And Alsop did hurry through for the single, and semi-collision with North East on the way through.
One thing helps the over 8. He's rushing through, isn't he?
Yep. Bit more clouds. The the evening gulls have appeared, whether they think they're...
Why do they come in the evening? They had their feed down in Penarth, probably, by the sea.
Swepson bowls, and Allsop plays it through short leg, and they'll take a single. So 2 singles off the Swepson over. Sussex 33 for 1, and that is in reply to Glamorgan's 2-4-2 all out. Well, they're all sitting, score of gulls sitting around on the outfield at the moment. Whether there's any particular insects that are come up at this part of the day, or
perhaps they've come up from Hove, or you get plenty of them down there.
Well, they're probably Hove. They're usually on the team coach. From the back, yes. At Hove, there's probably more pickings of ice cream and chips than
a number of times
Cardiff.
down there in hotels, being woke 5:30 in the morning, squawking away. Not a bad over, Nick, I thought, from Swepson.
No.
Pitched every ball, whether he got some turn, difficult to see because we're behind the keeper. Anyway, it's a double change. James Harris is on. He must try and get it right from the start.
Driven back to him.
It is your over, isn't it?
No, I just did the Swepson one.
Did you? There we are. Time is getting on. Harris. A little dash, I hope you might mind me saying, a little dash of grey hair, I think, from James. Comes in, bowls. Better delivery, pushed forward, no run. He's also losing some hair. It's the young man I remember as a 16-year-old breaking records. A little different now.
Yeah, based back in Cardiff. Hopefully enjoying married life.
Back he walks to his mark and runs away from us, comes in and bowls. Another ball on a length. Nothing doing much on the picture. We haven't seen the ball beat the bat many times. Just the odd one from Van de Gooten. Clark on 22, leading the way here. Allsop is on 5. Glamorgan looking for wickets late in the day. Yeah, plenty of time left. And he comes, Harris, and bowls and beats the bat. Well, beats the bat, but is left.
The England skipper, women's skipper, Heather Knight has now gone. Leg before, 3rd wicket for Ashley Gardner. England 73 for 4, and in the mire, needing another 195 to win that women's test. Looks improbable now.
Especially on that pitch, which has taken a lot of turn. James Harris over the wicket, comes in and bowls. This time also pushes forward to a ball of full length, accurate length.
Yeah, it's difficult to read whether the Kookaburra ball has done anything spectacularly different to the Dukes on this day's play. And Glamorgan didn't bat hugely well and lost wickets fairly regularly throughout.
Harris in, bowls to Allsop outside the off stump, which is nothing at all rather to do with it. And Harris starts with the maiden. The score remains at 33 for 1.
So halfway through the 22 overs that are to be delivered by Glamorgan this evening. Worcestershire 237 all out against Derbyshire. Yorkshire ploughing on 377 for 6 against Gloucestershire. And Durham still on the front foot, 357 for 4 against Leicestershire. Swepson to continue. And he'll be bowling with a short leg and a slip again to Clark, and the first ball is turned to mid-wicket and there's no run. In Division 1, Essex 355 for 5 against Warwickshire. Centuries there for Wesley and for the departing Dan Lawrence, who's 147 not out. Swepson tosses it up and it's driven rather sliced away by Clark, who didn't make the most of that, and takes a single out to point. Southampton, Hampshire 264 for 4 against Middlesex, and Liam Dawson has reached an unbeaten century. Nick Gubbins is on 89 not out.
There's the fellow I thought they should have picked. England.
Swepson bowls and Allsop plays no shot. If you go along the Bazball philosophy, ultra positive, ultra aggressing, though, you'd have picked the youngster, wouldn't you, and said, right, get on with it, boy.
Doesn't always work out, as we saw.
As that's driven by Allsop towards mid-on, and there's no run. Northampton Northants were bowled out for 237 by Kent to a 62 for 1 in reply. Wes Agar took 5 wickets for the men of Kent. Swepson bowls. Allsop down the wicket, working it to mid-wicket, but no run. Somerset were bowled out for just 163 at Taunton, Notts 114 for 4 in reply. Slater at 58 not out, as Allsop turns another one, this time past short leg, down to square leg for the single. 35 for 1 at the end of the Swepson over, and at the Oval, Lancashire were dismissed for 274. Top scorer there, Phil Salt, Welshman, batting in the middle order these days. He made 56, 4 wickets apiece for Clark and Abbott for Surrey, who had 10 for 1 in reply. Not sure.
We're not going to separate Jennings and Wells either. They're on the top of the order. Two very hugely consistent openers. Might just, well, they are talking about Jennings could possibly be back in the England side, but I don't see it at the moment. James Harris to bowl a second over, and he is bowling to Tom Allsop. Bowls to him. Allsop plays defensively up to mid-off, and it's fielded by Carlson, who's a flannel shirt blowing furiously in this wind, and all the seagulls are perched just in front of us as if they're having a committee meeting. Do we need a night watchman, they're saying, or shall we just play on till 4 over? We shall see, as one attacks the other. In comes Harris and bowls, and that's clipped away on the onside. They'll get runs here. It's going to be 4 because it's very well timed. And got pitched outside leg stump and helped on its way. So these two are going along very nicely for Sussex. 39 for 1 now. Just played it nicely off his hip.
Yeah, the squadron of Gulls are very firmly perched in the outfield, aren't they, at mid-wicket at the moment.
Might just get a clouter for this stay there.
I thought they'd be they're searching for discarded sandwiches and chips and things, but obviously decided there not much in the way of pickings from today's crowd.
James Harris from the Cathedral Road end bowls off the back foot. It goes this time. It's fielded quite smartly as Carlson gets down, but they go through for a single. Score 40 for 1. Man out. Oz Haynes LBW to Van de Gooten for 6. No troubles from this ball, which they're being used, Kookaburra, for the batsmen who are batting now, the Sussex batsman at least. Clark waits, in goes Harris and bowls to him, and straight delivery, which is pushed to mid-off. So we've seen the 3 seamers bowl. We've had some spin. That's right. Let's see who else there is to bowl. Not a lot, I would have thought. Salter, bit of off spin perhaps. As in comes Harris. Bowls, this time's played nicely in. A diving attempted stop, which doesn't materialise, and it runs away for 4.
Well, this is nice progress from Sussex at the moment, not looking under huge threat. Good evening to Stuart Harrison, former Glamorgan player, says he's enjoying commentary while watching by the poolside in Fuerteventura, which is a
Lovely.
very nice part of the world. One of my favourite winter destinations for a quick week away from the greyness of Britain in the winter.
Proving a bit expensive now in his second over is Harris, 44 for 1 as he comes in again and bowls, and that's outside the off stump, taken low down by Cook. 44 for 1, 27 to Clark. Also it's on 11, the batsman out. Haynes, LBW Van der Gooten for 6.
And we were talking about homegrown leg spinners, and Alan Bratos reminds us of the case of David Lewis, but he was back in the 60s, wasn't he?
Played in the championship here. I think he played one game because
Yeah.
Glamorgan only used 13 players throughout the season. Yes, David Lewis, Cardiff. Now lives down in near St David's, I gather.
All right. Yeah, played in the 60s. Couple of championship appearances in 69 apparently against Yorkshire at Swansea and
Yeah.
Sussex at Hastings.
Which is no longer, unfortunately. It's a shopping centre, yes, as Andrew said.
Swepson's first ball is defended by Allsop, 44 for 1.
And scene of that wonderful detective series that was on for many years, and I can't remember what it was called.
Well, I'll have to ask Andrew about that after I depart after 6, as Allsop tucks one away on the leg side and takes a single out to mid-wicket. Moves to 12.
Foyle's
45 for
War,
1.
that's
Foyle's-
the one.
Thank
Well
you.
done, Andrew. Where that young actress with a wonderful name, and I will remember it in a moment.
Tuppence, was it?
Yeah, what was her name? She was a lovely little English voice she had, if you remember.
45 for 1. Clark on 27 is on strike against Glamorgan's debutant leg spinner Mitch Swepson, and pushing forward is Clark and defending on the offside.
Honeysuckle Weeks.
Well done.
What a lovely name. Rolls round your tongue.
Pulled that one out of the bag.
Yes, I remember, I knew some suckle.
As it's turned to mid-wicket by Clark. No run. So the leg spinner moving the ball into the two left-handers. A short leg in case one pops up off the glove. So outside off stump and fired through slightly, that time by Swepson. 51.6 miles an hour. Next delivery from Swepson, floated up.
Googly.
Where did that end up? I lost sight of that one completely. It was miscued, I think, to mid-wicket. 45 for 1. Our Sussex, in reply to Glamorgan's 2-4-2 all-out. Clark has 27. Allsop has 12. The man out. Haynes leg before Van der Hoogten for 6. As the two batters meet for a little mid-wicket chat in the evening sunshine. The gulls are still just mooching around in the outfield. No particular activity gull-wise.
No.
Seems rather pointless occupation at the moment.
Harris in, starts the third over. Tripping back to the bowler. So as far as I can see here, Nick, it's only Andrew Salter. Macy's or Hussain, of course, further him, bowlers medium paces.
Medium pace.
Yeah, but it's
It's a sort of six-man attack, really, with those two, isn't it?
But what is
Carlson maybe is an added extra.
yeah, but what is worrying that
Not great stats for some of them.
you do one wicket in Durham. Harris bowls. Salter didn't take a wicket up there.
No, Sultan and Al Hassan haven't got a wicket between them, unfortunately. Well, so they're, but
And Harris, 2 for 141 of 27 overs.
Oh, up at
To Durham, yeah.
Durham, he's got 13 in the season.
As he prepares to come into Allsop. And bowls to him now. Allsop tucks it away. They think of a single, but in comes Swepson very quickly from short mid-wicket.
Yeah, it's almost a miscommunication with
Yeah.
Clark setting off down the wicket, getting nearly halfway, and then having to turn back. Bowling for runouts.
Undoubtedly, it's been a Sussex's day as Harris bowls and stands tall there as Allsop pushes it away, and there is no run.
"20 degrees tomorrow, we're told, in this part of the world.
That's
Largely
nice.
dry. Quite pleasant.
In comes Harris, bowls again, and this time it's played through the covers. And that is, he does leak runs, doesn't he, James Harris? That's the 3rd or 4th boundary of him now in a couple of overs.
Yeah, just giving the batter too much width on that occasion, and Allsop taking due advantage.
49 now for 1, and they'll be thrilled with their day's work, Sussex. And you can see the difference in the attack now. The accuracy of the seamers from who bowled most of the morning for Sussex.
Yeah, they have out-bowled Glamorgan so far.
Here's Harris, passed on by Baton, bowls, and this time is a better delivery, which is pushed down the pitch. And that is the end of the over. 49 for 1. I don't know whether you've been interested in news recently. You see there are extraordinary happenings in Russia.
Yeah, I've been following them. It's
I don't know
bizarre.
what's going on.
It's bizarre that. Anyway, I don't think we've got time during the course of Spinner's over to discuss world politics.
I'm afraid to discuss it because somebody might be listening to me from Moscow.
I don't know if they follow Glamorgan against Sussex that closely in Red Square. Swepson bowls, and it's nurdled away on the leg side by Clark, and there's no run. We are getting the news in our ears, and
That's the reason.
why you're wondering why we're suddenly talking about politics. Swepson bowls, driven into the offsides, and fielded by Al Hassan at cover. There's no run for Tom Clark. It's quite a tight start for Swepson. He's looking to make things happen. The 29-year-old leg spinner wearing 22, and that's tucked up Clark and plays it to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So very firmly advantage Sussex, unless Glamorgan can sneak a couple of wickets late in the day. Swepson bowls and worked away onto the leg side down to backward square. Single taken by Tom Clark, and that will be the Sussex 50 up in the 16th over. So a solid response from the visitors. Glamorgan's 242. Swepson looks as though he's trying to surprise the batter, doesn't he? He's just a couple of sort
I
of...
think he bowls a little bit too quick to me.
It's a couple of walked steps up, and then the
A lot of body
one
action.
that's run. It's all in the body action, as that's worked away on the leg side for a single. 51 for 1. Looks as though he's trying to surprise them sometimes from appearing just behind the umpire. Whoops, here I am.
Yeah. Australia's got all actions for leg spinners.
Clark on strike, and 28 oohs and ahs, but it was perfectly respectably defended up to mid-on, 51 for 1. Clark has 28, Allsop 17. And, well, we were looking at a 6:30 start, but with Swepson bowling, we could be 6:20, 6:25. 6 overs left of the day's play, and all is calm and serene on the Sussex balcony as they...
Are you away? 6 minutes, 2 hours to go, or you...
I'll just do this radio update and then depart thereafter, if that's all right.
I'm told Mr. Fletcher has gone back to his league cricket, not to be seen.
Here we go with BBC Radio Wales update. Sussex on top at 51 for 1 in the evening sunshine in reply to Glamorgan's modest 242 all out. Billy Root was top scorer with 66. Tim van der Hoogten made 44 not out, but Sussex's bowlers were generally in control. 4 wickets for Seamer, Nathan McAndrew, 3 for the young off-spinner Jack Carson. In reply, Tim van der Hoogten claimed the early wicket of Tom Haynes, but Tom's Clark and Allsop put together a nice little stand, and with 5.5 overs to go, Sussex 51 for 1. So commentary continues with Tim van der Hoogten back in the attack, and Edward Bevan will be joined by Andrew Rayburn.
Yeah, he's bowling from this end. He's swapped ends, and one feels at the moment where only Glamorgan's hope of taking wickets rests with the leading wicket taker in Division 2, Tim van der Hoogten, who's round the wicket and bowls. That's clipped away. A diving stop there by Swepson at mid-wicket. He's fielded, he's thrown himself around, and there's no run. Allsop is on 17, Clark is on 28. Glamorgan striving for wickets in these last 5.5 overs. Andrew is back alongside me, and this is a good start. Andrew, bring you in just a moment as Van der Hoogten is on his way with 2 slips. Wicketkeeper standing back. Around the wicket he bowls, and it's left by Allsop.
Yep. Sussex, as you said earlier, Ed, will be very pleased with their day's work thus far.
Of course, we have a long way to go, and anything can happen. But at the moment, they just trail. But what is it? 190 odd.
Yeah.
There's Van der Hoogten then. Past the umpire, bowls, and forward comes Tom Allsop very correctly on 17 and plays it up to mid-off.
Glamorgan would definitely love to nip one out, at least one, if not 2, before the close. And if they could, I mean, even if 1 wicket, that would perk them up going into tomorrow morning. So often we see momentum swings after each session and after a night's rest.
Van der Hoogten bowls on the back foot, and this ball seems to be doing absolutely nothing for the Glamorgan bowlers at the moment, unlike the seamers from Sussex who found movement. Ollie Carter took 3 or 4 catches behind the wicket, so something has to try and give. 2 slips and 3 other men on the offside. Here he is again, Van der Hoogten around the wicket. Bowls, also works it away off his hip down towards fine leg, where they'll trot through for a single. It's the end of the over, and comfortably placed are Sussex on 52 for 1.
Yep, so Sussex trail by 190. But they're putting themselves into a decent position, certainly. Clark 28, Allsop 18. Their partnership worth 40 thus far. 5 overs remain in the day. Mitch Swepson is going to bowl the next one. None for 7.
Yeah, he bowled all right. You know, he hasn't bowled anything loose. Having said that, he hasn't beaten the bat either.
He spins the ball from one hand to the other before taking those 2 or 3 strides in and bowling, and
It's a good ball.
yeah, good line.
Googly.
Coming back in at Allsop, but Allsop played it nicely. That's the thing with the leg spinners. They've always got that googly up their sleeve. It's round the wicket to the left-hander, and Allsop is driving straight to the fielder at short extra cover, and Sussex just we're looking to get through unscathed. Swepson ready again. Comes in now and bowls, and that one again. Another googly, I think, there. Coming back in at Allsop, and
I think it might have just deceived him, that, because he was looking to play it on the onside and he went straight down the pitch, but you've got to be watchful against a good leg spinner.
a bit shorter as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
This time it's Fuller and driven through the covers, and they're going to pick up one, just the one. Good bit of fielding by James Harris, sharp. I remember I was at Lord's in 2015 when James Harris took 9 wickets in an innings for Middlesex against Durham.
That's right.
Turned up on a very, unremarkable morning to watch Middlesex bowl. Swepson comes in now, and that one rears up and didn't take the bat, and it's ended up being claimed at first slip. That really did.
I suspect it hit the rough under rather than turn off the straight, because it.
Let's have a look at this replay.
It's like a spitting cobra, isn't it?
Yeah. It's spun. It's another googly. It's
Did he hit
his
it?
glove. Yeah, it's hit his glove and
Is that a drop?
bounced in front, I think. But this time Clark is forward and defending. So interesting over from Swepson. Lots of things happening, except
Did he not guide that towards first slip? And it.
I think it did.
Let's,
I
here
think
we
it did
go
hit
again.
his glove.
Let's have a look at it.
Oh no, that's
just the
another
last.
ball.
Good. This best over he's bowled. I think what's he bowled? 6 overs for 8, 5 overs for 8 runs.
It's tight, isn't it?
So if
And
you
given
get,
leg spinners often go for runs, he's
well,
done
you
well.
expect one bad ball. That's the old saying from a leg spinner. Yeah, if he gets a wicket that helps him,
Definitely. So, yeah,
I think that's a drop.
It is a drop by Sam North
Oh
East to
dear,
slip.
and that's a bad drop.
He's had 2 or 3 goes at it as well, hasn't he?
He guided it to him.
Yeah, it was off the glove.
Oh.
Off the glove, and Sam North East juggling it, put it down.
Van de Gooten is back and bowls a straightish delivery, which is defended. What was he on? Yes, he was dropped on 28.
Yeah, Clark dropped on 28.
That would have been an ideal time to get a wicket, especially if somebody came in and you had the leg spinner ball in. Yes, North East is a very good slipper, and it spat at him. He tried to get his bat away, hit the top of the bat, and in and out. Van de Gooten round the wicket is into Allsop, leaves. And they know now that they've just got to play for tomorrow morning, because there's only a couple of overs left. 3 and a bit.
Yep, 22 balls left in the day. A day that belongs to Sussex at the moment.
I think Swepson will be heartened by that,
Yes.
thinking that, look, if I'm going to bowl and try and hit that rough, because they've been bowling over the wicket most of the day, and there's a fair bit of rough there, if I can hit that rough, I might be in business. Van de Gooten in, bowls to Allsop. Allsop defends, a good delivery. It will hearten him, because secondly, Andrew, that they haven't tried any attacking shots, that not tried to drive him and hit in, through the covers over the top. And it's always a lovely battle, isn't it, to see a leg spinner in action. And you've got 2 good batsmen at the crease.
Yep, and as the ball gets older and the pitch wears away, and it'll be very interesting to see what match figures Mitchell Swepson finishes with.
Van de Gooten in, bowls. Well, that's edged for 4 runs. And Glamorgan, naughty boys, haven't got a third man. In fairness, that's about the only time I've seen and not seen a third man all season. Why, I don't know.
So those goals are increasing in number. There must be 30.
Well, you're used to them down there.
Yeah, well, there must be 30. sort of as we look at the moment from, they're just down below our commentary box. They're squabbling amongst each other at the moment, some of them. But yeah, it's sort of sort of long on kind of area. To the left-handed Alsop.
In comes Van der Gooten, bowls to Alsop. Alsop gets down to that. So an edged 4 in this over. And I think Swepson will want to just get his hands on the ball. But he would have been encouraged, disappointed, yes, but encouraged by the way that spun out of the rough. Because it was wide, it was definitely not on the cut strip, it was just outside it. Well, not the cut strip, but you know what I mean. It didn't spin off straight. Van Houten in, bowls again. That's clipped away, there'll be runs here. And it's going to go all the way 4-4.
Yeah, straying onto the pads there, Van der Houten, and dispatched to the boundary. Off his hips, through square leg.
61 for 1, which is a very, very good position for Sussex to be in. Excuse me. And it'll be Swepson again.
3 overs remain in the day. And imagine Swepson now will bowl through. And that will be give him 2 chances, 2 overs to try and get his first.
He's attacking here. Look, he's got
wicket. Yeah, he's got a short leg, a leg slip
and a slip
and a regulation slip. So plenty of catches in place around the wicket as Swepson comes in and bowls and covers up. Clark covers up. Clark on 28, Alsop on 27. Haynes fell for 6. Sussex 61 for 1. No extras at the moment, whereas Sussex managed to concede 20. And Swepson now in again and bowls, and again it's squirted away off an edge, I think, there from.
I'd be tempted to bring another man in on the offside just to put pressure, because it's the end of the day. He's got an over left after this.
Now they're bringing someone in now.
Yeah, but he's not going to be. It's not going to be attacking. No. He's just brought him up to point, hasn't he?
Yeah, coming into sort of a backward point region as Swepson comes in and bowls that short, and it's going to be cut for 4. So it didn't matter about that fielder anyway, because he wouldn't. I don't think he'd have got round to that part of the boundary rope. But having brought the fielder in, they could have done without Swepson dropping that one short. But Sussex move on to 65 for 1, Clark to 32, and they are just 177 behind at the moment.
What they always say is 1 bad ball and over from every 2 overs from a leg spinner.
Swepson comes in now and bowls a better one, and Clark is forced to defend.
I think he's going to bowl a lot of overs in this game. This Mr. Swepson.
Absolutely, a lot of work to get through. Sussex gave 2 spinners a bit of work to do as Swepson comes in and bowls, and again Clark is defending.
Clark has played well. He's 32, but he's gone a little bit into his shell against Swepson. He obviously hasn't faced him before. His figures, 1 ball short of 6 overs of 0 to 12. It's quite impressive.
Swepson now over the wicket to the left-hander. Oh, and it all falls short, or just falls short of the.
He's not happy, is he?
Slip fielder. I think it's come off the pad anyway. So he turned to appeal to the umpire. But yeah, so again a very eventful Swepson over. 6 overs, no maiden, 0 for 12. Sussex 65 for 1. We've got 2 overs to play to bowl in the day's play. The penultimate of which will be described by Ed Bevan.
And 6:15 is not too bad, is it? Been here till 7 o'clock on 1 or 2 or 3 occasions this year. And it will be Tim van der Houten to bowl to Tom Alsop on 27. Clark is on 26, and the only wicket fall is to Tim van der Houten.
1 for 18 in his 6 overs.
Strong breeze coming across the as he comes round the wicket to bowl and bowls, which is defended. 65 for 1 in a very good position. The visitors, Glamorgan's bowlers, will go home tonight, have a good sleep, come back refreshed in the morning and think, right, let's get into battle. Mr. Swepson, you ready for 40 overs? Because at the moment, apart from Van der Gooten, we really haven't seen any threat from anywhere else. In comes Van der Gooten again. Bowls, and again, it's straight. But again, it's a defensive response.
Yeah, this is all about dropping anchor now, you would feel. Obviously put the bad ball away if it comes, but I don't think they'll be doing anything over extravagant in the remaining 10 balls. As another seagull flies down to join their cohort.
In comes Van der Gooten again, down the leg side, pulls his bat and puts it up into the sky so he doesn't get a touch taken by the wicketkeeper. If you've just come in today, well, Glamorgan didn't bat well. There were one or two exceptions. Billy Roots made 66, and then Tim Van der Gooten continuing his progress as a good batsman, was not out 34, but they never looked comfortable, and they were bowled out for a very disappointing 242. There were 4 wickets for the Australian seamer.
Oh, some movement behind the bowler's arm.
Yeah, as Van der Gooten comes in again and bowls, gets down in that and just nudges it out to short mid wicket. 4 dot balls in this over, and as I say, we're about for 242. And apart from Van der Gooten, as always, who he's bowled so well this season, and promise for a couple of overs we've seen from the new leg spinner Mitchell Swepson, then Glamorgan haven't really troubled the batsman, as the score reflects. 8 balls left this evening. Tim Van der Gooten's bowling round the wicket to the left-handed, also open bowls to him. And appeal for LBW, not given by umpire Baton. Seems to me that it was just, although he pushed his body over, it's as if it was just going down the leg side.
Yeah, very much down the leg side. And as soon as the appeal was turned down, the bowler didn't seem too disappointed. He just got on with his walk back. When you've had few chances, something like that does...
You give it a go.
Yeah.
In comes Van der Gooten to finish his evening's work. Another good delivery. Maiden over bowled by him. He can go and put his feet up. 1 for 18 off his 7. And it'll be left to Mitch Swepson to bowl the last over of the day, which will be described by Andrew.
Thank you, Ed. Yes, so Sussex 65 for 1. And Clark on 32. Allsop 27. Mitch Swepson none for 12 at his 6 overs. You can probably hear the gulls squawking. It is almost like we're playing at Hove.
Yes, indeed.
Or
you're trying to get some sleep in your hotel at Hove.
Yeah, they're now surrounding they're now just hovering over the ground. It's quite... it's like a Hitchcock film.
And the fielders are hovering around Tom Clark.
Yes, Tom Clark is... So there's a close catcher on either side of the wicket and a regulation slip. Swepson comes in and bowls. It's down the leg side and
tentative, isn't he? Then
yeah, it's slightly leading edge possibly there from Clark. Allsop will be just hoping that Clark just sees the remaining deliveries out as Swepson comes in and bowls, and it's a full toss, but it's been played up towards the man at mid-on. No run. Might have missed out there, but at the same time, it's just about survival in the last few deliveries. You don't want to get out in the last over.
Certainly not.
You want to be able to book yourself in for more tomorrow, as Swepson comes in now and bowls, and Clark is forward, smothers it before it could turn, and nothing doing for Glamorgan at the moment. They're going to bring deep backward square leg up into a tighter position. So I think that's everybody in rather than nobody out on the boundary, put it that way, as Swepson comes in now and bowls, and again Clark is forward to dead bat that. 2 deliveries remain of what has been so far Sussex's day. They will love to go in 1 wicket down. They've got to survive 2 balls to do that. That's where the heart rate just increases just a touch as Swepson comes in now and bowls, and that one is played defensively. So this will be the last ball of the day. Mitchell Swepson will bowl it to Tom Clark, who's 32 not out. Swepson comes in and bowls, and Clark does smother that and defends, and the ball squirts away for James Harris to collect, and there's no run at the end of the first day of this County Championship Division 2 match. Sussex go in 65 for 1 in reply to Glamorgan's 242, so the deficit overnight is 177, but with Tom Clark not out 32 and Tom Alsop not out 27, they'll be very happy with their day's work, because it gives them a platform to build on for tomorrow. But Glamorgan will be very keen, Ed Bevan, to take early wickets and get back into this one.
Yes, they still have 177 runs to play for. They'll look for early wickets, but the seamers, apart from Van der Gooten, I fancy, have to try and bowl a little bit better than they did tonight. Now Sussex, who undoubtedly had a very good day, will try their best to bat only once, try and get up 300-400, and the way that they've approached it tonight, I think they could well do it. And if they do that, it's not going to be easy for Glamorgan. But if there's little difference between the first innings totals, then I do expect Swepson, if it continues to turn in this hot weather, to try and do something for Glamorgan. But at the moment, Sussex, very strong position. They'll sleep soundly tonight, and we look forward to another interesting day tomorrow. From Andrew, Nick and myself, a very good night to you all. Nos da I chi gyd, and if you don't understand that, it really means in Welsh, good night to you all.